The Worldwide Sports Radio Network. The 76ers file a grievance to the NBA about the refs in Game 2 versus the Knicks. LeBron takes shots at the refs and replay system after the Lakers loss in Game number 2 against the Nuggets. And Den LeBetard says Nikola Jokic might be the greatest player in NBA history. And much, much more here on the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Did you see Lamar Jackson cry to the referee? No, he didn't. We are back for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, the Speedster, Speedy, Petey, and no Sean Smith tonight as he is at a fundraiser hanging out. But hey, hopefully Sean will, maybe peek in here and there during the show. If not, we will see him next week. But we have a great show lined up for you guys. But first, you can call us at 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including The Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Speedy, what's up?
A couple birthday shout-outs. One to my uncle who had his birthday on Friday last week. Happy birthday to him. My mom, who had her birthday on Monday last week. Happy birthday. And our very own Josh Silverberg, whose birthday is today.
Yes, I want to give a very happy birthday to our pal, Game On host, Josh Silverberg. I think he's 32, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure offhand.
32 years old, I would predict. It's either 31 or 32, but happy birthday to Josh. Many, many years left in that wonderful life of yours. You have a kid on the way, a son on the way. You have one healthy son. So very excited to see your growth as a radio guy, a radio broadcaster, and just a friend. So congratulations and happy birthday to Joshua Silverberg. We have a great show lined up for you, and we will have our NFL mock draft at 10 o'clock. We will have Jeff on. We will have you, Speedy, on, me, and a very special guest during that particular time. So our show goes a little bit past 10 o'clock tonight, so stay tuned. It's going to be fun. We always have this every single week, and tomorrow will be our draft show. If you want to tune in to ESPN or CBS or whatever it's on, whatever channel it's on, the NFL Network, you can tune in and watch us, and we will go through it. We have videos. We have all the content for our show tomorrow for our draft party. But great show lined up for you at 8:30. We'll be talking to creator of NFL Draft Guide, Connor Livesay. He will be joining us. He's been on our show before. Very interesting personality, and he knows his football, including his Dallas Cowboys. At 9 o'clock, we'll be talking to Blogging the Boys editor-in-chief, RJ Ochoa. He will be joining us. He has been a friend of the show, very good personality. And yes, if you like arguments and argumental content, you definitely need to listen to this interview. So we do this all the time. We argue all the time. But 76ers file a grievance to the NBA about the refs in game number 2 versus the Knicks. So we will get into that as they're complaining already. I'm not surprised. But hey, the Knicks actually get some calls at the end of a game, which they usually never do. So we will get into that. LeBron takes shots at the refs and replay system after the Lakers lose game 2 versus the Nuggets. So that's an interesting story. But LeBron James obviously likes to speak out his feelings. So we will get into LeBron James and his personality off the court. Dan LeBetard says that Nikola Jokic might be the best basketball player ever. So Danny Leb is speaking out about, I believe, one of the best players we have seen in the last 20 years. He's a sensational player, second-round draft pick, and has really developed into a superstar. So I'm not going to agree with him, but I could say, in the next 10 years, he might be right. So we will see. Reggie Bush, his Heisman was given back to him. So we've been arguing back and forth. Should he get his Heisman Trophy back? Last time we were on the show talking about a guy like Reggie Bush, or even, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was Johnny Manziel came out and said that he will not be a part of the Heisman ceremonies anymore unless Reggie Bush gets his Heisman Trophy back. Well, he's getting it back, so I guess we'll see Johnny Manziel more. So congratulations to Reggie Bush. Well deserved. I disagree. I wouldn't have given it back to him. It just shows you that's the NCAA, and obviously with this NIL deal is everything is changing now, and everything's transitioning into the money of these players and what they're going to be making in the near future. The Lions give big extensions to star players like St. Brown and Sewell, two very talented players, two at the best at their positions in the league. So congratulations to both of them. We will get into that. The Jets trade Zach Wilson finally to the Denver Broncos. So I guess, Sean Payton believes he thinks he can fix them. We will get into that, as I disagree. Mike McDaniel takes shots at Tyreek Hill, and Hill also came out and said that he can torch Deion Sanders in his prime. Very interesting, Tyreek, as always. NFL mock draft at 10 o'clock. So I want to get into this story because before we get into the story, I want to get into the Knicks series because, and this will transition into the grievance situation with the New York Knicks and the 76ers. I will say this. If you're a Knicks fan, you should be very excited. This is a team that has nothing and has had nothing to be happy about over the last 25 years. And I don't want to hear about the LeBron James situation, and we will get into that a little bit later in the show. And I don't want to hear about Carmelo Anthony's Knicks with Mike Woodson, because even though they won 54 games and even though they went to the second round, they got torched by an Indiana Pacer team that had no business beating the New York Knicks that year. Okay, no business. The Knicks should have played Miami in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Knicks did not show up in that series. But this series, just like in round one last year against the Cavaliers, the Knicks are showing up. But it's different this year. It's not their stars. It's not other players forcing balls up in the air, and everybody knows who I'm talking about, in Julius Randle. Even though he was scoring, at a clip 20 to 22 points in certain games against the Cavaliers, he didn't play well. And Jalen Brunson, too, in this series has not been the Jalen Brunson that we have seen all season long. But he's putting up the numbers and he's helping his team out, and he's becoming more of a guy that's using his ability of drawing double teams, opening shots, spreading out the perimeter, making guys like DiVincenzo or McBride open to make those shots. So, and even Hartenstein, what he has done in this series has been unbelievable. The big rebounds that he had in the second half in game number 2. And then obviously Tom Thibodeau, and everybody can take shots at Tom Thibodeau, especially last year in the series against Miami, as he was outcoached by Spoelstra. He was outcoached by a better coach. But this year, transitioning, changing the offensive side of the ball, changing the Knicks' style of game has really opened up opportunity for this team to achieve a lot of things that they have achieved this year. The one thing that stuck out to me in game number 2 was really the role players. We spoke about McBride. We spoke about DiVincenzo. But the guy that really has stood out over the last 3 weeks for the New York Knicks, even before the playoffs even started, was Josh Hart. Josh Hart has been a different player this year. He got an extension by the New York Knicks in the offseason as the Knicks waited it really until preseason started for the Knicks to give him that extension. And he has been absolutely everything the Knicks expected him to be. They made the trade at the trade deadline last year to add the Villanova hopeful, a guy that really just didn't develop. He was a journeyman since he's come to the NBA. He's played for 2 different franchises before he landed in New York. But every single thing we have seen, the development of this team, the rebuilding of this team, that Knicks needed those role players. And I will say Josh Hart, even though he is a starter, he has been the best role player for this team and this organization. And the growth of this team has really been left on his hands, DiVincenzo's hands, Hartenstein's hands, and now all the other players like Mitch Robinson coming back, coming off the bench. And then obviously OG Anunoby, who's one of the better perimeter defenders in the league, has really helped them become that two-dimensional, that double threat team that the Knicks have been looking for really since the 94 Knicks. ESPN's Tim Bontemps reports that the 76ers are filing a grievance to the NBA complaining about referees in their Game 2 loss to the Knicks. Nick Nurse said the refs ignored a timeout he called on the play before the Knicks got a steal, leading to a Dante DiVincenzo go-ahead three-point shot. Nurse said he watched the film again, and it showed him calling a timeout twice during the sequence. Joel Embiid also commenting, saying that Tyrese Maxey got fouled by Jalen Brunson before the inbound, and it wasn't even called. Embiid added this loss was the worst, was one of his worst losses than he's ever had since the 76ers lost against the Raptors when Kawhi Leonard hit that buzzer beater in 2019. The NBA's 2-minute report confirmed that they botched not seeing Nurse's call and his timeout. Here's the thing, and I know referees screw up a lot of things. I've argued that. We know the Beef complains about that all the time. A lot of people complain about that when their team gets screwed. And I'm not lying. The 76ers did get screwed in that game in many sequences. But the Knicks were the home team. And usually in the NBA and in professional sports, the home team always has the advantage. Now, does that mean that the 76ers would have won that game if that wasn't botched? No, that doesn't mean that. Does that mean that Dante DiVincenzo wouldn't have gotten the ball back and scored or shot a three-pointer the next time around? No, that doesn't prove anything. What it does prove is the 76ers didn't get the calls at the end of the game, which they believe they should have. Now, Nick Nurse is one of the best coaches in the NBA, one of the best two-way coaches in the NBA, and I think everything that he said has meaning. But again, you're not going to win. The NBA is not going to give you that win. They're not going to change anything. As the Knicks complained early this season about, I think it was against the Hawks.
The Rockets.
The Rockets. It was the Rockets. And Jalen Brunson fouling, I don't remember who he fouled, but he fouled somebody. And then they shot three foul shots, and then they wound up winning the game because of a foul that never happened. And the Knicks got screwed. Now, that could have cost the Knicks that second seed, but it didn't this year. But again, you look at this situation, and obviously you can tell that the 76ers are not very excited about this series, and I wouldn't be either. Joel Embiid is having a great series. I don't care if he's playing on one leg. The Knicks can't stop him. He's averaging almost 30 points a game right now. He's averaging about I would say about 8 or 9 rebounds. And for a big man, I think 5 or 6 assists for a guy that's playing on one leg. And at the end of the game, if I was Joel Embiid and I'm putting my career on the line, my knee on the line after having the surgery that I did before the playoffs and then playing on a surgically repaired knee, and putting up the numbers and still not getting a win, I would be pissed off. I would be worn out. I would be complaining about that as well. But again, I look at the Knicks right now. The Knicks have the advantage. They have the talent. They have the bench that's going to help them get over the top, something that the Knicks haven't had in many, many years. The last time I believe the Knicks had a talented bench like this was in 99 with Latrell Sprewell, Allen Houston, Larry Johnson, and you could go on and on and on, the players that they had on that roster. Now, did they win the championship? No. It was a short season, and if it wasn't a short season, maybe the Knicks wouldn't have gone to the finals.
Maybe they wouldn't have been an 8 seed. Maybe it wouldn't have been as hard.
Yeah, so again, did the Knicks play well in that series against San Antonio? No, they didn't. But this is the same type of team that the Knicks have built. And that you have to give a lot of compliments to a guy like Leon Rose, because Leon Rose did not go after the superstars that we have seen the old Knicks teams have done over the years. The old superstar players that obviously are done with their careers. They just want the money. They come to New York finally, and they don't really do the things. They have one good season. They don't really do the things, or they don't earn the money that the Knicks thought they were going to earn in the 4 or 5 year contract that they signed with the New York Knicks.
The Knicks transition that torch to the Brooklyn Nets now, who love to do that every other year. And then it works for 1 year, and then Kevin Durant's foot is on the line, so they lose in the playoffs, and then they all cry their way out. And now Phoenix is now taking on the brunt of that with Kevin Durant now to them down 2-0. And who knows, Kevin Durant and all those guys might cry themselves out at this point too. But with the Knicks, yeah, you're right. It's definitely the ideal wing depth type team you need in today's game, because the 3-point shooting, it's not the dynamic backcourts anymore. It's more about the wing shooters that are 2s and 3s, taller guys. And the Knicks have a ton of those types of guys. And we've heard it from a lot of different guys that they believe that they're the biggest threat to the Celtics because of that in the Eastern Conference, even before we knew they were going to be a 2 seed, even if they were a 4 or 5 seed, because of the way the wing depth is showing up in this series. And I know the Sixers have tried to blame the refs and all that stuff with their game planning. Well, how about you defend the 3-pointers at the end of the game? Like the Knicks are shooting all these threes, and the Sixers, who are supposed to have this great defensive coach and these great defensive players, are not adjusting.
They're not getting any secondary offense. It's all Maxey, it's all Embiid,
right.
And then they're getting something from Harris. Harris was shooting threes in the first half, and then couldn't hit a lick in the second half. And that's what's been going on for the 76ers. They don't have much of a bench. They're not getting enough off their bench. And that, I believe, they showed all season long when they lost Joel Embiid. They were getting that kind of offense from Covington and all these other guys.
Right.
They're not getting it this year. Throughout the playoffs. And that's a big problem. And they're going back to Philadelphia now. I'm interested to see how this team responds in Philly. Now, the Philadelphia fans are going to be loud. They're going to be abrupt. They're going to be disgusting. As we all know, the Philadelphia fans like to be and like to do. The question is, are the Knicks going to be able to handle the pressure when the pressure is on them? Now, they have all season long. They've been one of the better away teams in the Eastern Conference, and they're going to have a lot of pressure on them this year, because now they're going back to Philadelphia. They're expected to win this series now. There's no way anybody believes Philadelphia is going to come back and beat the Knicks in a 7-game series now that they're down 2-0. Now, it doesn't mean that Philadelphia can't. They have the talent. We know what Tyrese Maxey could be. He's a sensational offensive player. He doesn't play a lick of defense. Joel Embiid, everything runs through him. The anchor of the defense and all the offense runs to Joel. And Joel is a shell of himself defensively because he can't move laterally. And that has a lot to do with his surgically repaired knee. So you look at the Knicks right now, and there's a lot of questions going to Philadelphia because, again, the Philadelphia fans are going to be loud. They're going to be disgusting. And there's going to be, if Philadelphia gets a lead early in the game, the Knicks cannot play chasing. They can't play chase ball. They have to keep it close. If they expect to win one of these games and goes back to Madison Square Garden up 3-1.
Yeah, that's been a big problem for the Knicks all series. The first quarter has been an issue for them. Game 1, they got going with 3 minutes to go in the first quarter, but beyond that, they were horrible to start that game, and even worse in game 2. So they definitely cannot do that, especially with a Sixers crowd that's going to be very hostile and probably booing a lot of these Knicks players that probably should have gotten those foul calls, whatever they're grievancing, especially with Jalen Brunson and DiVincenzo, who ended up being the recipients of that 3-pointer. But the other thing that goes to show you with that grievance is, why didn't you get an offensive rebound with all these size that you're claiming to have? Patrick Reed, who's a good bench player, one of the good bench players they do have, taking shots at the Knicks. Oh, we got the easier team than the Celtics. Okay, maybe you did, but then don't give the Knicks a target, and don't make sure you box out on the rebound on that inbound too. You were up by 5 points with 18 seconds left, and you still couldn't hold that kind of thing.
Who's to say the Knicks are the easier team? Well, we all know the Celtics have been the best team in the NBA all season long. They have a tremendous starting lineup. They really do. With Drew Holiday, Porzingis, Brown, and obviously Tatum. They're sensational on paper. But we have seen Boston fall apart in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. They can never get over the hump. And that's the problem with Boston. When was the last time Boston won a championship? It's been a long time.
Yeah, since Tom Thibodeau was an assistant coach there.
Since Doc Rivers. And this is a team, and this is an organization that's had many good teams. This team has been one of the top 3 teams in the Eastern Conference for the last 10 seasons. This is a really, really good team. Mm-hmm. So, obviously, they're a better team with Drew Holiday. Obviously, they're a better team with Porzingis. But who's to say that they're better than the Knicks on paper right now? Now, do I think they are? I mean, their starting lineup is ridiculous. Yeah. And obviously they're playing a team like Miami, and Miami is just, we understand Miami doesn't have a healthy
Butler.
Jimmy Butler. I'm sorry. I've been dealing with being sick right now. By the way, the Celtics are up 14-9 right now in game number 2. So if the Heat stands any chance against the Celtics, they have to win game number 2 to head back to Miami and put the pressure on Boston. But and what I'm saying with the fact that the 76ers believe that they had the easier series or the easier games against the Knicks is ridiculous, because the Knicks are a gritty team, and you don't want to play a gritty team. Right. That's the whole thing. If you have a gritty team, and I could say that with hockey, same thing with hockey. If you're playing a team that has great goaltending and they're gritty defensively, you don't need to score a lot of points. You don't need to score a lot of goals in the playoffs. You score 2, you score 3, you win the series. You can win the series and win a game by 2 or 3 goals. If you have a good defense, you have a good goaltender. Same thing with the NBA. Same thing with the playoffs when it comes to football. If you have the better defense, no matter how great your quarterback is, a.k.a. Patrick Mahomes, you can shut him down. Or you can shut the team down, or shut the best players down, and make Patrick Mahomes throw the ball in places where he's unsuccessful. So that's the style of professional sports and playoffs. And you go into the Knicks series. I've been very impressed with the all-around defense for the New York Knicks. And even in the third, going into the third quarter and the fourth quarter in game number 2, they did not play very good defensively in the first 2 quarters. They did not. They could not stop Tobias Harris, okay? Tobias Harris was hitting 3 after 3 after 3 after 3. But what did they do? What did they clean up in the second half of that series? I mean, in the second game, what did they do? They shut down Tobias Harris. They made Tyrese Maxey go to the hole and make plays. And they made Joel Embiid do things that he was uncomfortable doing.
Be a shooter more than an inside guy.
Exactly. And that's what changed the second half of the New York Knicks, their defensive style of ball. So you have to be impressed with the New York Knicks. And they're going to have to play a different style in Philadelphia with the pressure on them. And and Jalen Brunson has to figure things out. Jalen Brunson has not been the same player he was during the season. And maybe he doesn't have to put up 30 to 35 points a game. But I want to see better ball by Jalen Brunson. I do not want to see him start off 2 for 9 or 2 for 10. I want to see him start off 5 for 5 or 5 for 8. That's what I want to see from Jalen Brunson, because when your best player, your superstar player is playing well, everybody around him will start playing better.
Going back to the referee grievance with the Sixers too, I think Nick Nurse might have a case with the timeouts. The foul call was kind of the questionable one, because it was a hold in before that, but we've seen a lot of neutral contact like that get waved off too. I also think though too, like the Knicks got fouled calls a lot in the second quarter and the third quarter, a lot of softer stuff on Embiid inside. And like you said, they adjusted to have him be shooting more, which is a great adjustment by Tom Thibodeau and that Knicks defense. But inside, like Embiid was going to the line a lot more than he should have in that game too. So I think that kind of thing all evens out. The NBA 2-minute report has always been pretty flawed as it is. And like Fish is saying in their private chat here, the free throws were very even in that game.
Oh, yeah. And the Knicks haven't been shooting free throws very well all season long, especially at the end of the season. They've had problems hitting free throws, especially at the end of the game when they can close out a game. Mm-hmm. They cannot do that in Philadelphia. If the game is close and the Knicks have the lead by 2 and they're going to the line with 1:15 seconds left and Philadelphia is in foul trouble, they need to hit their free throws, because if you give Philadelphia any confidence, or you give this fan base any kind of confidence, it could be a big, huge problem for the Knicks moving forward in this series.
Keith says, stupid grievance. 76ers will get all the calls at home, especially now. Knicks are too deep for Philly. This team has better chemistry than the 99 Knicks team. Leon Rose is brilliant. John Suggs says, well, we said 76ers bench is the issue. Embiid will never win a title. Yeah, it seems that way. He's an inconsistent playoff player. And he also says, better not sleep on the Cavs. Keith says, Harris sucks, Maxey kick their ass. And OG needs to play most of the time.
OG needs to play. OG is a big, important part for the New York Knicks, especially their perimeter defense. He's one of the best perimeter defensive players in the league. He's a shutdown defensive player. So I want to see more with OG, and I want to see more of the offense being run through him when he gets hot. Now, we have not seen him hot in this series yet in the first and second game, but maybe away we'll see more of that with OG Anunoby. We'll see his defensive style of game really show up. He has not stopped Tyrese Maxey. Yeah. He's not. They've put him on Tyrese Maxey. I saw them put him on Tobias Harris in the first half of that series, especially the second game, and he couldn't stop him. Now, in the second half, he did stop Tobias Harris, and he kept Tyrese Maxey from shooting outside and going to the hole. And that's where you can stop Tyrese Maxey, because if you give him an opportunity to shoot those threes and get his moment, get his his rhythm, his shot. He's even more dangerous than he ever is. So that I believe the Knicks got to keep playing the way they are. And remember, Tom Thibodeau needs to continue pressuring them on the perimeter and make them force up shots. Sports radio host Dan LeBetard said on his show Nikola Jokic might be the best basketball player ever. He added that Jokic might be the most unstoppable force the league has ever seen. He previously called Jokic a hybrid of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, and doesn't get the national attention he deserves because he is not American. He is the co-host. He and his co-host called Jokic and Wemby two players that could ruin the sport of basketball in the future. Jokic averaged 26.4 points per game, 12.4 rebounds per game, and 9 assists per game, shooting 35.9% from three, 58.3% from the field, and 81.7% at the free throw line this year. Jokic has had a chance to win his third MVP this season, and he is one of 3 finalists along with Alexander and Luka Doncic. Jokic is winning the MVP this year. There's no doubt he is going to win the MVP this year, especially what they did in the second half of the season, taking over and taking that team to that next level and take him to that next notch. What makes Jokic so special is he's a great passer, he's a great shooter, and he's a great defender. And he has no sense of athletic ability when you watch him go up and down the court. It's amazing watching this guy go up and down the court, and he looks so slow and so agile. And this guy finds every way to ruin games. This guy ruins games. And this guy was a second-round draft pick. Some of the passes that he makes, the behind-the-back passes like you're seeing right now by our friend Fish posting up, and so many different things that he does that ruins the style of games, especially teams that are good offensively or teams that are even good offensively, how he can stop any player at any position because he can defend the point guard. He can defend the shooting guard. He can defend the 3, the 4, or the 5. And he's that kind of player that can do that kind of stuff every single game. But what makes Jokic so special is he could be pulled out of a game. and he could be sitting on a bench, and he doesn't even have to be playing in the game. And you see him on the sideline, standing up, coaching the players, telling players where to be, putting them where to get into that pick and roll style where they can get that open 3-point shot. It's amazing. He's helping, he's coaching on the sidelines. He doesn't even need to play in the game, and he's a big factor in the game. I don't know if anybody's watching this series against the Lakers, and I know LeBron James has a lot to say about it. Okay? And we will get into LeBron James in just a few moments. When Jokic was sitting down, I don't know if anybody was watching the third quarter. He was standing, and I think he had like 3 minutes of rest, 2.5 minutes of rest, and he was standing up. And during the timeout, he's talking to two players. He's talking to Murray, and he's talking to Michael Porter Jr. And he has his arm around them, and he's giving them some pointers. And as soon as the timeout was done, and he came in, and the timeout was done, and they started rolling that offense, Michael Porter starts hitting shots. Murray starts hitting shots. They start taking over the game. And then remember, in the third quarter, they were down by 20 points. Mm-hmm. And who hit the game-winning shot at the end of the game? Mr. Murray. And I don't know if anybody remembers that timeout before he hit that 3-point shot. Jokic was telling Murray to get open. I'm going to get you the ball. So this guy changes games. He doesn't need to shoot. He doesn't need to rebound. He doesn't even really need to pass. But he does everything so well. He's so unique. Now, is he better than Michael Jordan? No. Is he better than LeBron James? No. Is he better than Magic Johnson or Larry Bird yet? No. But will he be? There's a possibility he could be.
Yep.
Now, Denver's only won one championship. Now, if they win back-to-back or they win 3 in a row, now you're speaking about a dynasty. Now, if you remember, the last dynasty that the NBA has seen is the Golden State Warriors. They have been the last dynasty, and everybody's questioning what they're doing with their organization, the rebuilding of their organization. Their GM walks away. Now, all of a sudden, Steve Kerr signs a big new contract. And now there's some conversation. Is Klay Thompson coming back? Is Draymond Green coming back? And is Steph Curry going to be traded in the offseason? So there's a lot of questions over there. But they had that 7, 8, 9-year run where they were as good as any team in basketball, any team ever. This team could be even better than that team. And why? Because they're younger. They're younger. And their best players in Jokic and Murray, they're right now in the primes of their career. I think Jokic is 28 years old. Murray's 26. Michael Porter's 27, 26, 27, 28. You're talking about if they win this year, they can win probably 3, 4 championships in a row. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If Denver comes out of the West, and if some crazy reason they don't, there's a good chance that Boston can win or the Knicks could surprise people. But if Denver comes out of the West, I don't think the Celtics, I don't think the Knicks could beat Denver in a 7-game series. They're too dominant. They're too special. And Jokic has a big part of the style of game that they like to play, the pick and roll at the top of the key. He runs it so well, and he's so good at it. And some people, and it's so funny, Murray tries to run the pick and roll to him, and he rolls out and shoots the 3. And this guy's as good a 3-point shooter as anybody on the team. It is amazing to watch this guy. It really is. And it sometimes looks so sloppy, but so amazing when you watch this guy go up and down the court.
Like the comment was saying with we were saying with LeBetard, like he's not going to get as much attention because he's not an American guy. You're also saying he's not getting attention because he's not this like freakish athlete like LeBron was coming out of his like.
He's a freak, man.
But he's a freakish athlete in the way of
he's
the way he
built.
moves.
I mean, he's got man boobs,
right?
His body structure. You wouldn't think that he has that athletic ability. I mean, when you look at Jokic, you're like, wow, that guy just doesn't look like he's in shape. He's not in basketball shape.
Right.
But then when he plays and he makes these passes and he's rebounding and he's out rebounding 3 big men on the court, including his own big man on the court. When they're playing with they're playing with 2 centers or they're playing with
or Gordon, yeah,
and they're finding ways to try to out rebound the other team. He's always out rebounding everybody. He always has the most rebounds in the game. He's averaging 12.4 rebounds per game. So it's it's amazing. His understanding of the game. He's so smart and so unique. He is almost unstoppable. And we could say those things about LeBron in his prime. We could say those things about Jordan in his prime, and Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. All of these guys. I mean, when they were in their primes of their career, they were almost unstoppable. But is he that type of player yet? No, he's got to prove more championships. He's got to show that he can win more championships with the talent that he has around him. If he can, yeah, you could compare him to LeBron James. You can compare him to Kevin Durant or any of these guys that some people put in their top 10.
Right. We also talked about like how the 3-point game has really diluted the center position, making it not as valuable. But you could also look at it in reverse too, with the way Nikola Jokic prototype is, because of the way he passes so well for a big man. Like you were saying, lateral movement, the creativity. Fish is showing it in these videos here. He's picking his arms up like above his head and passing it down. Like he's passing it backwards to the side. Like that's lateral movement of a big guy. That's going to could dilute the point guard position the other way around too, because you have these big guys that could pass now, especially in Europe. Everyone's going to model their game now on Nikola Jokic.
How about Luka Doncic?
Yeah,
look what Luka Doncic's doing right now. He's 6'10". He's a point guard. Go play fantasy sports right now.
Mm-hmm.
I picked Luka Doncic as my number 1 pick in our basketball league, Speedy. Me and you had a team. Yep. And we came in 5th place, by the way, out of 14 teams. And Luka, you would think, could play any position. He could be a power forward because he's 6'10". He could be a 3. He could be a 2. But he's a 1. That's what he is. He's and you want those guys that could play multiple positions, but he's put on fantasy basketball to be a point guard. So it was hard. If Luka was playing, you can't play 2 point guards in that league. So it was very, very hard to, unless you use him as a utility player.
Right.
So it wasn't easy, to put him in against certain teams and certain, certain fantasy teams that we were playing against. So I have been very impressed with a guy like Jokic because he can play multiple positions. He can play the point guard position. He can come up with the ball. He's not his weakest part of his game is his ball handling skills. I don't think he has a lot of that, but he can still dribble the ball. He can still bring it up. He's still very big, very strong, and so good on the perimeter. And he can hit any shot on the court. I've seen him hit half court shots. I've seen him hit 3 after 3 after 3. I've seen him go on a tear at the 3-point line. He is unbelievable. He's a special, special player. And that's why I still believe the favorites to winning the whole thing again this year, the Denver Nuggets.
And again, you also look at not needing that prototype in order to be able to dribble as well as he can too, and still pass amazingly. Like these point guards and these defenders, these wing defenders are more used to those guys that like to dribble the ball around and hold the ball around. And we talk about it all the time, like this isolation basketball is kind of faded out. And Nikola Jokic is that perfect prototype to, when you look at the influence of the game, of fading that type of isolation basketball away, because he doesn't need to overpower you. He doesn't need to have the ball in his hands all the time. He can be so creative with it in so many different ways. He could shoot float shots and layups without even have to power through like a traditional big man too. And that's why his prototype is going to be the one that transcends the game next. You talk about how LeBron did it in his era. Michael Jordan did it in his era. Yep. Steph Curry is now changing with the 3-pointers, but Nikola Jokic is that next thing. A taller guy that could be like a point guard is going to be that next wave. And you're seeing it now, like you're saying with Luka Doncic and other guys, diluting the point guards.
All European players. Look at right now. If you're looking at the future of the NBA, okay, we talk about Wemby, okay?
Yep.
Wemby is a French player. He's from France, and he's the young big man that everybody keeps talking about, the transitional player that is going to be the best player in the league in the next 2 to 3 years. You saw in the second half how talented, how special he really is. Now you look at Joker. Joker's 27, 28 years old. He's hitting the prime of his career. You have Doncic, who's 26, who's hitting the prime of his career. All of these 3 guys, what I just mentioned, they're all foreign players. They're all European players. Now, if you're comparing the best players right now in the NBA in the next 3 or 4 years, these guys could be 1, 2, and 3. And by the way, Giannis is from Greece.
Yep.
So that's another one. They're all becoming foreign players. As we know it, the NBA has been dominant by Team USA. Now you see Greece, and you see Yugoslavia, and you see Spain, and you see France, and all these different places around the country now developing players. Now Toronto. I mean, look at the players that are coming out from there. So it is amazing the transition, and you could thank Michael Jordan. Say whatever you want. Michael Jordan changed everything nationally and internationally because of his game and what he has done, not only with his sneakers, but his game and his ability to draw people in. Michael Jordan really changed basketball from the 90s to today. And you could ask Kobe Bryant, even LeBron James before he became some chauvinistic, crazy lunatic. And he thought, hey, you know what? I'm better than Michael Jordan. Even then, ladies and gentlemen, if you went to LeBron James in his first 5 or 6 years and he said, who's redefined the game of basketball and what made him play the game, he would tell you Michael Jordan, as he wears the number 23. So that's all I'm going to say about that. After the Lakers lost against the Nuggets in game number 2 of the series, LeBron James, I'm not surprised, was complaining about the officiating, saying he doesn't know what goes on with the NBA Replay Center. He referenced a foul that was called by Michael Porter on Michael Porter against D'Angelo Russell, which was overturned after the coach's challenge. Russell tweeted after the game, "That was a foul. We all saw it on national television. The Nuggets only had 4 more free throws than the Lakers did in game number 2, while the Lakers had 13 more free throws in game number 1. The Lakers head coach Darvin Ham also was questioning a foul on Anthony Davis in the 3rd quarter that caused him to play through foul trouble in the 4th. LeBron says this has been an issue all year, referencing a couple of regular season games where his foot was inbounds and called out, and also referenced the 76ers Knicks game 2 finish. The Nuggets won game 2, 101-99 on a Jamal Murray buzzer beater. First of all, okay, LeBron, I understand his complaining. He's the superstar of the NBA. He's the face of the NBA, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to LeBron. Why did he bring up the New York Knicks game? Why did he bring it up? That has nothing to do with you. Why are you bringing up the New York Knicks game? Nobody wants to hear what you thought about the New York Knicks game. Nobody, LeBron, first of all. So let's put Shat to the side, because I don't know why that was brought up in any conversation, and why you seem to want to bring up another series and another game that had nothing to do with you. That's one. Number 2, there should have been no reason why you didn't win that game. You were up by 20 with 3 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. And then all of a sudden, everything started to fall apart. And you, my friend, did not show up in the 4th quarter. You did not. And everybody has taken shots of LeBron James over the years that he's not a 4th quarter player. He's not Michael Jordan. He's not Magic Johnson. He's not Larry Bird. When you need the big shot, LeBron doesn't get it. He doesn't show up in the big parts of those games. And they said the same thing about Steph Curry until he showed up against the Boston Celtics a couple of years ago and won his first MVP in the playoffs. I'm going to sit here right now, and I don't want to hear D'Angelo Russell. This is the same D'Angelo Russell that posted up something that he shouldn't be posting up, and why he was thrown and pushed away out of the Lakers. He did when he was drafted by the Lakers years ago. I'm not going to mention what he did, because everybody knows what he did, posting up a video of somebody admitting to something, and it had nothing to do with basketball, but which screwed everything up. He lost the locker room, he lost the coaching, and they had to trade him. D'Angelo Russell has been mocking the Denver Nuggets every time he scores. He hits a 3-point shot. I remember when they played the Pelicans and they knocked out they beat the Pelicans in that play-in game. What he was doing to Zion when he hit that open 3 look right in front of Zion Williams' face. And he was putting up his hand and talking crap. And what he did to CJ McCollum, what he did in the second half when he hit that 3-point shot. This guy likes to brag and open his big effing mouth. But you want to know something? D'Angelo Russell, as good as he has been in his career in certain years, he just doesn't show up in the big playoff games. Never does. Never does. And either does Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is one of the most overrated, over playoff talent I have ever seen in the NBA. And what I mean by over playoff talent, this guy, every single year of his career, practically, except maybe 2 years of his Pelicans career, was in the playoffs. And for some reason, this guy could not do it in the playoffs. He had problems showing up in the playoffs. The only time he showed up in the playoffs, it was the bubble year during COVID. That was the only time he showed up in the playoffs. This guy is never healthy. He never shows up when they need him the most. And that's the problem right now with the Lakers. The Lakers have enough with LeBron James, has enough with a guy like Anthony Davis. If these guys should just show up and do what they do best, and that's rebound, play defense, and score in meaningful times of the game.
And also, you look at LeBron throughout his career, too. Like, he's gotten the benefit of a lot of foul calls. Like, you want to say NBA playoff games could be scripted against you, LeBron, but how many times have they been kind of scripted for you? Like, LeBron made 8 straight Eastern Conference Finals. You don't think there were some phantom foul calls in the game? You don't think there were some questionable calls that teams like the Celtics, teams like the Pacers we were talking about earlier, could be complaining about in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Raptors, all these other teams that you've taken down? You don't think that kind of thing's ever happened to you where you've gotten that star treatment, LeBron James? I mean, it seems very hypocritical in itself, like why he is the one complaining about the referee. It's one thing, okay, a younger player gets fouled on unknowingly. D'Angelo Russell, like you're saying, is a veteran player that's been cocky throughout his career. Like, yeah, it looks bad on him doing it the way he did because he's had his issues with the Timberwolves and the Warriors and other teams like that. Like you said, complaining about all these teams ruining locker rooms. But LeBron is the biggest hypocrite of all when it comes to this. Oh, now you want to take shots at the NBA replay center? How many benefits have you got in your career? Not blow a 20-point lead. That should be your answer.
Again, nobody's taking shots. And Keith is saying, well, he's had very good playoff runs. Not the way he has played during the regular season. And that's the thing. Right now, Jalen Brunson was a different player in the regular season. In certain aspects of the game, especially, he was going, I think for 12 games, he had 30 or more points.
Yep.
And right now, he hasn't scored 30 points in the first 2 games of this series. So that says something about Jalen Brunson right now in the playoffs. Now, that doesn't mean that Jalen Brunson isn't playing well. I'm not saying that, but is he having the playoffs that he had in the regular season this year? No, he's not. He's not playing as well. I say that about Anthony Davis. The great players show up in the big game. That's the facts. And I'm not saying LeBron James hasn't done that, because I have stuck up for LeBron over the years when the Cleveland Cavaliers knocked off the Golden State Warriors and he had to make those big blocks and hit those foul shots that he needed. He didn't hit the game-winning 3-point shot that Kyrie Irving hit, and everybody says, well, LeBron's not a winner. He doesn't know how to win the big game. But when he needed to make that block and he needed to make those free throws, he did it. And a lot of people thought had no chance of beating Golden State that year, but he did. I'm not attacking LeBron James from then. I'm attacking LeBron James now. And LeBron James, instead of opening his mouth and saying the stupid things that nobody gives a crap about, and honestly, nobody cares that LeBron James is complaining. Nobody cares, because LeBron James decided over the last 2 years to stay a Laker. The Lakers re-signed him twice. And now they have a decision after this season to re-sign him again. And are they going to re-sign him? He already said that he wants, I think, $180 million for 3 years.
$60 million a year, yeah.
Or something like that. Or maybe, I think it was $100 million.
$60 million a year for 3 years.
So he wants $60 million a year. And he's, 39 years old? Mm-hmm. Now, he's having a decent season. And he's still averaging almost the same amount of points. But he's not the same defensive player he once was. He's not. That's the thing about LeBron James. If you look at his development over the years, his defense developed when he hit his prime.
Yep.
He could have won, I believe, 3 defensive players of the year, but they gave it to Draymond Green. They gave it to Tyson Chandler. They don't ever want to give the same player the MVP. Ask Michael Jordan. Right. Michael Jordan should have won 8 MVPs in a row, but he never did. Mm-hmm. He was the best player in the league, but never won it.
No, it might be the same thing this year.
I mean, he did win it, but he never won it, 3-4 times in a row. He should have.
Yeah, it might be the same trend with Jokic now at this point. Who knows? He should have won it last year,
but that's what the NBA is. That's what the NBA does. They want to spread out those awards. They don't want to give it to one guy, even though, to me, Michael Jordan for 8 years in a row should have won the MVP. And LeBron James was the same. I think he was the same type of player. At one point, when LeBron James was like 27, 28 years old, you could have given him the MVP every single year all the way to the age of 35. He was the best player in the league.
He definitely should have gotten it over the James Harden one that year.
By the way, I mean, I've seen him do it with teams that he's taking teams into the finals that you wouldn't expect them to make it to the finals. Those Cavalier teams in the beginning. Well, I say it all the time, even though they got swept by San Antonio. I mean, he took those teams. I don't know if any other player in the prime of their career could have done that. Even Michael Jordan.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet, and everyone has tried. They all wanted that scenario.
But that doesn't mean he's better than Michael Jordan.
But all these other guys wanted to duplicate LeBron. They all wanted that scenario. And how many of them have done it with that type of philosophy? Zero.
And here's the thing, Darvin Ham, okay? And I have a lot of respect for Darvin Ham, and he's a guy that was a very big surprise when the Lakers decided to hire him because he wasn't a big name, and that was something you would have thought that the Lakers were going after the biggest name that was going to be available. He wasn't. And he's had a pretty good season for a team that's up and down all season long. And yes, he's got a lot of personalities on this team that you question because, I mean, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, crybabies, D'Angelo Russell. These are crybaby guys. They're crybaby players. All they do is cry. If they're not on the court, they're crying on the side, complaining to the referees. This is the problem with the NBA. It's become a baby sport. It's become a peewee basketball league. That's what it's become. It's how many great jams am I going to have in the game? How many 3-pointers am I going to hit? How many half-court 3-pointers are we going to hit in the game? Ask Steph Curry. I don't know. He's hit 3. He's hit 4 in a row. I mean, this is the problem with the NBA. It's become like that boring type of style of basketball you don't want to see. And that's why Adam Silver came out this year after the trade deadline and said that he might want to bring back that old style of the NBA from the 90s, not the NBA where you're jackhammering guys on the court, but that you can
more like the 80s.
Maybe put your hands on the players when you're defending, where defense would play a big part in the game because it's really not doing that right now. So there's a lot of questions right now with the NBA and the transition of the game. So, and I understand LeBron James has his own thoughts to it. I don't know why he's complaining about it. I mean, this guy has been the best player in the league since Michael Jordan, since Kobe Bryant, whoever you want to say, Tim Duncan. I mean, you can argue who at one point, in a 5-6 year span, you could say, oh, this guy was the best player. I would say LeBron James in the last 10 years has been the best player in the league. It's not even an argument.
And with that comes extra star treatment that you end up getting, especially when you have somebody the popularity of LeBron James.
I would say probably the last 4 years it hasn't been LeBron.
Right. It's like Jokic now takes over.
Yeah. In a 10-year, it was Giannis and Jokic.
Yeah.
But in a 10-year span where I think it was, I would say from 2010 to 2020, LeBron James was the best player.
Yeah, that's fair.
He was the best player in the league.
Keith says that this year Anthony Davis has shown up in the playoffs. LeBron's 39. He's amazing for his age.
He's showing up in the playoffs, huh?
Yeah, a little inconsistent, more or less. LeBron's 39. He's amazing for his age. He cries. He'll get all the calls next game because he's crying. Yeah, he probably will. And yes, he took so many very bad Cavaliers teams deeper in the playoffs. Like I said, that 07 run was insane.
I'm going to say this about Anthony Davis. His numbers would show that he's not playing that bad in this series. Okay? You would say that he's not. But here's what I would say about Anthony Davis. When the going gets tough in the fourth quarter, are you giving Anthony Davis the ball? Are you trusting that Anthony Davis is going to score the big point or hit the big shot? The answer is not a chance in hell. I am not giving Anthony Davis the ball. I'm not. I am probably giving it to LeBron James and hoping that he's on a hot shooting streak in that game.
Right.
Because if he's not, the Lakers have no chance. And that's the problem right now with the LA Lakers to what they were over the years that LeBron James decided to take his talents to Lakerville. Okay. The first 2 or 3 years when he was with the Lakers, LeBron James made that team so much better. Now, even though LeBron James is still putting up the same numbers defensively, he's a shell of himself. Right. And that's the difference right now with LeBron James and this Laker team. They're just not the same team they once were. So a lot of football that we're going to get into. Let's go to a quick break, Speedy. Let's go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get into the Zach Wilson trade. For all you Jet fans sitting back and wondering what was going to happen to Zach Wilson, well, now you know, ladies and gentlemen, he's taking his talents back west, not to Utah, because there's no Utah team.
There's no Utah hockey team, though.
He's taking it to Denver, ladies and gentlemen, with Sean Payton and those Denver Broncos. So when we come back, we'll get into Zach Wilson and Tyreek Hill. Yes, Tyreek Hill. I call him Hilla because he's like a woman, okay? He is a woman. As Mike McDaniel, yes, his head coach, takes shots at him, and then he comes out and says, hey, you know what? If I played Deion Sanders in his prime, he would torch him. So when we come back, we'll get into the Tyreek Hill situation as well here on the Sports Loudmouth.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth partying with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Draft. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Petey, no Sean Smith tonight. He's hanging out at a banquet or whatever the hell he's doing. That's Sean for you, ladies and gentlemen. If he's not smoking his marijuana, he's doing something else. But we love Sean, and hopefully he's doing well. Hopefully he's raising enough money for that organization. But no Sean Smith tonight, but no problem because we can do the show without Shawnee. I'm just kidding, Sean. We love you. Anyways, remember, you can call us at 631-672-3108. You can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith, every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out your local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Oh, my God. It's been crazy, Speedy. I want to say something. Today, I wanted to take a step back. I wanted to reach out to some of the old guys on our network and be the better man, be the bigger man. And that's what I did. I reached out to I'm not going to mention any names. And you would have thought, hey, you know what? Apology accepted. Let's be buddies again. But no. No, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are sore in many different ways and hopefully not in the wrong ways, but maybe they are. And they decided to not take the bigger man out or the bigger, I was the bigger man. They were just being females and what they probably bickering and crying to their boyfriends or girlfriends or whatever they like to do. I don't know what they like to do. And, not accept my apology. So for all those guys that I reached out to today and apologized, I was trying to be the nice guy. Unfortunately, they didn't like it. So there you go. Let's get into it because a lot more to get into. We will have our draft, I guess you could say our mock draft at 10 o'clock. We will have Carl on the show. We'll have a bunch of people. Jeff will definitely be joining us. I'm sure everybody is looking forward to that. I'm not, but,
And Carl will be here to roast Nathan, apparently.
Oh, well, whatever. ESPN's Rich Cimini reports that the Jets are trading Zach Wilson and a 7th-round pick to the Broncos for a 6th-round pick. Adam Schefter adds that the Jets and the Broncos will be splitting his $5.5 million salary he will be making in his last year of his rookie contract. Cimini believes that the Jets could draft a quarterback on day 3 of the NFL draft, with veteran Aaron Rodgers and Tyrod Taylor being the only quarterbacks on the Jets roster. Peyton Manning said on Denver radio show that he has sources that say that the Broncos could still trade for J.J. McCarthy. Reports say that the Broncos could still draft Bo Nix or Michael Penix if they don't trade up to stay at pick number 12. Peyton also said that that Denver could be a great chapter 2 for Zach Wilson in his NFL career. Jarrett Stidham and Ben DiNucci are the only other quarterbacks on the Broncos roster. For all you Jet fans out there, I'm sure all you Jet fans have a smile on your face. I have a smile on my face, not because of Zach Wilson being gone. It's because I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear what are the Jets going to do with Zach Wilson. Why isn't he not showing up to non-mandatory practices? I don't want to hear it anymore. He was sour. He didn't want to be here anymore. He didn't like this organization. He hated the fans. And when he threw himself under the bus 2 years ago, not taking responsibility of the loss against the Patriots, when, let's be honest, he was the reason why they lost that game, because of his terrible quarterback play, because if all he had to do was complete even 56% of his passes, and by the way, in that game, he probably completed the worst completion percentage I've ever seen a quarterback have in a game. I think it was like 47% or 46%. You can't win a football game like that. Now, Sean Payton coming out and saying this could be a great second chapter for him. You were there last year in your first year with the Broncos, and you had Russell Wilson. And Russell Wilson had a pretty decent season. He didn't have his MVP seasons before he hurt his thumb, but he had a decent season. Why did you keep him? Why did you decide, hey, you know what? Let's keep him another year. Let's run it back with Russell Wilson. You're bringing the same guy to your organization, a guy that doesn't take responsibility for anything that goes on in the locker room, a guy that has nobody in the locker room on his side, a.k.a. Russell Wilson. You're taking on a guy that likes to run more than he likes to throw, a.k.a. Russell Wilson. And to me, a quarterback and 2 quarterbacks that you would never draft and never take on your roster over the years. Let's look at your roster when you were winning. I don't know who's your leading quarterback. I don't know, Drew Brees, Jameis Winston, 2 quarterbacks that are not good outside of the pocket. 2 quarterbacks that are better staying in the pocket and making throws that way. So I'm not saying Jameis Winston was any good,
but he's an all-pro player compared to Zach Wilson.
No question. Okay. And quarterbacks, and he had Hill, and but obviously they gave Hill a big time contract, and how long did that last over there with the Saints?
Yeah,
so
he might be a Bronco at this point too. The Saints are trying to shed money.
Now, you sit here today, and you're trying to question the trade, or you're not questioning the trade, and you like what the Jets did. I would have never given up a 7th round draft pick. If you're giving up Zach Wilson, even though he's not as good as Justin Fields, he's not. And his numbers would show you he's probably not better than Justin Fields either. Not by much, because Justin Fields couldn't stay healthy, and when he was in, he was more of a runner than he was a thrower. Justin Fields, the Steelers only had to trade a 6th round draft pick for him. You look right now where Wilson is, you should have got a 6th round draft pick for Russell Wilson. You shouldn't have given up a 7th round draft pick. You could have kept that 7th round draft pick and used it another way in the draft to either move up or add another player, because you could find players in the 6th and 7th rounds, as you asked. If you look at Joe Douglas's drafts, he's found them. Now you sit here and you wonder, where did the Jets go in this year's draft? Do they go searching in day 3 for a quarterback if somebody falls? A Bo Nix, a Michael Penix or somebody else I don't want to mention. Okay? Maybe the Jets look that route to bring in a young quarterback that they can build behind Aaron Rodgers and Tyrod Taylor and have two veteran quarterbacks develop him. I'm going to say this. Do not reach in this year's draft for a quarterback. I would not reach if I was the Jets. Even though next year's quarterback class is not that good, I would not reach. As far as Zach Wilson is concerned, I really hope he develops into the quarterback I believed he was going to be when the Jets drafted him. I thought I did. I'll say this, and Jeff, I come back and I'll say the truth. I'm not going to hold back what I've said. I thought that Zach Wilson was going to be the best quarterback in that class. I might not even be wrong, because what has Trevor Lawrence done? He's had one really good season, and he's choked in the regular season, as he choked last year in the final game of the season, where he could have won the number 1 seed in his division. But he didn't. He gave it away to C.J. Stroud and the Texans, who is an up-and-coming quarterback that everybody's comparing to the next big thing. From Trevor Lawrence being the next Andrew Luck, now we're talking about C.J. Stroud being the next Andrew Luck. It's different, and I understand that. And I know the Jets are sitting here today, and they're probably saying, hey, at least we got a 6th-round draft pick, giving up a 7th in Zach Wilson. This year is such an important year for the New York Jets in the draft, their free agency, and some of the trades that they might make before the season starts. They have to keep Aaron Rodgers healthy all season if they expect to make a run. If this team don't make the playoffs this year, Joe Douglas is gone. Robert Saleh is gone. Nathaniel Hackett is gone. Aaron Rodgers is gone. Everybody is gone. As far as not the youngsters, Quinn Williams will still be there. Quincy Williams will still be there. I still think Sauce, but who knows? He might demand his way out. Garrett Wilson might demand his way out.
Yeah, you said a disclaimer as young players that are already paid.
These veteran players, Tyron Smith signed a 1-year deal. Morgan Moses is there for 1 year, I think 1 more year. And then this team could be completely different next year if this team doesn't provide a playoff run. So you sit here and you have to expect, and I didn't want to see Zach Wilson on this roster because Joe Douglas already said if he doesn't trade him, he's going to be on this roster. Nobody wanted to see Zach Wilson on this roster. Nobody, including me. I did not want to see Zach Wilson on this roster. He's been a complete embarrassment for this team and this organization on and off the field. He doesn't take responsibility. This team has lost any abundance of trusting him on the field when he goes and he gets under pressure. We saw what happened in Kansas City when they played Kansas City on Thursday Night Football. And I'm going to say this. Zach Wilson had his second best game in that game of the season. He played well against the Texans, and he played well against Kansas City, 2 teams that are very good and made the playoffs last year. That wasn't saying much because the rest of the season, he absolutely blew against bad teams.
Yeah, he struggled against the Giants. Think about that.
So I am not upset, and I'm going to say this. J.J. McCarthy is not going to the Broncos. He's not. He's going to Minnesota. Minnesota will do anything to trade up. He will be a Minnesota Viking. You can book it. You can seal it, whatever you want to do. And you remember I said this because when we do our mock draft in probably a few hours, you're going to see me predict that Minnesota is either moving up or sitting there packed at 11 and drafting J.J. McCarthy. He is not going to Denver. That's why they made the move for Zach Wilson. They need to bring in a talented young quarterback that maybe a guy like Sean Payton can fix. I don't know if he can. He did fix Russell Wilson a little bit. I mean, he did. He made him more appealing for other teams to say, hey, you know what? We can win with Russell Wilson. But they're going to I think Pittsburgh's going to realize who their starting quarterback is before the season starts, because Russell Wilson is not going to be a team favorite. He's not a person that you're going to like. If you remember with the Jets, Zach Wilson's backup quarterbacks were more familiar and more of a team favorite than he was. Why? For some reason, the guy just didn't get along with people. And I'm not upset about this. I'm not surprised. I knew they were going to trade him before the draft. And what did the Jets do with this 6th-round draft pick? Maybe they use it to trade up to get a player of their liking. Maybe they use it to draft a quarterback. Who knows?
Yeah, day 3 should be the only target for them to draft a quarterback, and I think they realize that. with Aaron Rodgers and Tyrod Taylor still there. They're not going to take one until at the earliest, the 4th round. But even that, I wouldn't even know if I would even consider it, because there's a lot of guys that are injury-prone quarterbacks that are good talents, but they have a lot of question marks either with age or with injury risk. But going on the Broncos side, like Sean Payton and that front office made the decision to get rid of Russell Wilson's money. They didn't want to pay all his injury insurance stuff to make sure that team culture issue, that locker room issue, was gone from the team. So what do you do instead? You bring in another locker room issue, and Zach Wilson, who ruined that Jets locker room that 2022 season, definitely didn't help his cause last year either. And like you said, they rallied around Mike White, they rallied around Joe Flacco, and they did not rally around Zach Wilson. So why would the Broncos, yeah, I understand they're not a good team, but why would the Broncos still want to take that kind of thing in anyway? When you have quarterbacks, Jarrett Stidham is probably just as good at this point as Zach Wilson. Ben DiNucci won a couple games for the Cowboys as a 3rd string, so who knows? But nevertheless, that Sean Payton is want to establish a culture there. Why would you want to do it with somebody like Zach Wilson? Just trust your prospects. If you want to draft a quarterback, draft a quarterback. Otherwise, why you need to make this trade?
I mean, how can you guys pick a quarterback high after the last 2? Zach Wilson, number 2 overall. And then you have Sam Darnold, also number 2 overall, complete flameouts. And those guys could have been big impact players if it wasn't quarterback. There's a couple of interesting prospects later in the draft, but obviously everyone wants the name. But if you look at the quarterback hit rate, it's still less than 50%. And the Jets know that all too well in the first round. If it's me, I'm looking at a big old lineman that's not going to be there, that's going to outlast the Tyron Smith at age 39 deal, or however old he is. Morgan Moses, I think, is older than him. He's
32, but he's still old.
Morgan Moses is
Morgan's a little younger.
Old.
Either way, they're still over their 30s, right? So for me, I don't see it. Now, the guy that I really like that's going under the radar a little bit, you hear his name a little bit more being put up, especially with Sean Payton and the Broncos, is Bo Nix. Bo Nix kind of reminds you of Drew Brees a little bit. And if anyone's going to take a guy like that, who it is. It's Sean Payton. This is a guy who played in college football for, I think, 13 years. He has 15,000 or something yards. He's played in the SEC and he's played in the Pac-12, So the guy's done everything in college. And that sounds like the same resume that Brees had coming out. And when he had a chance to get Brees, from San Diego with the injury, that turned everything around from Payton. So I feel like that's a guy that Payton's going to target more so than J.J. McCarthy or Michael Penix.
What's so interesting about the whole Zach Wilson thing? Usually when a quarterback gets traded, he thanks the fans and he thanks for all the time that he was there. Did you see Zach Wilson post anything up thanking the fans? Did you see Zach Wilson thanking his coaches, thanking his teammates? Not at all. And that shows you the class that Zach Wilson has. No class whatsoever. Even Russell Wilson thanked the Bronco fans. Russell Wilson, when the fans were booing him, even Russell Wilson posted up, had somebody, a PR person, post up, thank you to all the fans for giving me the opportunity to be your starting quarterback. Zach Wilson didn't do any of that, and that's a bad PR move for him. And I'm going to tell you that right now, because if you look at Zach Wilson right now, if he is the starting quarterback for this roster this coming year, if he wins it and he shows up during preseason games and OTAs, and he's making every single throw, and he looks like the next coming of Peyton Manning. I don't know. Maybe he is. Or Drew Brees. And he has a bad game, and he doesn't show up in a game. What's he going to do? Because we all know what happened to Russell Wilson in that locker room when all the players saw that he had his own locker, he had his own office. And Sean Payton didn't like him. Sean Payton dropped the hammer on him his first year over there. He says, you see that office? That's my office. Get the hell out of my office. So it doesn't work out that way. And that's the problem right now when you look at the Jets and the position that the Jets are in right now. They had to make that move before the draft, because if they are looking to bring in a young quarterback in week 3, they cannot bring in a young quarterback with Zach Wilson sitting on the bench as their third string. It doesn't work that way. So maybe they go that way. I don't think they will. I don't care what Rich Cimini says. I'm not taking shots at Rich, but I think Rich Cimini likes to write stories just to speak of these stories and try to sell the stories. I heard from the grapevine that Joe Douglas is not looking at any young quarterbacks in this class. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I think they probably would only do it maybe in a 6th-round scenario at this point if there's a good flyer that falls. Because, like Fish was saying, there's always going to be a lot of good quarterbacks that fall just because of the age, too. And a lot of these quarterbacks now with the extra eligibility are going to be 24, 25 years old. That's why everyone thinks even somebody like Penix should fall the 2nd round because he's 24 and he's had 2 major injuries already. So somebody like that, just not ideal. And the Jets, I think the situation they're in right now, just want to make sure that the culture could be changed for this kind of, like you said, last-ditch effort that they're trying to put together. Because Aaron Rodgers, yeah, he might play.
You can't change a culture, okay? And right now, unless they start to win, the culture will never be changed. It has nothing to do with Aaron Rodgers. It has nothing to do with this team. Aaron Rodgers could play. If they're not winning, the culture will never change. Then the fans are going to attack Aaron Rodgers. They're going to boo Aaron Rodgers. And then you're going to see mayhem with the New York Jets in this organization. This has happened so many times. Remember the back-to-back AFC title games? This team has a chance to win at least one Super Bowl in the next 3 or 4 years with Rex Ryan and this talent over here. And they fell apart after their second run. And why? I'm going to tell you why. Because of coaching. And I'm not saying Rex Ryan isn't a good coach, but when the going get tough, he couldn't find a way to coach the offense. Robert Saleh, he can't find a way to coach this offense, and he has terrible offensive coordinators. When you don't have one and you have many, it means you don't have none, okay? And that's what the Jets have. They don't have an offensive coordinator. Here's their offensive coordinator, ladies and gentlemen. His name starts with an A, and his last name starts with an R. That is the offensive coordinator. That is the leader. That is the coach. And if he is playing on the field and they are not making plays, well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The Jets are not going to win. That's all I'm going to say. And I know there was a story that just came out a few minutes ago, actually over the last 24 hours, that are saying that the Jets could move up at 10, at 2-5. And Joe Douglas has a great relationship with the GM over there because they work together in Baltimore or one of the organizations.
Yeah, with
Baltimore. And that if the Jets are interested to move up at 5 to get a playmaker, aka one of those wide receivers, the story is, and I don't know if anybody knows this, the Jets really, really love Odunze. I've read stories that the Jets have had him in at least twice, and they love him. They think his personality, his style of game, he fits what the Jets are looking for in that second wide receiver, because we don't know what Mike Williams is going to be, and hopefully Garrett Wilson can stay healthy all season long. And Alan Lazard, we don't know what he is. They have him because he's under contract. They believe that Odunze is the best wide receiver in this class and that he could be a game changer and a game wrecker. So that's what I'm hearing, that the Jets are trying to move up from 10 to 5 to get Rome Odunze.
Keith says he's going to be a Viking, reference to JJ McCarthy. I told you to go into the top 9. We shall see. Yeah, the only reason I think he wouldn't is if the Vikings traded up for Drake May, but I think that kind of trade might have happened already if that was the case. Peyton's going to be a great coach. He could help fix Zach Wilson. Well, yeah, we'll see. But at the same time, the Saints roster was a lot better than this Broncos roster is right now. He also says, yep, and the GM too, and Aaron's been a terrible GM when he took over half of his players from Green Bay. Jets are grabbing tight ends.
You can't fix stupid, though. Like Zach Wilson plays the game in the dumbest way possible. And he's too cocky. He's not even like, I remember back in the day, Kerry Collins would force the ball in, and he'd do it sometimes. But he was reading defenses, too. Zach Wilson, it's 1 and go, maybe 1 and 2 at best, but he makes the worst decisions you can possibly make. You can't win games with a guy like that unless he has a coach, like perhaps a Peyton, who spends years with him, reteaching him how to play the game. He can't play this year. That would be psychotic, in my opinion. I'd rather have Stidham. I don't think I'd rather have Danucci. Tommy Cutlitz is the better Italian quarterback. We all know this. Third stringers here. But, look, the Jets, you're right. It's going to be a mid to late round pick for quarterback. And Errol, you know who might be there. We've been talking about it. The rattlesnake.
Anymore.
Break the glass. Spencer Rattler.
I will be pissed off. I will be pissed off if Spencer Rattler is a New York Jet. I do not want him there. I know his personality. I've been following that kid since high school. I watched him in QB1. I don't know if anybody's checked out the Netflix. I watched him, Justin Fields, develop in QB1. I watched Spencer Rattler. It was the last QB1, the episodes that I saw. I just didn't like his personality. I'm not a big fan of Spencer Rattler, and it's fitting that he goes to the New York Jets. So I would not be happy. And if you're a Jet fan, you cannot be happy if Spencer Rattler is a New York Jet. Tyreek Hill said on his podcast that Mike McDaniel called him out after the Dolphins' 26-7 playoff loss to the Chiefs. McDaniel said, "You're supposed to be the best player in the league, and we pay you all that money to be so." He mentioned that Hill could barely start his routes when he matched up against L'Jarius Sneed in both games. Hill had a 53-yard catch in the game, but only had 4 catches for 9 yards besides that. Hill also said on another podcast that he would torch Deion Sanders in his prime. He said he would easily get 175 yards and 2 touchdowns against Deion. Hill had 119 catches for 1,799 yards and 13 touchdowns last season. You have to like Tyreek Hill. You have to like him. I'm going to tell you why. Personality, passion, and understanding how to get under people's skin. This is a man that does it so very well. I would believe that the biggest pain in the ass in football would be Tyreek Hill. Not Russell Wilson. It would be Tyreek Hill, because I have seen Tyreek Hill on 3 different podcasts coming out with outrageous craziness, not only thinking that he can outrun a cheetah or outrun a horse
Or outrun Usain Bolt.
or outrun Usain Bolt. This man actually came out and said that he would torch Deion Sanders. Okay? Now, I would love to hear what Deion has to say from that. I would. And I would love to see both of these guys on a podcast facing off against each other, because it would be absolutely hilarious. As far as Mike McDaniel is concerned, I love this guy. He's turned into my favorite coach in the NFL. I wish he was the Jets head coach. I do. And if the Miami Dolphins ever decide to part ways with him, I mean, Mr. Oscar Wiener, whatever you want to call him, Mr. Smurf, Smurfette, whatever you want to call him, that man is hilarious. He's got that personality that would drive me to want to play for him, because he's funny. He runs off the field. He's probably faster than half his players when he's running off the field. And his demeanor on the sidelines, he's never mad. He's never happy. You never know what he's going to say when the reporters are coming up to him. And then when he says it, you wonder, where the hell is this guy at? Some of the things that come out of his mouth doesn't make any sense. I mean, but he's just a personality. I love his demeanor. I just love everything about him. And it says a lot about where the Dolphins are heading as an organization if they decide to keep this guy. I don't know how long Tyreek Hill has left. He's come out and said, after he signed that long-term deal with the Miami Dolphins, that he only wants to play 3 more years. And that was like a year ago.
Yeah, so he's got 2 years left.
So if they don't win in 2 years, they're never going to win, because he's their best offensive player. He's second best offensive player. And then there's obviously they have Jalen Waddle, who's a sensational player, but can't stay healthy. The man can't stay healthy. He's a great player. I watched him for Alabama. I know how amazing and how fast he is. I mean, the tandem is probably the fastest tandem in the NFL. No question.
Plus Chan and Mostert, who had 2 of the fastest runs of the year, too.
Mostert had his best season of his career. We don't know if Mostert's going to do that again. All right. I want to see that. Mostert is getting up there in age. He's 31 years old. He had his best career season with 15 touchdowns or 16 touchdowns and over, 12, 13, whatever, 1,400 yards. He had a great year. I still think their talent lies between these 2 wide receivers. And that is, to me, where they're going to go. And everybody's going to say their defense, and their defense did play well this year. Who's their defensive coordinator this year? Who's their defensive coordinator this year? I don't know.
I don't even know either.
I mean, seriously, You're going into another season with a defensive coordinator. How many defensive coordinators has this team had in the last 5 seasons?
Pretty much every season McDaniel's been there because they kept their other one for whatever reason.
It doesn't make sense. And that's the problem right now with them. Their defense, talented. They brought in some good free agents. They're great defensive free agents. They have Ramsey still there. They have a ton of great defensive weapons. But who's going to be running their defense? And then with Tyreek and Waddle, is Waddle going to stay healthy all season long? Are they going to be looking at some wide receiving help in the later rounds if they don't? So, and I love Tyreek Hill. I'll give Tyreek Hill a lot of credit. I would. And Anthony Weaver, what is he saying over here?
Oh, Anthony Weaver was the hire as their defensive coordinator, who was Ravens D-line coach.
Oh, now they have Anthony Weaver. It's a huge problem right now for Miami. They don't have a defensive coordinator that guarantees you that this defense is going to play at the top of their game. And that's a huge, huge problem going into a season where their defense at one point of the season, you can argue, was one of the better defenses in the league.
Yeah, they had all those injuries in the second half of the season that ended up hurting them. That's hurt the Dolphins the last 2 years. They haven't been able to finish. Like, they should have won the division last year and didn't. And Tyreek Hill, yeah, you could say that he should have played better. Yeah, he definitely should have. I think since he came back from his injury, wasn't the same. He did well in that Dolphins game, or in that Cowboys game, but that was really it in the end of the season. And obviously in the playoff game, he takes the brunt of what he didn't do against the Chiefs, especially since he knows the Chiefs very well and should be able to game plan for those other guys accordingly. And as far as the Deion Sanders thing, I mean, yeah, he's going to say crazy things. Deion Sanders was fast at his prime. Hill was fast at his prime. It's an interesting matchup, but 175 yards is ridiculous.
First of all, he wouldn't get 175 yards. If in a good game against Deion Sanders, probably 100. Okay.
Yeah.
How many players had 100 yards against Deion Sanders?
Right.
I would love for him to play Darrelle Revis in his prime.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see that because Darrelle Revis would have smacked him around if he was saying that at the line of scrimmage. So, and Deion Sanders was more of a finesse player. He was a ball hawk. A guy like Darrelle Revis would punch you in the mouth.
Right.
You know what I mean? He would make you feel his presence at the line of scrimmage and then make you try to beat him. So it's very interesting. And obviously, Fisher, coach, what are your thoughts to the whole Tyreek Hill thing?
I mean, look, he underperformed when they needed him. You know, that's really what it comes down to. And at the end of the season, he fell off a little bit. He was on a pace to set the record for most receiving yards. And then, you know, the off the field stuff, I feel like is catching up to him. You know, maybe not to the level it caught up to Antonio Brown, but in the same vein to me. You know, if we talked about it about a month or so ago, he had this weird situation where he was trying to see some woman whose son was at one of his all-star camps, and he wanted to do one-on-one drills with her in the backyard and broke her leg. So he's getting sued. Then his house burnt down because one of the kids was playing with a lighter. So he owes $2.5 million of damages, let alone any fines and stuff for that. And you know the story about him in college, why he fell in the 5th round in the first place. He punched his pregnant girlfriend in the stomach. You know, like, this is a guy that's really hard to root for, to put it mildly. You know, Antonio Brown had some crazy shenanigans involving Caitlin Clark over the last couple of days.
Let's not put Tyreek Hill in the same conversation as a guy like
he's not there. But I worry that he might be soon if some of these things keep going. You know, he's still playing at the best level you can. But, I mean, he's got a rap sheet, man, that's very, very long. It's scrolling for you right now. He did something where he was out in Miami after this woman broke her leg, where he slapped a fishing marina employee. He said, "I'm number 10. I can do what I want," type of a thing, you know, and partied louder than he's supposed to. I'm just breaking the rules because he's Tyreek Hill, and no one's really held him accountable until Mike McDaniel. You know, and Mike McDaniel is telling him he can't do all these things. If you're so great, then how come you couldn't beat L'Jarius Sneed? And he called out, and Hill said he liked that. Well, maybe more people should hold this guy accountable, and maybe he shouldn't be doing some of the things he's doing and focus more on football because he just didn't play at the same level at the end of the season. And I think that might have had something to do with it.
When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking to creator of NFL Draft Guide, Connor Livesay, here on the Sports Loudmouth.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Hi, I'd like to report a bear hug.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, we were building a bonfire, and I saw some, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Six 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey. No Sean Smith tonight. He's at a banquet raising money for a foundation. So shout out to Sean Smith. He will not be joining us tonight. Maybe he'll show up later. I don't know. With Sean, you never know with this guy. I mean, he's a human time bomb. I said, I'm sorry, but he's out of his mind. Anyways, remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. He's been waiting patiently, ladies and gentlemen. We've had him on our show before. And he's back again, ladies and gentlemen, as we have the draft. I said the draft. It's kind of like the draft, or maybe I don't know, whatever.
It's a hybrid of the Jets and the draft. Is that what it is?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a little tired, ladies and gentlemen. I have to go through this every single year, and I get sick every single year when my Jets draft. But hey, you know what? Maybe it's another year where Joe Douglas gets it right, or maybe wrong. Anyways, we are now talking to the creator of NFL Draft Guide, Connor Livesay. Connor, what's up, bud?
What's going on, guys? Glad to be back on with you guys.
Absolutely. We got to get a lot of what is going on going into this draft. Obviously, there is a belief that Chicago is going with Caleb Williams. Obviously, deciding to part ways with Justin Fields, sending him over there to Pittsburgh for a 6th-round draft pick. First, do you believe Caleb Williams is the best quarterback in this class? And if you don't, why?
I do not. Drake May is my QB1 in this class. Now, that's not because I don't like Caleb Williams. It's just because I think that when you look at the traits of what a high-level quarterback is, Drake May has a few more of those. He's got the size. He's got the just natural arm talent, which Caleb Williams has plenty of arm talent too. He's a great athlete. Both of them check a lot of the same boxes. But if you give me the option of getting a guy who's 6'4.5", 210 pounds, who can run really well, can throw off platform really well, who can create off script really well, that's kind of the guy that I value. I value those physical and athletic traits just a little bit more. It's so funny because when you talk about those two quarterbacks, a lot of people are like, man, Drake May had a disaster end of the year at UNC this year. And it's like, well, Caleb Williams kind of had his struggles down the stretch too. Like their 2023 career arc kind of did the same thing, where it started off good. They were tracking, and then it just they kind of fell off a cliff there towards the end. And neither one of them had a whole lot of help. I think that was evident on tape for both of those guys. They didn't have Devontae Walker's, a top 100-ish receiver for Drake May, and then Brendan Rice is a top 100-ish receiver for Caleb Williams. But there wasn't a ton of help on the play calling side of things. There wasn't a ton of help on the supporting cast side of things for either one of those guys. So I'm betting a little bit more on the physical traits with Drake May, but love both of the guys. I think both of them are top 10 to 15, 12-ish quarterbacks in the NFL. And have the high ceiling that you look for, but also don't have the big bust potential that you look for.
So one of the other rumors was the wide receivers. Could Malik Neighbors be drafted ahead of Marvin Harrison? We've heard the Cardinals liking Malik Neighbors a little more, the Chargers as well. Do you think that kind of thing could happen? And also, do you see a world where anyone other than Marvin Harrison is the number one receiver?
I mean, I think kind of similar with the quarterback. I shouldn't even say that because I think that Caleb Williams is far and ahead the league's QB1. I mean, I know that I'm a little different from the league here, but it's just because of the traits that I value at the position. But for a wide receiver, I think you got one tier of guys, and that includes three guys. That includes Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, and then Rome Odunze. And I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to go one, but it wouldn't surprise me if Malik Neighbors goes one. It would surprise me if Rome Odunze goes one, but I do think that there are teams, and I've heard from a few people from some teams who do like Rome Odunze better than those two guys. Maybe that's because they know they're not going to get Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors, and that happens more in the league than you want to believe, that people will rank a guy that they feel more confident in landing to them higher just because they know they're not going to land a Marvin Harrison Jr. So when they draft him on draft day, they can come out at a press conference and go, hey, that was our wide receiver 1 and we got him at 9, even though you kind of knew that Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr. weren't going to make it at 9. You put Rome Odunze at 1, and it makes you sound a little bit smarter, maybe look a little bit better to the fan base.
You definitely sound a little bit smarter if you're putting maybe one of those guys over Marvin Harrison, but I don't know about that. Marvin Harrison Jr. has a great pedigree. Obviously, his father is a Hall of Famer, one of the greatest wide receivers of this era. But Marvin Harrison Jr. has had some problems really since going into the offseason. He didn't have much of a pro day. He didn't have any pro day. He doesn't really do anything at the combine. He didn't want to do his 40, which some people are questioning. Why doesn't he want to do his 40? And then we're hearing that his father and his friends are getting involved with some contract situations, scares certain teams will figure out who their wide receiver 1 is because they don't have one. And maybe the Chargers are teams like quote unquote or somebody like that. So the Giants sitting there at 6 and the Chargers are sitting there at 5, and you have a chance to get Marvin Harrison Jr. Would you trade up from 6 to 5 and give up a 3rd-round draft pick to land a Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I would. Now, again, I think you're in a spot there where you're worried about the Chargers wanting to that they could be targeting that guy. If Marvin, let's say Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't go to Arizona at 4, they trade out at 4, he falls to them at 5. Are the Chargers staring Marvin Harrison Jr. in the face after trading Keenan Allen and releasing Mike Williams and going, hey, that's just a guy we can't trade away from? But if you're telling me that, like, hey, the Chargers want the tackle, they call the Giants, say, hey, we're going tackle here. You want the receiver. We're getting other calls. Give us your 3rd-round pick. You can come up and get your receiver. We can get our tackle. Everybody's happy. I would use that 3rd-round pick probably to go get your guy. And again, like, we're saying Marvin Harrison Jr., but that could be Malik Neighbors for the Giants. I mean, I think there are teams who have these 3 guys mixed in different tiers and have them graded out a little different. But I would really trade that day 2 pick, that 3rd-round pick to move up and get the guy that you just want to make sure that – because if he is there at 5, I don't think that the Giants would be the only team calling. And if the Chargers are dead set on going tackle or I feel like offensive tackle is probably the only other position they're probably looking at. You can probably you'll have a lot of teams calling to move up to get the receiver. So that works out well for both of them. I mean, that's a scenario I haven't really thought of a whole lot, but yeah, I would definitely trade that 3rd-round pick to move up to one spot. Both teams are happy.
You're not going to have to give up much if you're trying. Right. You're going from 6 to 5. Sure. And if you're another team, like if you're the Jets trying to draft from 10 to 5, right. I mean, you're going to have to give up probably – they don't have a 2nd this year. They would have to give up a 2nd next year. And they won't have to give up another 1st to jump from 10 to 5. But they would have to give up a 2nd next year, probably their 3rd this year, and maybe a 4th to move up from 10 to 5 to get the player of their liking.
Yeah, and again, like going back to it, that happens all the time. The first question that gets asked is, "Who you coming up for?" Because again, if they're pretty honest with each other, believe it or not. Because I would be bad at that; I'd be lying my ass off. But they're probably like, "Yeah, we're coming up for Marvin Harrison Jr." They're like, "All right, well, we're taking Joe Alt here, so we can swap out. You can give us a little something to come up and get your guy, and us not have to get a lot more, but we still know we're going to get our guy." It's a win for the Chargers just moving that back one spot. And they know their guy's not going to be gone. Then if they go back to the Jets and they have to wait it out 5 picks, because if they are targeting Joe Alt or whoever that tackle could be, then you got 5 or 6 picks to wait through, and you could get jumped again. So that would be a great move for both teams, because you both know you're going to get the player that you want. It's not going to cost anybody an arm and a leg to do that.
So one of the rumors we've heard is the Patriots still interested in being trading back. Minnesota's interested in trade up. And we heard the Raiders wanted to trade up to number 2 originally with Washington, but that's a no. Do you think that scenario could be something that we could see tomorrow?
It wouldn't shock me if the Patriots trade out of 3, but I wouldn't bet on it. I feel like a lot of people, like in your mock drafts and stuff, you're seeing a lot of people coming up to pick 3 and New England moving back. But I do think New England's probably going to stick and pick unless – I think that they want Drake May. I think if Drake May shocks the world and goes 2 to Washington, then they could look to go back. They could, be like, all right, Drake May was our guy. He went at 2. Let's get out of here and kind of, regroup a little bit. But I think if Jaden Daniels goes 2 to Washington and Drake May's there at 3, I think New England sticks in there and picks Drake May, and he's their starter in year 1. And again, they got a lot of work to do in the supporting cast and coaching staff to make that a successful situation for May. But I think if Daniels goes 2, Drake May will be the pick at 3 for New England. If May goes 2, I think they're more interested in moving out of there and looking, maybe moving back to the Giants pick or to, 6, 7, 8, and still being able to land maybe a J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr. in that range. I think it would have to be May. May is off the board for them to move back at 3 for New England.
We are talking to the creator of NFL Draft Guide, Connor Livesay, who's been a big friend of the show. He's been on our show before and a great personality. He knows his stuff. He studies the draft as well as anybody we've had on this show. Connor, you look at right now at number 10 for the Jets, and we've been hearing a lot of Brock Bowers. That's been the name here in New York that everybody's been speaking about. And what scares me here is we have seen tight ends been drafted in the top 15 that have failed. They just, it takes them a while to develop. Sometimes takes a tight end 3 to 4 years to develop, unless you're Gronkowski or Hernandez, where these guys are they're not drafted in the first round, but they're drafted in the second and the fourth round. And they develop because they work in that offense. A guy like Brock Bowers, who can run the ball, he can catch the ball, he can block, he can do all that stuff. But you're playing in the NFL, and it's a different sport. Everybody's fast, everybody's better, and they're the best in the world. If you were the Jets right now sitting there at 10, and Brock Bowers is sitting there pretty at 10, do you draft him at 10? Do you trade down, or do you draft an offensive lineman to solidify that offensive line if there's any injuries to any of these veteran players?
Can you tell me what offensive tackles there at 10?
The Penn State kid could be there. I could see him there.
Probably Fuaga, I would imagine, too. Oregon
Yes.
State.
Yeah.
He'll probably be there. And then J.C. Latham was the other one I was hearing for the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
So I would take, in that scenario, based on my board positional value and the makeup of the Jets roster, I would probably take Fashanu, Olu Fashanu, the Penn State left tackle. This has come from a person who covers and likes the Cowboys, who knows that Tyron Smith misses a lot of football games. So I would probably hedge my bets there, know that Tyron Smith's probably a 1-year investment. He's not going to play for 3 or 4 more years. I mean, his body just can't take it. So, again, does Bowers help you probably more in year 1 than a Fashanu or a Fuaga or something like that? Probably. But you're drafting for 5, 6, 7 years down the road, and Tyron Smith's a 1-year deal, and retiring or playing somewhere else next year, then I think that the Fashanu pick would make a lot of sense. But the Bowers thing is intriguing, and the best way I can explain to people who don't like the idea of drafting Brock Bowers is you just look at him as a tight end. He's an offensive skill player. He's pretty much a supercharged slot receiver. I mean, he can play in line, like he can block a little bit. He's not like the physical George Kittle style of blocker who's just going to pancake dudes all the time, but like he's very technically refined. He's just a little undersized, so he doesn't have those bury into the ground type of blocks, but he does a very nice job of keeping his hands engaged and sustaining blocks in the running game. But I mean, again, like if you're playing him as that supercharged slot where you got Garrett Wilson on one side, you got Brock Bowers in the middle of the formation, you can do a lot of different things with that. And that would be a lot of fun to me. Like I said, I don't love the way that the Nathaniel Hackett tight end production has happened throughout his career as a play caller. That gives you a little bit of pause too. Hasn't always gotten the most out of his tight ends in his offenses. But again, it's kind of a situation where it's like, yeah, you're kind of, you're a little sour in the mouth because the tight end position hasn't been treated so kindly in the first round. But I just think you got to look at Bowers a little bit different. It's not that he's a different tight end prospect. It's just the way that he makes his plays and the things he does for an offense is a little bit different than your Kyle Pittses, where you're trying to, he's an okay route runner, but he's pretty good at, like, he can run routes. He catches everything. He's great after the catch. He can run the ball. He can block. He can kind of check every box that you want him to. It's just you don't want to line him up in line all the time and play him as a true wide tight end 100% of the time because you're kind of wasting his value there.
So a lot of the defensive players are not getting as looked at as much in the draft. It seems like more of the offensive guys going in the top 10. Any guys that you like to be in the first round and also even the second round that you think could be Pro Bowl, all pro type players?
Yeah, I still really like he's fallen a little bit and just kind of fallen out of favor for a lot of people. But Terrion Arnold, the Alabama cornerback, a lot of people have been and I think it's a little bit of that out of sight, out of mind thing. Like Quinyon Mitchell went to the Senior Bowl, dominated the Senior Bowl, tested like freakishly well at the combine. So when that happens, those guys tend to rise. And the guys who, again, Terrion didn't play in the Senior Bowl, didn't play in any All-Star game, tested just okay. So like the guys who kind of don't get the coverage from the media at the Senior Bowl or the combine tend to fall a little bit this time of year, but I still like Terrion Arnold a lot. I think he's got, like you said, Pro Bowl caliber. Reminds me a little bit, not the most similar play style, but Patrick Surtain coming out a couple of years ago, like wasn't this great athlete. Like that was his knock. It's like, he's just an average athlete. And that's kind of what Terrion Arnold is, but he's so fluid. He's so physical. He's got all the traits you look for. I think he could be a really good player coming out of college. His ball skills are great. I think going back to in my draft guide, I kind of compared him to Stephon Gilmore coming out. Just a guy who's so, not a dynamic athlete by any means. He's not running a 4.2, 4.3, but he just covers his ass off. He's so fluid, takes the ball away, doesn't mind mixing it up and run support. So like I said, I think Terrion Arnold, Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle out of Texas, I think is going to be a really good player. Just a undersized but super strong, super explosive, super fast and twitched up guy who can rush the passer and play the run. You'll hear his teammate T'Vondre Sweat talked a lot about because of the size of how good of a run defender he is. But Byron Murphy smokes him as a run defender, and he's 78 to 85 pounds lighter. A lot of teams in the Big Ten and Big 12 were running the ball at T'Vondre Sweat and double teaming Byron Murphy because they were worried about his ability to make plays in the backfield. So I think that he's going to be a good player. We'll have to see what the medicals say, but Leate Letu, the UCLA edge rusher, he's one of my favorite edge rushers. Again, if you didn't have to account in the medicals, he would be one of the top players, top defenders in this draft. Just a lot of medical issues there. Had to medically retire from Washington, went to UCLA, and remained relatively healthy throughout his career at UCLA. Just again, having to check through some of the medical stuff and making sure that checks out's good. I like a lot of the defenders on day two. I think I think your offense is going to dominate, day one, the first round, and then day 2 and 3, you're going to start getting into a lot of these edge rushers, a lot of the linebackers. There's going to be a deep corner class, a deep safety class. Like I said, none of these like freakish top end dudes, but cornerback and safety is going to stretch a little bit into day 2. And I think there's a lot of good players. Tyke Smith out of Georgia is a fun, undersized safety that can kind of cover all over the field. Javon Bullard's another Georgia safety. Tyler Newbin. Just there's a ton of fun defensive backs that I feel like you're going to draft. I think there's going to be 15 starters at, cornerback or safety that are going to be drafted in the second or third round that are going to be really good players.
It's so interesting, and I don't know if anybody knows that Connor is a Cowboy fan. He did mention that today. But he is a big Cowboy fan, and we have another guy, RJ Ochoa, that will be joining us in just a few moments, and he's a huge Cowboy guy. The Cowboys right now are sitting at 24. Some people want the Cowboys to move up to get a wide receiver, and a lot of Cowboy fans, and I'm not saying you, but a lot of them are imagining that they can jump from 24 to 10 or 24 to 5 and get the wide receiver of their choosing. Now, they're sitting at 24. There are a couple wide receivers that could be sitting there at 24, and one of them I really, really like, and that's Brian Thomas Jr. Do you see the Cowboys at 24, instead of adding offensive line help, which some people predict that's where they're going, do you see the Cowboys making a move and bringing in a talent like Brian Thomas Jr.?
No, it's just because they can't afford to. They don't have they don't right now. They don't have a starting left tackle on their roster, and they don't have a starting center on their roster. They could move Tyler Smith to left tackle, which then puts a void at left guard, and he's not anywhere near as good as a player at left tackle as he is left guard. So moving an all-pro player to left tackle because he can be a mediocre left tackle is probably not the best idea. They might end up doing it because they do a lot of things that make you scratch your head, but they don't have the draft capital to trade up this year. Unless somebody's guy gets sniped and they're able to move up to 18 to 21 and give up true third round picks next year because they have a comp pick for next year. Maybe somebody would say, hey, we're more focused on adding value for next year, so give us 24 and 2/3 next year and you can come up and get this. But they only have 3 picks in the top 174, I want to say it is, 174, 175. So they don't have a 4th round pick. They don't have a comp 4th round pick. So they have their 24th overall pick, the 56th overall pick, and the 86th overall pick, and that's it until 176, I want to say it is. So you're pretty much trying to fill the left tackle hole, the center hole, the receiver 3 hole, the running back hole, the linebacker hole, the edge hole, the corner 3 hole with 3 top 100 picks and then no picks in between 86 and 175. So I don't see a world where, unless somebody just is desperate to move back, it's going to be very tough to go up. I think if anything, they're probably going to move back either, Buffalo, Kansas City, Detroit, maybe looking to come up and get somebody, maybe even all the way out of the first round into early day 2 and try to accumulate some of those day 2 picks because they have a lot of holes and not a whole lot of draft capital to fill those needs with.
It's so funny, and I'm going to mention this because I've been sitting here and we've had so many different draft guys on the show, and some people love Wiggins for what he did at the Combine. Another one that a lot of people are talking about, and we speak about him. We're very high on him, and that's Xavier Worthy, another guy that ran the 40 lightning fast. He breaks a record. He's 5'11", 165 pounds, but I remember a guy with the last name Brown that ran it pretty fast and didn't really amount to anything. Another guy that Washington decided to draft in the top 10 that shouldn't have been more than a second, maybe even a 3rd round draft pick. Where do you see Xavier Worthy? Do you think he can somehow find his way into the 1st round? And if you do, who do you see drafting him in the 1st round?
I think he'll probably end up going in the 1st round. I don't not like Xavier Worthy, but I think, again, like he's received a whole round bump because he ran a 4.21, which I think is crazy because if he would have ran a 4.26, he probably would be drafted in the 50s where he belongs, without that sounding probably meaner than it needs to be. But no, it's just he's such an interesting player because literally most of his production and most of his plays in Texas came from screens and slants. Like that's, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but 80% of his production came from that. He's a fast receiver who didn't do a lot of stuff in the deep third consistently. He doesn't have great hands to really track the ball, track it in, and catch it deep down the field yet. So that's still a kind of developing aspect of his game. which is rare for the guys who have that speed, because all those guys are just, hey, they're a deep threat. They're a guy you want to line up outside, run in a straight line, catch the ball. But that's really not what he does. He's more of a catch the ball, at the line of scrimmage, make a guy miss, and you're picking up, 15 to 20 yards. I think he can do that. Like, that's what he's going to bring early in his career until he learns to develop some of that route nuance, timing and precision as a route runner, and then just cleans up some of his drops and hands on tape. But no, I mean, I think I think his ceiling as a draft pick would probably be like Indianapolis at 15. Like, if Brian Thomas, goes a little bit earlier, which I don't think it's totally out of the question. I think Brian Thomas could go in the top 15 this year. I think that the way he tested and how early those first 3 receivers are going to go, that there could be a team that goes, hey, we can't wait for Brian Thomas to get to 20 or 21 or 22. Like, we got to go up and get him. So I could see a world where Brian Thomas goes top 15, and then Indianapolis is stuck there. Quinyon Mitchell's gone, Terrion Arnold's gone, and they go, you know what, screw it. We're just going to take this guy, and hopefully he can add some juice to the offense. But I think that's probably his ceiling. That's the highest I could see him going. But when you got teams like Buffalo at the back end that need kind of explosive play help, they lost Gabe Davis. Obviously, they traded Stephon Diggs. They added Curtis Samuel, but he's more of a gadget guy, which Worthy might be that the first year or two of his career, but I think he can develop into a little bit better player than that. But you got so many wide receiver needy teams there at the back. I'd love to see Worthy, in that, Kansas City offense. I know they took Sky Moore.
Please, I don't want to see him. I do not want to see him in game. I do not want to see this guy. If this guy can run a 4.2, he could be the next Tyreek Hill. I could see Andy Reid drafting this guy, and this guy becomes the best wide receiver in the class when we're talking about Odunze and Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr. I do not want to see Xavier Worthy for the next 5 to 10 years over there in Kansas City. So please, somebody draft him before Kansas City's sitting there and they pick him up, because that's what's going to happen. I absolutely believe it. You could seal it if that happens, Connor. I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, you think that Kansas City would be looking for a little bit more size, but at the same time, it's just like, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are pretty enticed by the 4.21 speed, and just, hey, because again, like, people forget, but last year Kansas City's like offense identity kind of changed. They weren't just chunk it down the field every play like they had been for so long. It was a lot of like underneath stuff and screen game and all that, and Rashee Rice, built out a nice little role, but we'll see what's going to happen there with his situation. So you could see where they went, hey, like, we're going to stick to that shorter intermediate of the field identity, and he's a perfect guy to add to that, because he's a quick game, just explosive play waiting to happen. And I think it makes a lot of sense if he's there at 32 with their needed receiver to take the risk there.
Connor, we really appreciate you as always. You're fantastic, man. Keep up the good work. I'm serious. You're fantastic. What are you, growing a mullet or something over there? I mean, that hair.
It's been going for a while.
He had the mustache last time he was on.
He did. I mean, the Aaron Rodgers mustache. I mean, seriously.
We didn't see that with Austin Gale when he brought him back on, but Connor still kept the mustache.
He did. Listen, I like the new style, man. I'm gonna say it. I like it. I mean, what are you doing for the draft? Where are you going?
I for years we've done a live show with RJ over at Blogging the Boys, and that's not happened this year. So I think I'm just gonna chill around at the house, and I think I got a few guest appearances to hop on some shows throughout the weekend, and going into early next week. So I really don't do any. You guys had asked about doing something Thursday. I try to leave Thursday just to get my stuff together, and start taking some notes and taking some calls and seeing what's going to happen and get a vibe for what's going to happen throughout the rest of the weekend. And then Saturday, I'll probably hop on with some people. I know I got some stuff lined up for Sunday, and then Monday morning I got some radio stuff. So it's always a busy weekend. I think it's going to be less busy than normal this year, because we're not doing live coverage, which is disappointing, but also kind of nice, because you just got to sit back and enjoy it now. You don't have to sit on a computer and microphone all day.
Everybody enjoys the draft. Everybody, it's so boring. After the first round, I'm like,
the first round's boring for me. I love the second day. Day 2, day 3 is like my favorite part of the draft.
Really? I mean, yes, some of the great players that are found
I love it.
in the later rounds. And you as a draft guy, because that's what you do and that's what you get paid for, is
Right.
to sit there and predict, hey, this guy's going to be great. If you get him in the 5th round, that could be an absolute steal.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm sitting there, I'm like, could this draft just be over already? So some of these
Day three can get a little long at times. I will.
Can Spencer Rattler be drafted somewhere other than the Jets?
Do not ever tell me, I want to see in your draft board that you have Spencer Rattler going to the New York Jets. I'm going to tell you guys this right now. I'll say it again. If Spencer Rattler gets drafted by the New York Jets, my fandom over. I am done with the Jets. I will walk away as a New York Jet fan. I don't know where I go, but I will not be a Jet fan. I am not going to sit there and root on a complete moron, okay? I never liked him in high school. I never liked him in college, and I definitely wouldn't like him here in New York, okay? Him, his father, his family, cocky SOBs, and I don't need another cocky SOB quarterback as we just sent one over there to Denver. So that's all I'm going to say on that. Connor, we love you, man. Keep up the good work. We'll talk to you soon. We'll get you on after the draft, and I can tell you how much I hated my draft as a New York Jet fan, okay?
I think you guys are going to crush it this year. I got a good feeling.
Your guess is as good as mine, and I'll pat you on the back if it happens, okay? All right, and if I pat you on the back, it might not be Speedy. I'll let Speedy pat you on the back because his dog likes to do other things. Anyway,
We're not going there.
Well, we could go there.
No, we're not.
Connor doesn't know anything about that.
That's why that's why we're not going there.
That's good. I mean, Connor, he's got a mullet, he's got a mustache. I mean, and Speedy, you look like Jesus Christ. I mean, seriously.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Moses. I mean, it is Passover.
Yeah, it is.
Let my people go. I'm just saying. Well, let my Jets go. Anyways, Connor, we love you. Keep up the good work. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good draft weekend.
You too, my friend. Connor Livesay, fantastic as always, and he's great, man. He knows his football. He knows his draft. And by the way, he did not say Spencer Rattler is going to the Jets. So I love him even more.
That's the clearance now.
You know what's crazy about this? And before we go to break, we have RJ Ochoa just waiting to get on. And I definitely can't wait to get RJ on the show, as we love to go back and forth as we always do. I will say this for all the Jet fans on social media, for all the Twitter lovers out there sitting there and saying, "Oh, we got rid of Zach Wilson." And now you're hearing that Rich Cimini is interested in seeing where the Jets go in day 3 for a quarterback. If the Jets draft a quarterback this year, I guarantee you that kid will fail. He will fail in the NFL. I do not want to see a quarterback be drafted this year. I think the Jets, and I know next year's draft class is not a quarterback class. I don't care. I do not want to see the Jets reaching on a quarterback where there's other positions they can fill in the later rounds. So I am warning Joe Douglas, do not draft a quarterback in this draft. You will piss me off, and you'll have every Jet fan doing other things in their spare time. I'm not going to say on live radio. Anyways, when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking to Blogging the Boys editor-in-chief, our friend RJ Ochoa, here on the Sports Loudmouth.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Hi, this is Terry Crews, actor, former football player, game show host, father of 5, and all-around big dude. I'm also an expert on drama. I know all kinds of drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids. There's the bad kind, like season-ending injuries. There's the necessary kind, like having an agent in Hollywood. And there's silly drama, like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your high school diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org.
Or text diploma to 97779. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out. That's diploma to 97779. And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ed Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
This is a perfect track for RJ Ochoa. I'm telling you. You heard? 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, co-host, the Speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Thank you to Connor Livesay, a Cowboy fan. And here's another Cowboy guy. We love him. I love arguing with him. He is a Houston Astro fan. I'm sure he's loving their record right now, 7-17. That's great for them. We're now talking to blogging the boys editor-in-chief, RJ Ochoa. I'm sorry, RJ. I always go back and forth with that name of yours, but we love you. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. It's great to be with you guys. Connor is somebody who I've known for a long time, so a big fan of his. Glad to see y'all chopping it up with him. I want to thank Speedy Petey for keeping Justin Verlander warm for the first half of last season. And I also want to let it be known that I'm a Boston Bruins fan. I don't know, how that kind of flies for y'all this time of year, but that's those are the cookie jars my hands are in.
Hold on one second. So you're a Cowboy fan, you're a Houston Astros fan, and you're a Boston Bruins fan?
Yeah, well, the Bruins just scored, first of all, so I'm going to keep talking about them. But I'm 34 years old, and I'm from South Texas, like the border of Mexico, the Rio Grande Valley. And so obviously a child of the 90s, the closest teams to me proximity-wise, and everybody in my family rooted for the Cowboys. I think that one's pretty obvious. The Astros were just kind of the team, got a lot of family in Houston, so that one, worked out. I'm not from DFW. I'm a San Antonio Spurs fan as far as the NBA is concerned, and I had never really pledged any NHL loyalty. But in 2019, I went and saw the Cowboys play in New England, and we went to a Bruins game. And like I said, I was kind of looking for a team, and it was really cool. They had this amazing comeback against Minnesota. I got the classic Bruins cap, like Happy Gilmore. And so that one was just kind of, natural the way it unfolded. And so I'm on the hunt for my first cup as a Bruins fan.
RJ Ochoa, a Bruins fan, a San Antonio Spurs fan, a Cowboy fan, and an Astro fan. We love it. Absolutely incredible. So why don't we get into some draft conversation with you? And as you know, your Cowboys are on the clock at number 24. And a lot of people say they are looking for an offensive lineman. Some people say they could trade up and get a wide receiver. Some people say they're interested in maybe trading down and adding to more picks in day number 2 and day number 3. Where do you believe the Cowboys go at number 24?
I think that it's in their best interest to trade down. I would love to sit here and imagine a world where somebody like Byron Murphy falls to them and they're able to just kind of go best player available the way every GM talks about going this time of year. But the reality is that their offseason has been, devastating. And it was, they painted themselves into a corner and they held the brush the entire time. And so they're pigeonholed. They have to, whatever it is, 26 hours from now, 27 hours from now, if there's not a new offensive lineman on their team, I don't know how that isn't some colossal failure unless they've picked up some serious draft capital they can kind of play with on Friday night. And so that's just the boat they're in. And, they seem very comfortable with that, despite an overwhelming amount of criticism from analysts, other teams, every single fan. It just kind of feels like this has been one of the more surreal off seasons that I can remember in terms of covering this team because of how there's sort of this universal understanding and agreement. Think about how difficult it is to get the internet to agree on anything. And for the most part, the internet agrees that the way they're going about this is pretty flawed. But tomorrow we're going to finally have some sort of answer for what they think is the right way to do it.
Yeah. So any positional priority that you would have, like you said, offensive line is probably your number one thing. There's a lot of interior guys in that realm. Do you think there's any good tackles that you would take there in that spot, or even a defensive lineman too, like you were saying, interior or edge? Any ones you like in particular?
Yeah, I think my nirvana is probably trading down and coming away with like Jackson Powers Johnson. So addressing the center position, Amarius Mims. I mean, pick your tackle du jour that's going to be available there. Obviously, they're going to have to sit and wait and watch a lot of people and a lot of tackles go off the board. It's understandably a deep class this year, but I'd sort of rather walk away with the top center as opposed to, the sixth best tackle option or something like that. And if you can trade back in the process and pick up another top 100 pick, then by all means. But what I mentioned a moment ago is I'm really excited to kind of finally get a grip on this team, because are they going to play Tyler Smith at left tackle? Are they going to keep him at left guard? I mean, if they draft a tackle tomorrow night, then we have our answer. You know what I'm saying? Like they're finally going to have to choose a side as far as the fork in the road is concerned. And they've just kind of been living, in purgatory this entire time and keeping us trapped there with them.
Fashanu has been all season long, a lot of people calculating that he was going to be a top 10 pick. Now on everybody's draft board, I've seen a ton of them. I've seen like 7 or 8 of them in the last 24 hours that have him falling out of the top 10, which is crazy. Some people say he could fall 14 to the Saints. Some people think he falls 15 to Indianapolis, and Indianapolis scoops him up out of nowhere. Why is Fashanu falling? And do you think he falls that far?
I mean, that's the magic of, the draft, right? Is, there's always something that we just don't anticipate and we can't see coming. And, in the reaction to it all, it feels so obvious, right? It feels like, oh my gosh, this was hiding in plain sight. How did we miss this? Whatever it may be. But I think that's what the Cowboys are banking on, somebody falling. I mean, and tomorrow will be very interesting, Thursday to be specific. Because they are generally pretty loose with their lips. I mean, they like to talk about, who they're targeting the day of the draft. 2 years ago, anywhere you looked, it was out of nowhere. We were seeing tweets like, oh, Tyler Smith at the Cowboys. This makes a lot of sense. I mean, that hadn't been talked about at all. And then it started to percolate, the day of the draft, and they ultimately took him. And last year it was a little bit of a surprise, I'd say, with Mozzie Smith as far as the first round was concerned. But this year, I know it's not a first round thing. Jonathan Brooks has been the name connected to them over and over and over again, the running back out of Texas. And so that's the other thing. Like I would be weirdly proud of them if they didn't draft him, just from the perspective of, hey, you didn't do the thing that you told everybody you were going to do. And that's growth, as sad as it is to say for this particular team.
So we heard earlier today that the Lions paid Amon-Ra St. Brown a big contract, $30 million a year, and the Cowboys are going to have to deal with that with CeeDee Lamb. So what do you think about that and the way that they've handled the CeeDee Lamb negotiations this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty frustrating. I'm just a fan of logic in general and all kind of, ways of life. And the thing about this is it was completely predictable. I mean, like, the moment you drafted CeeDee, you knew, when you were going to be able to kind of have to figure this thing out. And especially when you got the Dak deal done 3 years ago, you knew that it was lining up to be done. Then when you obviously drafted Micah Parsons and, figured he was going to be eligible for an extension for the first time this season, or this offseason, excuse me. And so it's really frustrating. I mean, I don't know that either of you or you all have contextualized it this way. But he is coming off of literally the greatest individual season that any Dallas Cowboys wide receiver has ever had, from a statistical standpoint, obviously.
Almost in every single statistic.
Yeah, I mean, it was, and for what it's worth, he set records for yards and touchdowns and things like that. And he didn't need the 17th game. So even if you did want to kind of quibble, he took care of it in that, speaking of Amon-Ra St. Brown, that Saturday night game against the Lions that had the controversial ending. And so, I mean, I don't know how, if there was ever, I'm team Dak, I'm team extend Dak, to be very clear. But if you're
really?
not fine, if you're not fine, I've had the argument enough times that, we're all just going to think differently on this. But I just
No,
cannot understand.
I like Dak, by the way.
Well, I can't understand how there would be anyone against paying CD. There, you know what I'm saying? Like every light is green, every box is checked. He's done and accomplished every single thing. He wore number 88 when you forced him to, when he wanted to wear number 10 after you drafted him, and you put all this expectation on him. So what are you waiting for? I mean, and if the answer is, well, we want to see what the market looks like, why? Why are you so afraid to set the market yourselves? And guess what? If you beat Justin Jefferson or you beat Jamar Chase, then they'll pay more than you. I mean, it's a very common sense principle that seems to be lost on them.
You know, it's so interesting. And by the way, we are talking to blogging the boys, editor in chief RJ Ochoa. RJ, it's so interesting when you look at the league and the transition of quarterbacks. And you just mentioned Dak Prescott, and a lot of people all season long was throwing Dak Prescott to the wolves. They were like, oh, this guy stinks. He's terrible. They need to get rid of him. Next year, they should just they should part ways with him. And now you're saying that they should extend Dak Prescott. And we saw what happened in the playoffs. I don't blame Dak Prescott on that loss. Did he play well? No. And we all know what his playoff record is. It's not very good. When you sit here today and you saw what Dak Prescott did last year throughout the season, and you look at all the quarterbacks that he was competing against, do you believe, and I do believe this, he was a top 3 candidate for an MVP?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's so difficult to parse through an MVP conversation because, you know, you could give it to Mahomes every year if you wanted to at this point, right? Like, you know, so, I mean, there's no question in my mind that Dak had a top 3 season. And you could certainly put Lamar Jackson, who obviously won the MVP in that breath. You could put Josh Allen. You could put Mahomes. I mean, you know, Joe Burrow got hurt, right? Like there's all these extenuating circumstances. But, you know, even before you kind of get to that point, this is a pass-fail proposition. This is, you know, one of those classes in college where it's not a letter grade. It's just a pass or a fail. Is he a franchise quarterback? Yes. Okay, let's follow the flow chart. We all believe that he is. Then guess what? You have to pay him. And what do you have to pay him? You have to pay him market rate. And what do we know about market rate is it always goes up. I mean, this is something they learned with him. I mean, they literally learned this lesson and paid. And I'm very happy for Dak and his family and his future generations that he has this wealth, you know, that was built off of their incompetence. But you would think that they would understand this principle with him specifically because they've gotten in the ring with him and lost in humiliating fashion. And so, I mean, it just makes so much sense to pay him. But then when you kind of then start to contextualize it relative to the Cowboys, I mean, yesterday, Jerry Jones comes out and says in their just horrible pre-draft press conference that, you know, well, we're going to have to, you know, give him less to work with. I mean, what on earth? I mean, who is the dude? People love to talk about, and I'm not going to dismiss that there are pros to playing for the Cowboys, right? Like you're on center stage way more often than anybody else. But there are also a lot of cons. I mean, you mentioned it. Like, think about the conversation around Dak last year and how volatile it was with regards to the interceptions and things like that. I mean, the man couldn't even announce the, you know, pending birth of his first child, you know, in true earnest fashion because he was afraid of the, you know, just vitriol that awaited him on the internet. And so they have no problem using him as their meat shield to make up for what they don't do. And then they take credit for all the success that he propels the organization and the team to. And so, again, you would think that this would be somebody who would have justified a big time payday, especially when the things that, you know, we, and I put myself and I put Connor in this box too, are advocating for extending Dak Prescott, extending CeeDee Lamb. These things help the team. These things create salary cap space to go and acquire other players in the name of, you know, achieving the ultimate goal here. And so it's almost as if they just kind of sat and said, what is the worst possible way that we could go about any of this, and have completely and totally followed that plan to a T.
So what is the max like you would pay those two guys? Obviously, you said to pay them as much as you can, but we've heard Dak up to $60 million this offseason. And now with, like I said, St. Brown's contract, CeeDee Lamb's probably going to get at least 32, 33. Is there like a max number that you have per year?
I mean, you know, I would say no, but obviously, you know, if Dak's walking in, you know, for being ridiculous and asking for $1 billion or something like that, you know, obviously that's a little out there, but what is market rate? I mean, and my position is you have to, you know, the Homer fans out there say, you know, when it comes to, you know, let's use CeeDee as an example because people are universally in agreement that he should be around for the long haul. Well, it takes two to tango, RJ. You know, the Cowboys are offering CeeDee something, so it takes two. Right. I'm certain that the Cowboys are offering CeeDee some sort of low ball offer. There's no doubt about it. And I'm certain that the Cowboys are scared of the market that is going to ultimately, evolve from the wide receiver standpoint. But at some point, you have to be the first. At some point, you have to set the market, and they're just so afraid to do that. And so what is market rate for Dak Prescott right now? It's probably $60 million a year. And I recognize that sounds like an exorbitant amount of money because it is. But from a percentage standpoint, it's the same, if not less than it was relative to the salary cap when he signed the deal that he's currently on. And guess what? A year ago, I'm a fan of Jalen Hurts individually. Obviously, I hate the team that he plays for. Jalen Hurts became the highest paid player in NFL history last offseason, $51 million per year. Oh my gosh, what's going to happen? Blah, blah. That lasted a day. That lasted one single day because Lamar Jackson got paid. Justin Herbert got paid after that. Joe Burrow got paid after that. To the overall point, Jalen Hurts, we would have sat here a year and a half ago and said, man, can you give a quarterback $51 million? When now, 1 year later, market rate is $60 million. So when all these dudes come up again, just like we said when Dak was getting $40 million a year, it would look like a bargain. This too will look like a bargain because the salary cap, all the money that the NFL is so good at making only continues to pour in, and everything will remain status quo from a percentage standpoint.
We are talking to Blogging the Boys editor-in-chief, RJ Ochoa. RJ, again, obviously you're a Cowboy guy. The New York Jets are a team right now expecting to make big moves in this year's draft. They're sitting at 10. Some people say Brock Bowers. Some people say they should trade down. Some people think that they could trade up and go after a wide receiver, as Odunze has been over there at the Jet Center, I think twice in the last couple of weeks, and has gone out with Garrett Wilson and hung out in many different places. That doesn't mean anything. Where do you see the Jets going at 10? Do you see the Jets trading out? Do you see the Jets going with Bowers? I mean, a lot of people think Bowers is the number one target for the New York Jets. And then there are other guys saying right now that if the Jets go after a tight end, they'd be very stupid. Where do you see the Jets going?
I mean, you certainly know the tempo of the Jets better than I do. And I recognize it's been a difficult and toxic 15 months or whatever.
I'm drinking water right now as we speak.
Yeah. I mean, maybe a toxic kind of just generation or, lifetime existence.
Oh, just make me even more upset.
Right.
Thank you.
But this era, I mean, even if you are a Jets fan, because I would assume that there are some that is kind of sick of the Rodgers thing and whatever. And I mean, everything that kind of comes with that. I mean, you're here, right? Like, it's kind of like, you mentioned you're drinking water. You ever go for a run? Ever go for like and you're 2 miles out and you're like, well, I got to go back. I have to get back. You know what I mean? Like I already started this process. And so like, we just kind of have to go through this now. And that's where you're at. And so it might be annoying. It probably definitely will be annoying and frustrating and, ridiculous, but this is where you're at. You just kind of have to see this through. And to that end, I mean, the all-in comments that Jerry made have just only become more annoying with every passing day because of how they get talked about. But the Jets kind of are. I mean, I respect that. I really do. Relative to the toxic nature of it all, I respect that they're saying, hey, look, we kind of have to try to catch lightning in a bottle right now. And so let's go for it. And so if Odunze's there, absolutely, I would take him. If it's Bowers I would honestly, and I know that this is probably an annoying idea at this point, I would ask Aaron. I would say, what do you want? Because you're married to that dude right now. Like, you've got to go with him the way he wants to go. This is Sinatra style, Aaron Rodgers' way. And so I would be fine with that just because you've already kind of committed. You're in on this hand as far as the pot is concerned.
So are you a Sinatra fan? Could you sing us a Sinatra song? I mean, Speedy already sang a song on the show. Billy Joel, he went to a concert. Almost made me want to throw up. Are you a singer? Do you have
I'm not, but it makes sense that Speedy would be a Billy Joel fan. I mean, what with, they turned the lights down on Broadway and, everything at Shea and whatnot. So, I mean, Speedy kind of tracks. Like, I like how all of this lines up as far as who you are as a person, Speedy.
Yeah, well, I'm a Yankee fan, so I know you don't like that.
I'm really not that bothered by the Yankees. Like, the Yankees don't concern me whatsoever. I mean, why would they? Like, I'm concerned with the Rangers. I'm concerned with the Mariners. I'm even slightly concerned with the A's at times, but the Yankees don't ever present a challenge to me, and so I really don't ever lose sleep over them.
This guy, they don't present a challenge to me.
I mean,
this year, buddy, is going to be presented to you, my friend, with a 7-17 record. I don't think you're going to sell me that you're not afraid of the Yankees. All right.
I'm afraid of everyone right now, though. It's not a Yankee problem. And that's the whole situation. I'm afraid of Joe Espada, and I'm afraid of the IL because the entire Astros rotation is there. So, you got Juan Soto, and it's cute, and I hope you have fun. But
it's cute.
Well, I mean, you'll lose to the Guardians or the Twins or something. I mean,
the Guardians never beat the Yankees, and neither do the Twins. Go look at their record against the Yankees in the playoffs.
I mean, Cleveland almost did 2 years ago when they had nobody.
They didn't win.
I know.
So what are you saying?
I respect the Mets more. That's really where I'm at.
You respect the Mets because the Mets are not in the American League. That's why.
I mean, but they're just cooler. I mean, their vibe is cooler.
Really, they're cooler. What
so.
makes them cool? They lose all the time.
I mean, they have the same color scheme as the Astros, and they're not full of themselves. They're not pretentious, and they're a little bit more likable in every single sense. So,
well, how many times have you been to New York?
I've actually never been, and at this point,
at
this point, I feel like there's no way it will live up to like the hype in my mind. I've been to the Statue of Liberty enough time in the Spider-Man video games that like I'll show up and you'll be like, oh, this is cool, but I've done this a million times. So
of all places, the Statue of Liberty. This guy, I love RJ. The Statue of Liberty. He could have said the Twin Towers. He could have said the Empire State Building. He could have said any place but the Statue of Liberty, and he said the Statue of Liberty.
Hey, you got the Knicks. I mean, you got the Knicks going on right now.
What are you going to say now? I can't wait to hear this one.
I actually think the whole timeout thing was ridiculous. So I'm Team Knicks here. I was at the Final Four in San Antonio that Villanova won. So I'm big Jalen Brunson and Dante DiVincenzo fan. So by proxy, with my Spurs out of it, I would be cool with the Knicks if they hadn't been such beta losers about the Brunson ball when the Spurs beat them. So.
So because they were arguing about the San Antonio game, he's not really a big Knicks fan. By the way, Miami is up, and they're going to win this game 107-99. I called it. I'm telling you right now, the Celtics are going to have problems against Miami all the way through. If the Knicks could win one of these games in Philadelphia, I don't want them to sit too long. Because in basketball, in all sports, when you sit too long, your legs are not under you, and then you're playing one of those teams that are going through a long series, and it starts to worry you. So I don't want to see that happen. But as everybody knows, we are talking to Blogging the Boys editor-in-chief, RJ Ochoa. He has a fantastic podcast. This guy is great. He's a great writer. He's a big Cowboy guy, and he knows his football. RJ, you look at the league as a whole. And I know this offseason is a big offseason. And in the AFC, there's no guarantees. Everybody has, obviously, Andy Reid and obviously Patrick Mahomes and everybody else because of what Kansas City has done back-to-back years. And now they want to go for a three-peat. Nobody's done that ever. And they could be the first team to ever do that, to win a Super Bowl 3 times in a row. So they're going into an offseason. They haven't really made that many moves. Do you think Kansas City makes a splash in this year's draft? Do you think they move up for a player of their liking that could really change everything for them this offseason?
I don't see why not. I mean, I know that they proved that wide receivers don't matter, but I mean, they certainly help. I mean, Peter Schrager mocked Xavier Worthy to the Cowboys. That would really upset me in a lot of ways. But I mean, if the Chiefs drafted him, I feel like that'd be something that we would all just immediately be terrified by, right? Like we'd all be like, oh, of course, like this dude's gonna, he's gonna catch like 14 70-yard touchdowns from Mahomes next season, and it's gonna be unstoppable, and it's gonna be the worst thing of all time. But that's the benefit of the doubt. They have. I mean, history is written by the winners, and they have like a 12-pack of pins right now, and everybody's chasing them. I mean. They can do it in style. They can do it when it's ugly. I mean, they just had kind of like a down year, and they won the Super Bowl, right? I mean, it's amazing. I do want to say that Patrick Mahomes grew up a Cowboys fan, and he truly has kind of saved the Cowboys fan base because his 3 titles have prevented the 49ers from winning 2 and the Eagles from winning 1. So the truest of all Cowboys fans out there doing, some hero work for us.
So going back to the NFC East, the Giants and the Eagles both with interesting offseason. Obviously, the Giants with the whole Saquon Barkley saga letting him go. And then the Eagles brought him in for the $12 million contract. Both of them had drama-filled offseasons. What are your thoughts on all that?
I mean, the Brian Burns trade for New York was really interesting. It all just revolves around the quarterback position. And I mean, 24 hours from now, we could, we could be in a whole different world. And if they wind up with Drake May or JJ McCarthy or something like that, I mean, I think, we have to take the Giants seriously. Right now I don't, and that's just because of Daniel Jones. But the Eagles, I hate them, but I really respect and admire the way they go about their football business. I really respect and admire Howie Roseman and how this dude is just obsessed with building the best possible football roster that he can and exploring every possible, nook and cranny to create and obtain an advantage for his team. And I wish that my team were like that. And I think it's hilarious that he does that and the Eagles still lose so often to the incompetent Cowboys, which really kind of makes you wonder how good the Cowboys could be if they were actually trying. But I mean, it's hard not to feel like, the division is theirs. But I mean, you didn't ask about Washington. I was super down on Dan Quinn from about November on. I don't know if all remember the Thursday night game that Dallas beat Seattle in, but that was when I started to kind of check out on Dan myself. And I don't know that I really believe, and goodness gracious, this Bruins Toronto game is getting wild, but he's a great leader. And I certainly could buy that people could fall in line behind his mantra or whatever the case may be there in DC. And I know this is a weird thing to say because what I love about you guys is you're such passionate sports fans, but I'm kind of happy for Washington, being legitimate again. It's not fun, to be in a division with this just like joke, and this is a really historic division. And so they deserve to be, a real and functional NFL team. And they've had a really great offseason. And I think something they've done that they're not getting enough credit for is we talk so much about teams and how they capitalize on rookie quarterback contracts, right? Like, oh, look at the Texans and they deserve a lot of credit too. But I love that the Commanders are saying, well, we're going to use year one. We're going to act as if we don't need, this dude, whoever it is, if it's Jaden Daniels, to prove it to us that he's great in his first season. We're going to treat year one as part of the years that we can build around, him as far as cheap labor is concerned. And we can overpay a lot of people in free agency because of that. And so I really respect that they've gone about, doing things the way that they have. And so every team in the NFC East has gotten so much better except for the Cowboys. And this is a division that hasn't seen a repeat winner, as I'm sure y'all know, since 2004. And the Cowboys obviously won it last year. So if it were them or the field, I mean, I'm taking the field and betting like the mortgage and everything on it at this point.
The mortgage?
My wife's in the other room. I don't think she heard that.
Oh, don't say that to her. Don't do that. You'll have her probably crying by the time the show is over. You got the whole house on the on the bet. Yeah,
I mean, I'd say my mortgage. But like one of y'all or somebody like I'd bet a mortgage on this.
We know you're Southern when you say y'all.
Just don't tell Mark Cuban, or he might buy some of that investment with all the casinos he wants to buy now.
Bet the book. Yeah, right. I'm not betting anything. I'm staying the hell away from that. Anyways, before we let you go, all right, winners and losers on draft day. Who is your prediction of winners? Don't put the Cowboys because we know you're a Cowboys guy. Who do you have as your winners? Give me your top three and your losers' top three.
I think tomorrow starts a new era for the Chicago Bears. I mean, I think that's bearing the lead, and that might be cheating, but coming up with three is pretty hard, especially not knowing the way this whole thing works. I'm sure y'all saw the renderings for their new stadium. I mean, that only happens when you have somebody like Caleb Williams, and they don't even technically have him yet, which is amazing. So I'll say the Bears. I think the Colts could be a team that comes up. If the Colts are one of the teams that jumps up and takes, there will be a team that we're not talking about right now that comes up for Rome Odunze or, Malik Neighbors or somebody like that. That is a huge winner, whoever that is, that adds him to somebody. And I think whoever trades for a disgruntled veteran, if T. Higgins gets moved tomorrow, something like that, I think that the acquiring team is a winner in that sense. Losers, I think, again, not knowing who it is, but whoever loses out on a quarterback, if Minnesota is banking on somebody falling or whatever, if somebody drafts Bo Nix as the sixth quarterback in the first round, that's the loser because you're kind of getting the last option. I would also offer that I don't know what the Steelers are doing, and it feels like Steelers fans are really kind of all in on them trading for Brandon Ayuk. But if that doesn't happen, I don't really trust them, and they're kind of in this weird spot with the quarterback situation. So I'll put the Steelers as a loser, and I'll say the Chargers stand to potentially be a huge loser because there's a real possibility that they have their pick of the wide receivers and they decide to trade out still, and they just wind up with nobody. You know what I mean? When you had a chance to draft the somebody. So there's a world where the Chargers are a loser, which, hey, whatever. So those are my answers.
RJ, we really appreciate your time. As always, tell your wife we said hello. And then one of these days when you guys want to come up here, you're more than welcome to come and stay with me. I have a big, beautiful apartment, and I'll show you around. You have kids, don't you?
I have a son. He's 2 years old, and so he's a handful. Right now.
Crying baby in my plays. I don't know. Speedy will be the babysitter.
Don't worry. Don't worry. If you come, I'll convert your son into a Mets fan.
I have no issues. He's been to 2 ballparks in his life. We went to San Diego last summer, so we could knock it out. I don't know that we need to see Yankee Stadium. It's the history and all that's kind of overrated. Again, I'd rather go to the Madison Square Garden, Radio City Music Hall, like all those places. The Statue of Liberty would be on my list ahead of Yankee Stadium. So, but I appreciate you guys. If I don't talk to you, I hope the Rangers do all right. I hope the Knicks do all right. And
what about the Islanders? Come on, maybe a comeback. Come on.
I don't think there's a real Islanders fan out there. I think that people just pretended like there's only Islanders fans.
All right,
on
RJ, it's very nice talking to you.
Characters on TV shows are Islanders fans. That's it. Nobody's actually an Islanders fan. So,
I'm an Islanders fan. What are you speaking about?
After your 4 other teams you rooted for in your life.
Yeah. So I guess go Islanders, and I hope you guys drink more water, and I hope you eat something delicious during the NFL draft.
Well, we got a picture for you. I mean, Fish pushed. We were speaking about Speedy being Moses for Passover. All right, Fish. I think you need to plop that thing up so we could show RJ. Here it is.
Oh,
wow!
What's that message?
What's the
message?
I hope that Spencer Rattler is a Jet, just because
now I'm really starting to hate you.
I hope the Jets get a quarterback like that. We need a new Zach Wilson,
no, we don't.
person for Aaron Rodgers to be the mentor to. So Spencer Rattler would be fun. I hope the Jets draft Brock Bowers. Honestly, I don't want Brock, to go somewhere boring. That happened with Eric Ebron. He was drafted by the Lions. That was before the Lions were cool and anybody really cared about them. So I need Brock to go somewhere interesting so I can really. It sucked when Kyle Pitts, was drafted and then was never heard from again in the NFL. So I don't want that for Brock Bowers.
Well, I don't want Spencer Rattler. So please, if the Jets land Spencer Rattler, I am done. My fandom as a New York Jet fan is sayonara. I'll become a Cowboy fan or something. I know you'll enjoy that, Mr. RJ.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody right now.
Well, we love you, man. We'll get you on after the draft. We're not going to wait another year. I would love to hear your opinion on the Cowboys draft and obviously the rest of this offseason before the season starts. So we will be reaching out to you very, very soon as well.
Appreciate it. Y'all have a good night.
RJ Ochoa, fantastic. Go check him out. He does the blogging for the boys. He's the editor-in-chief. Fantastic personality. Great person to know. But I don't like the teams that he roots for. I don't like any of them. All right? Not one of them. All right? And I don't hate the Cowboys. Out of all the teams that he mentioned, I don't hate the Cowboys. So I actually agree with him with Dak. I think Dak will get a contract extension. I think he deserves a contract extension. But we'll see. I mean, you can go back and forth and argue those points. Obviously, the Cowboy fans don't want Dak. I don't know why, because where do you go if you don't have Dak? Oh, I know. You can go with a quarterback that the 49ers didn't want, and they moved up to get and gave up pretty much their whole draft stock for 3 years. So congratulations.
And they made up for drafting Brock Purdy last overall.
Says the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowgirls. Anyways.
The Beavs boy.
Well, I don't know about the Beavs.
Oh, yeah, no. Last time he called the show, he said, I'd rather just transition Trey Lance into this offense right now.
He wanted Zach Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
Dak Prescott. What is he, nuts? I mean, seriously. No offense to the Beavs. He must be drinking something.
Maybe the Cowboys will draft Spencer Rattler.
Maybe he's drinking goat piss. I mean, have you ever drank?
No, I've never drank goat piss.
Have you ever tried to?
No, I've never drinking urine from any living thing.
No dog?
No.
Not yet.
I've never drank urine from any living thing.
How about drinking urine from yourself? I mean, that's
a living thing.
That's a protein.
That's a
protein.
living thing.
I mean,
I've never drank urine from any living thing.
Did you know that Jorge Posada used to pee on his hands before he played in a baseball game?
Yeah, one of our guests told us that. I was surprised.
So did Vladimir Guerrero. Because they didn't wear gloves. You know why? Because
no, I know they didn't wear batting gloves, but still.
Well, you don't have to scream in the mic. You're giving me a headache, man. What the hell's wrong with you? I mean, you're killing me tonight, Speedy. What's going on with you? Do you have something, telling up your rear end or something?
I don't know, but yeah, was it Jabba Chamberlain? I think was the one that mentioned it to us that he used to urinate on his
I don't
hands.
know if it was Jabba, but
It was definitely one of our guests. I did hear that from.
I remember Jabba just telling us how much he hated Kevin Youkilis.
Oh yeah,
that was the thing that I heard when that's the only thing I really remember with Jabba, and him drinking and smoking on the live radio show. I did like that too, by the way.
Transcending things for Sean.
Could you imagine Sean and Jabba on the same show? Jabba looked like Santa Claus, and Sean looks like half the time he's hanging out with a bunch of teenagers.
Oh, we did have Jabba on in December, so it was kind of fitting at that time.
Well, that's true too. I mean, Jabba, I will say this, Jabba Chamberlain was an interesting personality, and he actually told us that he was only going to stay on for 15 minutes. He winded up staying on for an hour and 15 minutes on his show. Mm-hmm. And we spoke about not just baseball, everything else too. Life, people, everything. Yeah. I mean, he pretty much would have told us what he thinks that's going to happen to the world after, the presidency. So
will be the next movement of people urinating on their hands.
I wonder if Jabba actually peed on his hand before he threw a baseball.
I don't know. Maybe that would have kept.
I never asked him that.
Maybe we would have kept those gnats off of him.
That's a good question. I mean, we should have asked him that. If he was speaking about pissing on your hand, we should have asked him.
We mentioned it in the context of Jorge Posada. But what would be interesting is if maybe that would have helped him get those bugs off of him, the gnats or whatever. Actually, no, gnats were the wrong term. You mentioned that at the time, but
I know there was an athlete that I spoke to off air that we never interviewed on air, and I met him at an event, and he told me that he didn't believe in using toilet paper. And I said, you don't believe in using toilet paper? What do you use? And he says, well, I in my country, we use our hands. I said, you use your hands? How do you clean your butt with using your hands? And he explained it to me. It was very disgusting. So I mean, they have like over there in Venezuela, they don't have a lot of toilet bowls. So they have these like, I guess like these like cereal bowl plates. It's like a big bowl,
just like a bird bath kind of.
I guess so. Yeah. And they wipe themselves with their hands and they clean it in that bird bath after they're done. What do you do with it? You clean it and then you put a new, new water bowl over there.
Be grateful for plumbing, people.
Speedy, would you use the same bowl as me?
I don't know. I don't know what circumstances I would end up in Venezuela, but who knows?
Oh.
I hope I'm not have to resort to using that if I'm ever in Venezuela.
Oh, man. What a show. All right, let's bring Nathan in. We'll bring Fish in because we have a couple more topics that we need to get into before we get into our draft. We're going to have a little bit of mock draft where we're going to have a mock draft. We're going to have Jeff on. We're going to have Carl on. We're going to go through 1 through 30, and we're going to make our educated guesses, as we always do. And usually we're not always right. But me and Jeff have been pretty deadlock every single time we draft. So I'm interested to see where everybody goes. But there's a couple other stories we haven't gotten into. And thank you for joining us, Nathan. We have Fish, our executive producer. The Heisman Trust announced Wednesday morning that they are giving Reggie Bush his 2005 Heisman Trophy back. They said this decision comes to enormous changes in college football landscape when it comes to the NIL deals. They also referred the Supreme Court ruling in 2021 against the NCAA questioning their model of amateur athletes being legal. Bush had been pensioning for this since 2021 and would not return to the USC campus until he got it back. Former Heisman winners such as Tim Brown, Matt Leinart, and Johnny Manziel have been very outspoken about Reggie getting back his Heisman Trophy. Bush had 2,218 scrimmage yards and 18 touchdowns during his Heisman Trophy season in 2005. By the way, one of the greatest seasons a running back has ever had in college football history. So I remember Zeke had a really good year with Ohio State. quite a few running backs have had.
McCaffrey had one the last year too with
Yeah.
Stanford.
But I don't think anybody was around Bush's numbers.
No.
So, I mean, Bush should have won the Heisman that year. I mean, I'm sorry, Bush should have been the number 1 pick in that draft. Mario Williams was, if you remember. I think the Texans drafted him, right?
06. It was a shock to a lot of people.
Yeah.
That was the first draft I remember watching. And I remember how shocked everyone was.
Reggie Bush really didn't develop into the running back I thought he was going to be in the NFL. I thought he was going to be unstoppable in the NFL, but really didn't develop. He had some good seasons.
Right.
When he went to when he went to the Saints, and he
had some good years with the Dolphins.
The Dolphins too.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. But he really didn't develop into that superstar running back, untouchable running back like Christian McCaffrey, and even all the other running backs that we have mentioned over the last couple of years that were must hits. Even Zeke was a better running back than Reggie Bush.
Mm-hmm.
Reggie Bush really didn't develop into the running back that we thought he was going to be. So to sit here and wonder why the Heisman Trust decided to do this, I know everybody heard my take a couple of weeks ago, actually a couple months ago on this. I do not believe that Reggie Bush should get his Heisman Trophy back. Not because he doesn't deserve it. I think he had one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen a running back have in NCAA history. It was because at the time there was a rule, and he didn't follow by that rule. The NCAA had different rules at different times, and obviously he broke them. But he wasn't the only one that broke them. There were many other Heisman Trophy winners, I'm sure, broke the rule. One of them, Johnny Manziel. Why didn't Johnny Manziel have his Heisman Trophy taken away? We all know he was making money off his name, and he was doing it right under everybody's nails. And that's the problem right now with the NCAA. I think the NIL deal is a fantastic move. I've been pushing for it for years. I'm one of the first guys and only guys at the time that said that, and I argued it. If you go back to my take, when everybody was arguing with me, when I said college players should be making money off their own name, why are college coaches making $9, $10, $12, $13 million a year off these superstar players that they recruit? These guys should be getting the money, especially when they're not getting a college education and they're not finishing the college education, because after 3 years, they head to the NFL because they need to help their families out. Caleb Williams last year made, I think, a record-breaking like $6 million or $5.5 million in NIL deals. Not many guys are going to make that kind of money. Okay, you have to be the best player at your position, and a superstar player must hit when it comes to going to the NFL to make that kind of money, when there's organizations and companies willing to pay you that kind of money when you never stepped on an NFL field. When you look at Reggie Bush right now, Reggie Bush for years has been disrespected by USC. I don't care what anybody says. They're saying that he didn't step on a USC field or a campus because he never got his Heisman Trophy back. That's not true. USC didn't want him back. USC were attacked when this story came out, when they lost their national championship. They lost a ton of wins because of Reggie Bush and this story. And Pete Carroll decided to part ways with USC to go to Seattle because of this Reggie Bush thing. Who knows how many championships they win if Pete Carroll stays there? Just think about that. Pete Carroll stays there for another 2-3 years. They win another 2 national championships if this never happened. And you're talking about USC being one of the greatest college football teams of this era. They did win 2 of them, but that's all. And I know everybody's like, well, that's all. But I sit here today, and I think the NIL deal is a great move for the NCAA. I think a lot of college coaches don't like it. As we all know, they decided to part ways because of it. I think the whole Bush thing and Johnny Manziel, obviously petitioning on it, and Tim Brown petitioning on it, Matt Leinart petitioning on it. Every single one of these guys are petitioning on it because they realize that this has been going on in professional college sports and professional sports under the table. You think when Tom Brady took less money from the Patriots, Robert Kraft wasn't paying him under the table? What are you guys, nuts? Of course he was. I mean, besides, sticking his hand under the table and probably grabbing his sausage, he was doing other things. The fact is, Reggie Bush was one of the greatest running backs I've ever seen in college football history. I do believe that he should have never got back that Heisman Trophy. But hey, if the NCAA believes that he deserves it back, so be it. I do believe that the NCAA have to investigate a lot of things in the past that they didn't investigate and players got away with. And that's the thing. I don't know if anybody's seen some of these movies. I've watched some of these college football movies, and you wonder how many players, how many athletes have been cheating for years and never got caught. But Reggie Bush, because his family comes from nothing, he's had nothing. He decided, you know what? I'm going to take $100,000. My wife, my mother needs the money. My family needs the money. We need a house. I have brothers and sisters. And these guys, they come from nothing. They come from nothing. They come from cities that don't have anything. So these contracts, this money that they're making because their families were struggling could save their generations. And that's why when you look at Reggie Bush, I could understand why he decided to take the $100,000. I could see why he was trying to, push it under the rug like a lot of people were trying to do, including USC when the stories were coming out and they were trying to hide it. But I don't believe Reggie Bush should get his trophy back. Nevertheless, I still think he's the Heisman Trophy winner. And I do believe he's one of the greatest running backs to ever play in college football history.
And I also look at the progression of something that is very old school, the Heisman Trophy committee as a whole, where they're finally evolving now into the modern college football landscape from Reggie Bush kind of petitioning this in 2021 to now. And you're seeing now with the NIL deals, it's going to make more of a difference. And you're right. Like, I think there's going to be more investigations that come from these other scandals that happen in college sports in general, between recruiting, between paying money under the table, all the things that Rick Pitino was doing at Louisville, et cetera. Like, those kinds of things are going to keep being investigated in all sports. But I think the accomplishments that should be taken away are more of performance enhancing and team stuff, not as much the individual awards, like USC having the win stripped from the illegal recruiting schemes with Pete Carroll. That's, I think, a different thing than the Heisman Trophy as a whole, which is just an individual award. And that kind of thing we've seen taken away, like Rick Pitino at Louisville, like Joe Paterno at Penn State, when all that whole stuff went on. Like, that kind of thing makes more sense if it's performance enhancing. He was doing something illegal drugs wise. That kind of thing makes more sense than something like this. So I think the good progression is there. I agree with you. They have to investigate it further, though, because there's definitely more cases across a large landscape of college football.
I want to ask Fish his opinion, and then I'll ask Nathan your opinion. Fish, what are your thoughts to Reggie Bush getting back his Heisman Trophy?
I mean, I'm glad he got it back. He was incredible. He was the Heisman winner that year. I've always had a thing, you were just talking about it, Speedy, with college basketball, with all these teams that, these coaches who had wins taken away for whatever reason. I'd love to see the time machine that the NCAA has in their, in their vaults or something. I remember those games happening, and I remember those wins. I'm sorry, you could say they didn't happen, but they happened. If you want to, rewrite history going forwards, I mean, that's up to you. But I still remember all those great games. I mean, I think the greatest football game I ever watched was the 2005 Rose Bowl. Vince Young defeating Leinart and Bush. Mm-hmm. It was one of the greatest games of all time. And you're trying to tell me that never happened? Or, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, the Vince Young won, so technically it's the same deal. But they were trying to say that those games were like null or something. It's that they didn't even get a loss. It was just null. Didn't happen. Well, what kind of world is this? I don't understand, how I always thought it was ridiculous that they would do things like that. So, I am happy he got it back. He obviously broke the rules while he was there, but really, do we really think that USC was the only one doing it, or that all the attention was on them and all the haters were on them because they had been winning? And that Carroll kind of rubbed some people the wrong way with his exuberance, to put it mildly. Are you trying to tell me that other schools weren't doing the same thing he was doing? Get out of here. They're in LA also. How are you supposed to stop that back then? We're so much better off for having the NIL system, so it's all above board. Reggie Bush would have made 10 times as much money than he actually got in trouble for. It's all nonsense. He should have got his trophy back, and I'd still love to see that time machine they have.
Nathan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm glad he got it back too. But one of my friends, he brought up a good point today, saying even though he got back the Heisman Trophy, they don't have the stats are not there. They don't have the stats proven when he back in his USC days, and they don't. He told me that they don't have the stats, the proven stats, and no one can find it. But in my opinion, I think I'm glad that he got it back, but NIL deals is I love the NIL deals. Actually, I had a conversation with Matt Leinert's wife. She's big into the NIL.
NIL deals.
Yeah, so I had a conversation with her on Instagram. So I reached out to her. She reached out to me, and I saw one of her conversations with the new head coach of the USC men's basketball, Eric from Arkansas. She interviewed him, and she asked him about the NIL, and he talked highly about it. So I'm into the NIL. So I feel like this is gonna be a big in the future. I mean, now and in the future for college athletes. But I'm happy that Reggie Bush got back the Heisman Trophy. But I think his numbers, like I said, one of my friends said his numbers is not. They don't have the proven stats from USC days.
It doesn't matter. He's the Heisman Trophy when he got his Heisman back. They're not getting their national championship back. Well, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. I mean, their numbers are going to be gone and null and void. But at least the NCAA decided, hey, you know what? He deserves his trophy back. Let's give him back his trophy. He deserves it. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that the Lions gave all-pro receiver St. Brown a 4-year, $120 million extension. He will also get $77 million guaranteed, the most guaranteed money for any wide receiver in NFL history. His contract will get him $30 million per season, tied with Tyreek Hill for the most per year in the NFL. NFL Network's Mike Garofalo also reports that the Lions gave all-pro right tackle Sewell a 4-year, $112 million extension, $85 million guaranteed. Sewell will get $28 million per year, surpassing Tunsil as the highest paid tackle in terms of average annual value. Both players have made 2 Pro Bowl appearances and were both first-team All-Pro at their positions last season. First of all, Penei Sewell is the best tackle in football. I don't think there's any argument now. Williams, he's been fantastic with San Francisco, but he's getting up there in age, and every single end of the season, he kind of falls apart. This guy plays every single week. Every single game. He's a beast. You can run behind him. He's a good pass blocker. I mean, he's every single thing you expected this guy to be when he was drafted. So congratulations to him. As far as St. Brown is one of the most underrated wide receivers in football. It's a fact. Go look at the numbers. Nobody talks about Amon-Ra St. Brown. Nobody talks about him. And there's a reason why. There are a lot of good wide receivers in the NFL. There's a ton of them. We were just mentioned Tyreek Hill. You could talk about Deebo Samuel. You could talk about Justin Jefferson. You could talk about Devontae Adams.
Mm-hmm.
You could go up and down the rosters and so many good wide receivers in the league. There are a ton of them. But nobody remembers St. Brown because he plays for the Lions. And now the Lions are becoming a star organization, a place you want to go and play, a ton of money. And they had to pay these guys. And they had a lot of money this offseason. They had the most. And with the new $20-something million was given to every single team, they didn't even really use it this offseason. So they were going to spend it on their young players. This is one of the youngest and one of the best young teams in football. I think Campbell is one of the best coaches right now in the NFL. I love what the Lions are doing. And to me, when I look at the Lions right now and going into this year's draft, they need just secondary help. If they add secondary help in this draft, and you can find secondary help in the later rounds. There's 3 good DBs that could be drafted in the first round. If I were the Lions, I'd snag the best one that's available. I mean, they're in position to be not only a contender, the team to beat in the NFC next year. I think they're that good. and they have the best young tight end in football. LaPorta, you saw what he did in the playoffs last year. He was what was the game? The second game, the game that they got eliminated from.
That was the 49ers.
The 49ers. The game, they made a lot of mistakes in the second half, but the only mistake they didn't make was throwing the ball to LaPorta, who had 90-something yards in the game. And I think I don't think he had a touchdown, but he had 90-something yards.
Yeah, I think it was close to a touchdown.
He played fantastic. He was the best player on the field for both teams. So I think that they're put in a very good position going into this offseason, going to this draft. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Not only are the Lions the team to beat, I'm going to, as of right now, if they had secondary help, I probably, when we go into the season, when we're making picks, I might even pick the Lions to go to the Super Bowl this year. I don't trust San Francisco. We've seen what Brock Purdy did, in the Super Bowl. I think teams are going to figure Brock Purdy out, watching him all season this year, and the San Francisco 49ers. And this is Kyle Shanahan's final year. If Kyle does not win a Super Bowl this year, I think he gets fired. I really do believe that. So there's a lot of questions, and I don't trust the Eagles with Kellen Moore over there, as they're the third best team right now as far as rating going into this year's season. So, yeah, I think the Lions could be the team to beat, and not only in the division, in the NFC.
And they're a model of success right now when you look at the way they've built this team since Brad Holmes got there in 2021. And again, some of the methods were very unconventional. I mean, I was not sure about last year why they drafted so many running backs and linebackers early when they needed all the corner help. And I think maybe that could have helped them this year. But Jahmyr Gibbs was really good. Jack Campbell was good. Like, they had enough guys that were productive right away in year one. The draft before that, like behind the Jets, they were probably collectively the second best draft when you look at the day 3 picks too. Like, it's a great model of success. And like we were talking about with RJ Ochoa, like the Cowboys should have been paying guys early. The Lions did that. The Lions paid St. Brown before this market spiked for Jefferson and Lamb and Jamar Chase. They made the smart move to be able to do that right away. And Fish, I was just discussing with you this before. Because they didn't spend so much free agent money, they were able to lock up their 2 cornerstone guys right away.
A ton of money.
Yeah, they still have about $40 million. And St. Brown, they had to do it because he's not a first-round pick. He was a 4th-round pick. And like you were saying, not like a name that gets respected as much as he's not a flashy athletic guy. Like, he's just consistently productive. 5+ catches, 80+ yards, pretty much every game.
But here's the thing. Jared Goff is coming up on a contract too. So next year, if Jared Goff has another good year, they're going to have to pay him. So, and as we see all these quarterbacks and what they're making, Jared Goff's going to be asking for $60 million, and he's going to get it. So there's so much that could go on in the next couple of months. And maybe Jared Goff gets signed this year before next year, because you don't want to wait until next year when obviously Dak Prescott gets $60 million and you've got to pay Jared Goff $65 million or $68 million a year. I mean, it's ridiculous, but we're going to see the first $100 million player probably in the next 10 years.
Yeah, I think Kirk Cousins' contract might be the basis for Jared Goff, just because, while Jared Goff isn't as good as Kirk Cousins, he is younger enough and he's healthy enough where I think they could trust that kind of thing. So if they want to give him a 3-year deal about the average annual value of what Cousins got, maybe that's the market they're looking at with Goff. But because the rest of their rookies and second-year players are so young, they have so much leeway to even do that now right away. Now they did it with Sewell. They paid him. Taylor Decker and the rest of that offensive line is getting good contracts right now, so they can give Sewell the big money. And St. Brown, same kind of thing. Jamison Williams is a rookie wide receiver, and they plugged in everything else really well, so they can give him that $30 million, take that little extra before the market spikes.
All right, Fish, your thoughts to obviously 2 fantastic players getting the contracts that they got from the Lions.
I mean, you got to give it up to Brad Holmes out there at the Lions, working with Dan Campbell. I don't know if we've seen, us Giants fans like to think Joe Shane and Brian Dable are in lockstep. But we know for a fact, everyone can tell, it's obvious that everyone in the world that the Lions are the best, most in lockstep organization going right now. I'm sure they're going to go heavy in the secondary and the draft this year. I'd be shocked if they don't take a corner in the first round, one of these 3 guys that are there. As far as locking those 2 guys up, now I was just doing a little research. Amon-Ra St. Brown went in the 4th round, according to him, because he only played 6 games because of COVID in that shortened season, and no one really got to see what he did. Now, this is according to him. Now, maybe he didn't have the track meet numbers, and that made him drop when people didn't have enough tape on him. But, what a steal to get that guy. He started off as a slot receiver. He was around 75% in the slot, not really more of an afterthought at first. Now he's only even less than half in the slot, which means he's doing Tyreek Hill things, being a Z receiver, flanking, doing every single spot on the field. He's really a do-it-all guy, and he, as you saw, he was first-team All-Pro this year, his top 3 receiver in the league. Now, Sewell, I was talking to Speedy about this earlier. Why couldn't Evan Neal become Penei Sewell? They were supposed to be can't miss the same way. No, what happened here?
Evan Neal was never going to be Penei Sewell.
Penei Sewell, said.
They say everything. I mean, because you have idiots over there with the Alabama Crimson Tide that always come out. How many times have we heard Saban talk about quarterbacks? Oh, draft this guy, draft that guy. He's going to work out in the NFL. They never do. The only guys that work out in the NFL from them is anybody on the defensive side of the ball most of the time, and running backs and wide receivers. That is it. Offensive linemen, there are a dime a dozen that come from Alabama that ever are successful over there. Look at Jonah Williams. Jonah Williams went to what? The Bengals? Yeah. Is he really an elite offensive lineman? He is not. This guy was a top 7 pick, and this guy is nowhere close to the player that everybody thought he was going to be coming from Alabama. So Alabama, I'm not saying they always fail when it comes to the offensive linemen, but go look at some of the great offensive linemen, quote unquote, that were going to come out from Alabama that were never successful. So it's usually running back, wide receiver, and defensive players at any position. That's where Alabama goes. Georgia is more the offensive side of the ball. If you look at quarterbacks, if you look at the past, Georgia's had like 3 really good quarterbacks come out from the draft in the first round, and then obviously Matthew Stafford, one of them. And you look at Georgia gets wide receivers, tight ends, running backs. I mean, they always find these guys, and it doesn't matter who the coach is. So it's crazy, but I will say this: I almost said Adama Sue. Penei Sewell is, to me, the best offensive lineman in football. I don't even think it comes close now. He's young, he's talented, and you just close the deal and set yourself up for the next 4 years where you don't have to worry about anything. Yep. And yes, Georgia wide receivers. Do you want me to go back in the past of Georgia wide receivers? There's been good wide receivers to come out from Georgia. George Pickens is one of them. He's a pretty good one. He was a 2nd-round draft pick. Should have been a 1st-round draft pick. I could go back and if you want, Carl, when we're doing our mock draft in just a few moments, I could go back at Georgia wide receivers and I could point them out for you. Because I'm telling you right now, there have been good Georgia wide receivers coming out.
Keith says, I'm picking the Lions to win the Super Bowl next year. He's not as good as Cousins. I will take Goff over him all day long. I don't think he's as good as Cousins, because Cousins has been consistently top 10 statistically. I don't think he's far behind Cousins, but I think he'll get that contract because he's younger. That's all I was mentioning, Keith. And they have the leeway of it now because the Lions have such a good roster right now, balanced with so many good rookie contract players that are making an instant impact.
All right, Nathan, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I agree 100%. Brad Holmes is locking up his young stars, and the Lions they're a young, talented team, and they showed it last year in the playoffs. And they can, like you said, Errol, they need secondary help, and if they fill out the secondary and they already have a loaded squad, and the offensive side, their front 7 on the defense is good. So if they improve on the secondary, they're a contending team once again. And Jared Goff, man, this guy, he is unbelievable. He's a stud in my opinion, and they need to get him locked in pretty soon here. But I feel like with Penei Sewell now, and then St. Brown locked in, Jesus, two cornerstone players that I would love to have on the Cowboys right now. But
I'm sure you would.
Here's some of the list of wide receivers that came from Georgia. AJ Green, Hall of Famer. Yep. Hines Ward, borderline Hall of Famer. Mecole Hardman, he's a decent player. He's not bad. Terrence Edwards, he was a wide receiver. Riley Ridley?
That's Calvin Ridley's brother.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm just naming some of these guys, but their top 3 is pretty good. I mean, especially their top 2.
Yeah.
AJ Green and Hines Ward are pretty damn good. So, I mean, again, how many teams have Hall of Fame wide receivers come from them? Multiple Hall of Fame wide receivers.
Yeah.
So,
It's really the powerhouse of like two schools now at this point, LSU and Ohio State. So like all the good ones, a lot of the good ones in the league right now are from that. But yeah, you're going to have your random gems from these other schools too.
So what are we doing? Is Carl calling up?
Carl is coming in on video.
Okay. So why don't we? I'm sorry to cut you off, Nathan. We got to get to our mock draft. Nathan, you can stay on. We're going to do a mock draft. If you know the mock draft, you can give us your choices. Just remember.
Did you see my article on the mock draft? The final
yes.
mock draft?
Hopefully, you know the quarterbacks. Tell me the top 5 quarterbacks right now in the draft. Give it to me.
Top what?
Top 5 quarterbacks right now. Give it to me.
Okay, Drake May, Mike Penix, JJ McCarthy, Caleb Williams, and then Jaden Daniels.
Okay. All right. You know now. That's a good thing.
Oh, and also, I wanted you guys to ask RJ about Chop Robinson because I feel like he has good traits, and I feel like he could fit in the Dallas Cowboys.
They're not drafting.
Does anybody know about Chop Robinson here?
No, it'd be a good pick. I'm not saying you're necessarily off, but like RJ was saying, I think they need O-line more.
And so RJ also said running back.
Well, yeah, for the
running
second.
Oh, yeah, running back. You can always get running back later, but still.
All right. Why don't we go to
we do have Jeff.
All right, let's go to a quick break.
Jeff,
we're going to go to a quick break, actually.
And then once we come back, we will have Jeff, we'll have Carl on, and we're ready to.
Jeff is
be ready to do our mock draft.
Jeff is going to have EJ Perry in his mock draft.
Oh God,
EJ Perry. I doubt he's going to have it. Anyways, when we come back, our mock draft here on the Sports Loudmouth.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Hi, I'd like to report a bear hug.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we were building a bonfire, and I saw some, like, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey, and he should have been on, ex-NFL player Sean Smith, every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out your local listing is to go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Carl said he doesn't, if you don't need me, he doesn't feel like coming on. So I guess Carl will not be joining us.
All right, you could just comment your picks then, Carl. That works too.
Carl, you can comment. It's fine.
I just texted Mark. We'll see if you get him in a bit.
All right, so maybe we'll have Mark a little bit later. But we do have Jeff, and Jeff follows college football just as much as anybody does. He has inside sources, as he always does, and he's dead on a lot of years on the way a lot of teams go. So, Jeff, how are you?
I'm terrific. I'm ready to pick Henry Furman, quarterback Yale, at the top of the draft this year.
Ready to go.
What's up, Jeff?
This is EJ Perry, greatest quarterback on the planet.
What's up, Jeff? How you doing?
How are you, Nathan?
Good.
All right, so everybody knows where they're going. You guys got your draft boards up. All right, so let's go. Speedy will go first. Jeff will go second. Nathan, you'll go third. Fish, you'll go fourth, and I'll go fifth. You ready?
All right.
Let's go.
Number 1, Chicago. I think we're on consensus on this one with Caleb Williams. I think that's a no-brainer at this point.
Yeah.
Jeff?
Yeah, no-brainer. This has been Caleb Williams for a while.
Yes. Nathan?
Same. Caleb Williams.
Fish? Fish, you there? Are you frozen?
Fish, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Caleb Williams for sure. Although it was very interesting earlier today. hearing that Drake May might be better than Caleb Williams with traits from our guest.
Well, Jeff's been saying that forever. Jeff
I don't think it's crazy either.
Jeff,
I haven't been saying that Drake May is better. They're prospects. They're all lottery tickets. Caleb Williams is more talented.
No question.
By far.
No question. Yeah, I've got Caleb Williams too. I did believe going into this year's draft, it could have went with Drake. You could have went with Drake May and Caleb Williams, but trading Justin Fields only tells you one thing: is they're going for the winner and the big winner, and they think Caleb Williams is the guy. And they're getting a new stadium. They need to sell out, and Caleb Williams is the player that they believe they can sell out the stadium with. So Caleb Williams goes number 1.
All right, number 2, the Washington Commanders. And Errol and I have been discussing this for a while. Since bringing in Cliff Kingsbury, it feels like a mobile quarterback type thing. So I'll go Jaden Daniels too.
Agreed.
Nathan.
Same. Jaden Daniels. Yep.
You guys know the order, so you just go through it. Fish.
Yep, agreed. Jaden Daniels. Every smoke screen is saying Jaden Daniels to the Redskins. I mean, former Redskins.
Washington's interesting because there's a lot of teams looking to trade up, and Washington already came out and said that they would trade out of that pick. But I do not believe at that pick they're trading out of that pick. So I have Daniels going number 2 as well.
All right, number 3 is the New England Patriots. Now, this is a pick I do think that they definitely could trade out of. I think the Vikings could definitely still trade up at this point, but if the Patriots will keep the pick, I'll give them A.
Yeah, I think that they could trade the pick as well. Who knows what that scenario looks like. I'm not, I'll just tell you what scenarios could be for trades. I'm just straight picking in spots because it's so hard to predict trades. But
right.
The Patriots are a trade possibility, but yeah, I think they stay and take Drake May.
For me, I have the New England Patriots trading this pick to the Minnesota Vikings, and the Vikings will draft Drake May.
Fish.
I also have the Patriots trading this pick to the Minnesota Vikings. Now, the interesting thing is the Vikings only don't have a second or third round pick after 11, and I believe it's 23 or 25 is their
23
second pick.
Yep.
So I think they're going to have to give not only those 2 picks, but also next year's 1 and perhaps even a 3 next year. But they're going to want to get a 3rd round pick back and maybe a 5th round pick. So they have some more picks in this draft. There's too many late round picks. They need something. So I think that's going to happen. And I don't think they're taking Drake May, though. And I think that's the thing. I think this is one of the teams that's super high on J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy going number 3.
All right.
Drake May going number 3 to the Patriots. There's no trade.
I will put you on a little inside baseball on this one. If the trade happens, I don't think it'll be the Vikings or the Broncos. It'll probably be the Giants.
Interesting. All right, number 4, the Arizona Cardinals. So I am not buying the smoke screens of the past. I think they still go with Marvin Harrison Jr., even though they are an unconventional drafting team.
It's got to be Maserati Marv.
Neff?
Same. Marvin Harrison Jr.
At number 4, the Cardinals trade with the New York Football Giants. Dropping back. Giants giving up a 3rd and next year's 4th or something like that because it's not a lot to get up there from 4 to 6. And they can still possibly get Maserati Marv at 6 or Neighbors. Why wouldn't you do that if you're the Arizona Cardinals if you're not going quarterback? And I gave McCarthy to the Vikings. I'm giving Drake May to the Giants at 4.
I'm going Marvin Harrison at number 4 for Arizona. I was thinking Rome Odunze because I think a lot of people think that he could go 4. Arizona really likes him. A lot of teams really like him. Some people say he's by far the best wide receiver in this class. But I'm going to go Marvin Harrison. I think they go the safe route, and Marvin Harrison Jr. goes number 4.
All right, number 5 is the LA Chargers. So apparently they've had no visits with top 30 visits with offensive linemen. So it doesn't seem like they're going to go with offensive linemen. So I think Malik Neighbors will be the pick here.
Yeah, they could certainly do that. Jim Harbaugh's a sly cat, though. I have Joe Alt here.
Okay.
I got Malik Neighbors.
They need a receiver more than they need a tackle. They need them both, but they just got rid of their entire core. They can't. He's not going to take an Ohio State guy in his first year in the league. It's going to be Neighbors at 5 to the Chargers.
Yeah.
I'm going Joe Alt as well. At
Oh, wow.
number 5, they need an offensive lineman. I think that's where they go.
All right, number 6, the Giants, and for Fish, the Cardinals. So I think with the neighbors off the board, that's who the Giants would have originally targeted. I think they'll now go with the best offensive lineman. I don't trust Evan Neal, even with a new offensive line coach. I think all to the Giants at 6.
I'm sorry, 6?
Giants.
Yeah, Giants.
Yeah, Giants, Malik Neighbors.
Okay. For me, I got the New York Giants selecting Rome Odunze.
Rome? Rome Odunze.
Rome Odunze. I got him. Hey. Huh?
You're funny. Rome.
I got the Cardinals there. They get to have their cake and eat it too. They get Marvin Harrison Jr. at 6 and acquire assets.
Malik Neighbors goes to the Giants. So
All right, number 7 is the Tennessee Titans.
Okay.
All right, so Errol and I both have alt off the board, so I'm going to go with Fashanu there for the Titans at number 7. I think they could go wide receiver if Neighbors slides to them, but I don't think they're interested in anyone else, so I'll go with Fashanu there.
Well, we're at Titans.
Tennessee at 7. Yep.
Tennessee at 7. To me, this is an offensive line spot. I would see J.C. Latham here.
Mm. I got the Tennessee Titans selecting Notre Dame offensive tackle Joe Alt.
Same. Alt 7. Titans.
I have Fawuga from Oregon State going there. So I think Fawuga.
Yeah,
that's where I think. So
all right, number 8 is the Atlanta Falcons. So this is where I think the first defensive player goes off the board. I think with the Kirk Cousins now there, he'll help alleviate some of the offensive players. So Dallas Turner mocked to Atlanta at 8.
I agree with Speedy on the defensive side, but I'm going a different position. I got Latu.
All right.
Okay, I got J.C. Latham from Alabama.
Okay. Fish?
I've got also, just like Speedy, have Turner, first edge guy coming off the board. Edge guy's got to go high, man. He's a good one, Turner.
Somebody's comparing him to Von Miller. He's got speed on the outside. He has to develop a little bit more, but I think Atlanta's looking for that defensive showstopper, and I think you can move him around all over that line. So I'm going to go with the edge and Alabama's Dallas Turner.
All right, so Chicago at number 9. So this is, again, a potential trade back spot, too. I think the Colts will trade up for Brock Bowers here normally, but if the Bears are going to keep the pick, I think they'll take Odunze here, even with Jim trading for Keenan Allen. He's a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is a trade up spot for somebody. Somebody could do that. But again, I'm not predicting any trades here. So at 9, I have the Chicago Bears taking Jared Verse.
Okay. At number 9, Chicago Bears are known for defense. I got him taking Dallas Turner.
Fish?
I got a trade. I got the Las Vegas Raiders trading up to 9 to take Michael Penix Jr. in the top 10. I've heard rumors all week that the medicals are fine for Penix. He's not being taken off of any team's board because of medicals. So they think that his knees are okay. This is the first big shock of the draft, I think. And that drops, the Bears down to 13, still with a chance to get a playmaker.
Yeah, it's very interesting, but the Bears are always known to go after defense, and Latu's still on the board. I think Latu is sitting pretty over there, 6'5", 259 guy that it could be a dominant force for a long, long time. So I'm going to go with Latu at number 9.
All right, number 10, the New York Jets.
Why do you do that?
What?
Why do you do that? The New York Jets. Yeah, we're
because they're a great team and they just
they deserve extra emphasis, and they will get a little extra to help out their offensive line here. I'm going to give them Fuaga. I agree with Connor Livesay. They need some alleviation if Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses get hurt.
Yeah,
we are in win now mode. We can find backup linemen in later rounds. I don't care. Put on Tyler, that's that prick. Who gives a shit? At number 10, we take the best tight end in the draft. Brock Bowers, University of Georgia.
Speedy, I agree with you. They're going to get another offensive tackle. I got the same guy as you.
All right.
Although I just threw up in my mouth, I agree with Jeff. I think Brock Bowers is the guy Aaron Rodgers wants. And we already talked about it tonight. What Aaron wants, Aaron gets. Brock Bowers to the Jets at 10.
First of all, I have Roma Dunze going to the New York Jets at number 10. He's still on my board, and I think that's the guy that Aaron Rodgers wants. He's been over there to the Jets camp twice. They love him. They've taken him out, and I think he's the perfect guy for the New York Jets for their future. I think he's might be the best wide receiver in his class. I'm going Rome Odunze to the New York Jets.
All right, number 11, the Minnesota Vikings. For most people, I know, Fish, you had the trade. And I had the trade scenario mention of Drake May. So if the Vikings take Drake May, the Patriots get J.J. McCarthy. They'll trade back into the first round, but I'll give the Vikings J.J. McCarthy in the regular scenario.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not predicting any trade. There's going to be trades, so I know my board's getting blown up.
Yeah, everybody's board's getting blown up.
Yeah. Right, yeah. But so, in this scenario, yeah, J.J. McCarthy would go here.
Yes, Speedy, I had the trade also, so I got the Patriots taking J.J. McCarthy here.
Okay.
Yes.
No.
Well, there's only Knicks out left on the board for me, and I don't think that Patriots are going that route. So I'm going to have the best guy available, Rome Odunze, go to the Patriots at 11.
I'm going J.J. McCarthy. He's sitting there. Minnesota will be there at 11. That's who they want. That's what they're shooting for, and I think he falls right to him. So J.J. McCarthy.
All right, number 12, the new Zach Wilson-led Denver Broncos.
Oh, God.
Since they don't get J.J. McCarthy, they're going to be dumb enough to draft Bo Nix in the first round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Bo Nix would be the logical choice here, and Zach Wilson can teach him how to base some mile high mountains.
With the 12th overall pick, I got the Denver Broncos selecting Matthew Pratt. No, I'm just joking. I got Bo Nix.
I got Bo Nix. Yeah, Fish.
I don't think Bo Nix is going in the first round personally. So I think you got to rush the passer. And you were talking Latu's praises earlier. Latu's got a medical on him. That's the issue with him. He was apparently told that can't play football ever again at his first school before he left. He was eventually cleared and became the stud. So as long as his medical is halfway decent, I don't see why they wouldn't take him here at 12.
I got Bo Nix. I could see Sean Payton doing that, and everything that we've heard, Sean Payton loves him. So Bo Nix goes 12.
All right, number 13, the Las Vegas Raiders. I do believe they're going to take a quarterback, but I don't think it'll be in the first round. So I'm going to give them the first corner off the board. Give me the lengthy Quinyon Mitchell, number 13 to the Raiders.
That's exactly who I am, dude. Like, I think reaching for Michael Penix is a massive mistake. Like, he does have some medical issues. He's tore his ACL a bunch of times. To me, not a guy I would risk in the first round. Give me a more solid prospect, Quinyon Mitchell.
Nathan?
Okay. I got the Raiders selecting quarterback Mike Penix Jr.
All right.
Fish?
Sorry about that.
We have Chicago.
I have the Bears here, and we lost their chance at Odunze and Bowers by trading back. Sorry, Bears fans. So I'm going to go with the best defensive player on the board, and I believe that is cornerback Quinyon Mitchell.
I think the Raiders are going to go offensive line. I think they need to fix that offensive line. It's horrific. It's really bad. I'm going to go with Fashanu is the best. The fact that he fell to 13 is surprising. I think Fashanu goes to the Las Vegas Raiders.
All right, so number 14 is the New Orleans Saints. So definitely a lot of directions they could go here. I definitely think they need offensive line, but I think the value is too good. He's a local product from Louisiana. So I'm going to go Brian Thomas to go alongside Olave to help out Derek Carr, 14.
Yeah, I'm going Olumia Fashanu, offensive tackle, Penn State.
Yeah, Jeff, I agree with you. I got the Saints taking Penn State offensive tackle, Fashanu.
Fish?
I don't have Fashanu. I have Latham going here, but I agree it's going to be offensive tackle.
I have J.C. Latham as well, sitting there, 6'6", 342, offensive lineman from Alabama. So I have him going there as well.
All right, number 15, the Indianapolis Colts. So I mentioned I like the trade-up possibility for Brock Bowers, but even if he's not drafted there, he'll end up going here at 15 to the Colts.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for the Colts. They do need wide receiver. They do need some line help. But this is a spot for me. I'm going defense, cornerback Terrion Arnold.
Nathan?
I got Terrion Arnold, same, going to the Colts.
Fish?
Yeah, so this is where I kind of went nuts and was going to I was going to trade with the Colts because I think they need a lot more as far as depth pieces. So I think they're going to move back a little bit. I think that this is a spot for Bo Nix. I haven't had him gone yet. I think the Broncos are going to try to trade back into the first round with future assets, whatever they have left after the Russell Wilson debacle going forwards, and take Bo Nix here at 15.
Brock Bowers is sitting pretty over there, and they don't even have to move up for him. I think Indianapolis drafts Brock Bowers.
All right, number 16, the Seattle Seahawks. So this is where I will have Latu going. I still think high upside in comparison to the injury fish. I know you're concerned about that, but I actually like him as a more pure pass rusher over Turner, even though Turner is very explosive. But Seattle does need that help up front. They got a good secondary, so give me Latu to Seattle.
Yeah, makes sense. They definitely need some interior line help. For me, I'm going in a different direction. Tyrese Fuaga is where I'm going. The Seahawks.
I got the Seattle Seahawks selecting Washington offensive tackle Troy. How do you say his last name?
Fatano.
Yeah, Fatano. There you go.
Fish?
That's the same pick I have. I have Fatano, interior line help.
Yeah, Seattle, they like to surprise a lot of people.
They do.
They really do like to surprise a lot of people, but I'm going somewhere else. My Seminoles, I think he could be the best defensive player in this class. We'll see what happens. But I like Jared Verse going here to Seattle.
All right, number 17 is the Jacksonville Jaguars. A team that doesn't know how to find free agent defensive backs as it is. So I'm going to go a corner off the board here too. Give me Terrion Arnold to go alongside Tyson Campbell as the number 2 corner in Jacksonville.
Yeah, for me, same position, same school, different guy. Give me Kool-Aid.
All right.
I'm getting Trevor Lawrence, another weapon. I'm going Brock Bowers here.
Oh.
I'm with you, Speedy. I think this is a perfect spot for Terrion Arnold.
Everything that I've heard, Jacksonville loves Terrion Arnold. He's been there 3 times, I think, and I think that they're going to seal the deal. He's sitting there perfectly. Arnold goes to Jacksonville.
All right, that is number 18 to the Cincinnati Bengals. A team that could definitely use some O-line too, but I'm going to give them some interior defensive line help. Give me Byron Murphy, high upside prospect of defensive tackle.
Love that pick, Speedy. Great player. Love that pick. But I am taking your suggestion and going offensive line for the Bengals. That's where they need the help for me. It's Amarius Mims.
All right.
Yeah. I got Cincinnati Bengals taking defensive tackle Brian Murphy the second.
You know, it's interesting. A lot of guys really like Murphy. But I don't believe I've given did I give Fashano to anybody yet?
Yeah.
I don't think I did. Did I earlier?
Yeah, I think you did.
I did do Fashano. Okay, my fault. In that case, I'm going defense with them. I want them. They're going to be a little mad they lost out on the corner and Terrion Arnold. I think they're going to still take the corner that kind of has been creeping up boards because he got a late clearance. Cooper DeJean from Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
I've got Mims.
Lightning.
I've got Mims. I agree with Jeff. I think he's sitting over there. They need offensive line help. That's where they go.
All right, number 19 is the LA Rams. So I think they go defense here. They could use some edge rushing help to go alongside, even though Aaron Donald retired, still got a good interior. So I have Jared Verse here at 19 to LA.
Great pick. I've got the same position, different guy. He's fallen on my board, Dallas Turner.
Wow. I got the Los Angeles Rams selecting Georgia offensive tackle Amarius Mims.
Yeah, this is where I'm putting Fuaga right here, interior.
I have Kool-Aid going to Los Angeles corner, obviously from Alabama. So I have Kool-Aid.
All right, number 20 is the Pittsburgh Steelers. So even though trading Deontay Johnson, I don't think they go wide receiver in this spot. A lot of people think they go defense, but I think they go O-line. I'm going to give them the first interior offensive lineman, high upside guy. Give me Graham Barton.
Do it. Yeah, let's do it. I co-sign that pick. Give me Graham Barton.
Yeah, I agree with you, Speedy and Jeff. I got Graham Barton going there too. Let's go.
The Steelers love defense. Byron Murphy II might be the best defensive player overall. He just plays a position that's a lower value at defensive tackle. I think they go with Byron Murphy II here. Steelers.
I think the Steelers are restructuring their offensive line. I think they go offensive line. I have Jackson Powers Johnson going to the Steelers.
Okay.
All right, number 21, the Miami Dolphins. So the Dolphins need to beef up on defense too and on the offensive line, but I'm going to give them a high upside defensive player here. Another one of your Seminoles, Brandon Fisk, goes number 21 to Miami.
Ooh.
Yeah, Miami sneakily needs a bunch of stuff, but they lost a bunch of edge rushing. So this is where I would have Byron Murphy.
I got the Miami Dolphins selecting Toledo cornerback Quinnen Mitchell.
All right, Fish.
This is where I'm putting Mims.
I agree with Jeff. I have Byron Murphy as well. DT, Texas, going to the Miami Dolphins. They need to beef up on the defensive line, and they got that. They get their guy. So I'm going Murphy.
All right, number 22, the Philadelphia Eagles. So this is where I have the guy, White Lightning, Cooper DeJean, going to the Eagles. I know they need outside corner more, but I think the value is better with a higher upside prospect here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good player. I love White Lightning. He's going to be a good player somewhere. That's not what I have for them. I have them taking an offensive lineman. They've lost a little in there. Give me Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle, Arizona.
All right.
I got the Philadelphia Eagles selecting Florida State edge Jared Verse.
You know, they just lost Kelsey. They're going to replace him. If Graham Barden's there, they're going to find a way to move him inside. I think that's the move for them.
Well, they've had problems with their secondary all season last year. Their secondary just didn't show up, and that was one of the reasons why they weren't as good as they were the year before. I like this pick. I'm going Cooper DeJean going to the Philadelphia Eagles.
All right, number 23 is the Vikings again. So after getting their quarterback, I think they address their defense a little more. I think the edge rushing value on my board is a little low, so I'm going to give them another corner. Give me Nate Wiggins for them at 23.
Who is here at 23?
Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
They need just about everything. But I like Chop Robinson here.
Okay.
All right. So for me, I'm getting an offensive lineman to help out their new quarterback. So I'm getting Oregon center Jackson Parrish Johnson here.
So for me, this is the Patriots. They traded with them to get McCarthy moving all the way up. So the Patriots need receiving help, and I haven't given Brian Thomas Jr. to anybody. That's where they're going at 23.
Minnesota will be sitting there pretty at 23. I think that's where they'll be. I think they need defensive help. I think you had a defensive lineman. Johnny Newton from Illinois goes to Minnesota.
All right, number 24, Nithin's Dallas Cowboys. And Nathan, you'll like this pick because he's fallen in my draft. The good tackle available that you guys already have off your boards. Give me Latham to the Cowboys.
Yes, let's go. I like that.
Interesting. I got the same position though, Speedy. I got a different guy. He's a little raw.
Mm-hmm.
Nathan, don't cry like the Bees would over this. This is a good pick.
Okay.
Tyler Guyton.
Yep.
From where?
Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got Jeff. I got Chop Robinson coming here. I for some reason something jumps off of me on the tape, man. Chop Robinson. This guy. I think this guy is gonna be a good player. So I got him here going to Dallas Cowboys. Chop Robinson.
Fish.
I am convinced on this one. This is the most Jerry Jones pick there is. Local guy from a local college. Broke records at the combine.
Woo.
Xavier Worthy, wide receiver to the Cowboys. First round.
No, I think they're going offensive line. They need to solidify that offensive line. I agree with Jeff. I go with Tyler Guyton over there from Oklahoma, 6'8", 322. So
ready. Number 25, the Green Bay Packers. They love to beef up on defense. They draft a lot of unconventional prospects.
They need some offensive line help.
They need offensive line help too, but I'm going to give them a defensive prospect that's fallen on my board. Give me Jerzon Newton to Green Bay.
It's a good pick. But I like cold weather guys to play in cold weather places. Give me safety / cornerback out of Iowa, White Lightning Cooper DeJean.
Mm-hmm.
I got them taking Iowa cornerback, defensive back Cooper DeJean.
So on my board, the one guy who's fallen and they can't believe he's there is Jared Verse, edge rusher from Florida State.
I'm going offensive line. I like this kid, Troy Fatanu from Washington, 6'4", 17-pound guard. So I have Fatanu going there.
All right, number 26, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So this is another team that could go in a lot of different directions. They could go secondary help, but I'm going to give them some O-linemen. The O-line overperformed last year, but I still have Jackson Powers-Johnson on my board, so I'm going to go 26 to Tampa.
Speedy, we're vibing tonight. We're on the same page. I agree. Jackson Powers-Johnson, love the pick.
I got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers selecting Illinois defensive tackle Jason Newton.
In Tampa, they drink the Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I have the speed demon Nate Wiggins falling to them. He heads over there to Tampa. I have Nate Wiggins.
All right, so number 27, the second pick for the Arizona Cardinals. I know I had them taking Marvin Harrison the first time, but I'm going to actually double up on the wide receivers. They need him badly. Give me Xavier Worthy to Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona does need receivers, but they need other stuff as well. And I don't think that they can go in there and take 2 receivers in the first round and not address the offensive line. I have guard from Washington, Troy Fatano.
All right, for me, I got the Arizona Cardinals selecting Alabama cornerback Kool-Aid McKinstry.
This is where I put Jason Newton.
All right.
I'm trying to look at offensive linemen right now, where they're sitting and how many guys there are left, but I'm going to go with this guy because he's still on my board. I'm going to go with Graham Barton.
All right, number 28, the Buffalo Bills. I think a lot of people believe this is going to be a receiver. I'm actually going to go in a different direction because they need corner and secondary help really badly. I think Josh Allen can make a second-round receiver, so I have Kool-Aid going here, 28 to the Bills.
Fair pick, but I believe the obvious is right in front of you. I'm going with it. And so for me, this is a spot for Xavier Leggett.
All right.
Wide receiver, South Carolina.
I got the Buffalo Bills selecting LSU wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. here.
The Bills need the secondary help in the worst way. I'm giving them Nate Wiggins, the speedster.
Oh, they need wide receiving help big time, and I agree with you, Nathan. I'm going Brian Thomas Jr. He's the best guy right now available. It could be a steal at 28. Give me Brian Thomas Jr.
All right, number 29, the Detroit Lions. So I do think they could be a team that could trade up for an outside corner, but since all the good outside corners are off my board, I'm going to give him a very versatile high upside guy, also a Michigan guy, Mike Sanders still going 29th to the Lions.
That's bold pick, but we do hate Michigan Wolverines. So that's a real thing. I think the Detroit Lions need some help on their offensive line. I'm trying to see who's left on my board here. How about give them Kingsley Sumataya?
Nathan?
I got the Detroit Lions selecting offensive tackle Tyler Guyton.
I think you got to pair Aiden. Oh my God, I can't forget it. Hutchinson with another edge on the other side. I think Chop Robinson sitting there for them on my board is just a perfect pairing.
I also have Chop Robinson sitting on my board. I think he's perfect with Aiden Hutchinson. They had problems on the defensive line in the playoffs. They couldn't get pressure, especially against San Francisco in the second half of that game. So I'm going Chop Robinson.
All right, number 30, the Baltimore Ravens. So they drafted a wide receiver last year in Zay Flowers. I think they do it a second year in a row with a lot of these older guys on the team. Give me Adonai Mitchell, number 30, to the Ravens.
Dude, you're stealing my picks. A.D. Mitchell is the guy. Give it to me.
With the 30th pick, I got the Baltimore Ravens selecting Washington offensive tackle Roger Rosengarten.
All right, Fish.
Rosengarten's good.
You know, the two of you said it. I was looking at A.D. Mitchell also. I think he's a great choice for them. You know, Zay Flowers is a little bit more of a move type of guy. A.D. Mitchell more of an X. I think it makes a lot of sense.
They need protection for Lamar Jackson. They lost a lot this offseason. I'm going to go with Kingsley how do you pronounce his name? Sumataya from BYU, the 6'5", 326-pound offensive lineman.
All right, number 31, the San Francisco 49ers. We were talking about it earlier. Trent Williams is one of the best left tackles in football, but the right side of the offensive line was a consistent problem for them. So I'm going to give them Tyler Guyton at 31.
Yeah, I'm torn here on what to do because I believe that they're going to trade Brandon Ayuk. So I think that this could be a good spot for a wide receiver, but until that happens, I can't really throw that out there, I guess. So I guess give me Johnny Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois for San Francisco.
I got the San Francisco 49ers selecting offensive tackle Jordan Morgan.
All right.
I think Speedy said it. I'm also taking Tyler Guyton, the big fella, to go opposite Trent Williams here.
I think they're going to need some corner help, especially one of them that's going to be a free agent after next year. I'm going to go with a guy on my board still, Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo.
All right. Finally, the Kansas City Chiefs. And I'm actually going to agree with what Connor Livesay was saying. Like, they've drafted all these quicker receivers over the years, but they could finally get one a little more physical, with a little more size to help them out. Give me Troy Franklin for them at 32.
Ooh, okay. Wow.
Speedy, I like where your mind is at. I don't have Troy Franklin here, but we don't know what's going on with Rashee Rice. If he's going to miss time, the rest of those receivers kind of stink. I want to take Xavier Worthy here, but I'm not going to because you're right. They need physicality. Give me Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State.
Oh, wow. Good pick. For
No,
me,
he's not a first round draft.
Right. For me, I got the Kansas City Chiefs.
You watch.
Okay, you watch. You watch.
First of all, if he's not a first round draft pick, he's not going past picks in the second round. It's not like it's a crazy pick. Dude.
I'll make a bet with that. We can make a bet with that. We'll talk about that. That's a bet.
Yeah, we'll make a bet. How about the Caitlin Clark bet? How about the Caitlin
No,
Clark
we're not doing that. You keep trying to draw me into it. It's not going to happen.
No, I didn't draw you into anything. You're the one that brought up.
I
the
never
bet.
said I was
ready to
making.
take it.
I never said I was making the bet. I said I was bringing up a bet.
I know that, but you threw it out there, and I was like, "I'm your Huckleberry. Let's do it."
Okay. I'm interested in the Keon Coleman bet.
I think Keon Coleman could be a first rounder. It's the last pick in the first round.
Right.
He's got great hands and a great catch radius.
Okay. Who do we have left? Nathan?
Yeah.
Nathan, did you do your Chiefs?
Not yet. So the Kansas City Chiefs, I got them selecting Texas wide receiver Adonai Mitchell.
Fish?
All right. I've got them taking the receiver as well, but I think they're going to go with Xavier Legette from South Carolina.
Oh my God, Kansas City is sitting pretty, and it's perfect. It's perfect for them. They're drafting Xavier Worthy, absolutely speed demon, fits perfect with Kansas City. I want to throw up, but
I'll tell you why I don't think that's a good fit. Just honestly, this is why I had Keon Coleman there. They have too many of that guy.
I just think he's perfect, and that's something that Andy Reid loves to go after. So.
I agree with you. He's perfect, but they have like four other of that guy on that team.
Except one of them's Kadarius Toney.
But but also Nicole Hardman is back, and he's that guy, and Rashee Rice is there, and he's that guy. That's why I would go with a more physical guy. Look, I respect the pick. I think it's a very good pick, and it could happen. For me, it just feels like it's a redundancy.
It's interesting. It's interesting. I would say Kansas City would go for an offensive lineman, but a lot of them are off the board for me. So I'm going wide receiver. I think it makes just as much sense. I think they need one. And I've heard through different experts that we've had on our show say that Worthy could move up in the teens.
Yeah.
And some people say he could be a mid-second round draft pick. So I'm gonna go the final pick of the first round because I think he's perfect for them. I agree with Jeff too. They could be looking for a guy that's more rough, behind the edges. So
they also could go offensive line. They need that shit too.
Yeah,
they do. We'll see what happens.
I mean, that's the whole problem with this thing is we're all like every team has. I mean,
needs.
Just pick a team. I don't care.
Yeah.
Right. Every team has like 4 or 5 needs. Yeah. So it's like. Who's there? And the other thing that's going to determine a lot of this too is if there's a run on players, right? Like say people just start reaching for wide receivers and stuff, right? Like Brian Thomas, Roma Dunze, all these other guys, right? No one wants to get the 7th, 8th, or 9th best wide receiver,
right?
But if only 3 or 4 of them go and some of them start to drop, that could be a thing too,
That's what happened with the Giants last year. 4 receivers went before their pick.
Right. I mean, it is what it is. I think it's going to be a fun draft. There's a lot of really good players here.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's it's so many unpredictable things that could happen in this draft. But somebody's going to be more on than the other person. So we'll see. Speed, you can take this down, and we'll see percentage-wise, even by the position, how it all falls together. Because even if we're right about the position, I would give you a half a point because you kind of predicted maybe the guy that was off
You're
the board.
splitting hairs at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all preference over. I mean, look, if at 6, and I don't think any of us believe this would happen, but if at 6 the choice is Marvin Harrison or Neighbors for the Giants, I mean, do you have a preference really? Could you? So you can't really tell me who's better, right?
I think that if the Giants had to pick between Neighbors and Marvin Harrison, they're going Marvin Harrison.
Right. I think that they have a preference, but I don't think at this stage of the game, everyone's just guessing who could be better.
I do believe, Jeff, Marvin Harrison Jr. is they're praying that they can make a move for him. I think that's the guy they really, really want. They're not saying anything, but I think that's who they want. He's a big star. He comes to New York, automatically is the biggest star here in New York. But people are going to want to see him. He's going to get sneaker deals and everything like that.
But I got news for you. Every one of us, Fish, Nathan, Speedy, you, me, every one of us had 3 quarterbacks going 1, 2, 3. If the Cardinals don't trade at 4, the Giants are never even going to sniff Marvin Harrison Jr. He'll be out in the desert.
You're probably right. So. I have Marvin Harrison going 4-2 to Arizona. So interesting. It definitely is. And Jeff, thank you for joining us.
Nathan, are you a big James Cahoon guy?
Huh?
James Cahoon. Are you a big James Cahoon guy this year?
No.
Apparently not. Do you know who?
Are you a big Michael Pratt guy, Jeff?
No, Michael Pratt's a 7th rounder. But there's an interesting guy from a small Division III college, Bridgewater State in Massachusetts, though. James Cahoon is this year's Tyson Bagent from Chicago.
So he's on my list as the 86th best guy at his position, which is dead last in the draft.
Total prospect?
At his position.
86th ranked quarterback.
I'm telling you right now, 86th ranked quarterback, terrific. There's a lot of teams that love him. He might have the most arm talent in this draft. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to be a very good quarterback, but he's impressed a lot of people.
Jeff, Carl has a question for you. Who is this year's Tulsa player?
Zaven Collins. Dude, there's a lot of guys that I like in this draft. It's tough. It's tough. There's a lot of really good players. I'll say it because, it's one of those things where it's the guy is raw. He needs to work on his footwork, but he could be a really great lineman. I like Tyler Guyton. I think that's a really great player. It's just, it could take him a little while.
And that's what worries me about Brock Bowers if the Jets go that route, because it takes a while for a tight end to figure things out. That's why I'm hoping Roma Doomsday.
You should have no worries there. He walked into the SEC as a freshman, and for 3 years, he was the Osama bin Laden to everybody else. He was a terrorist. You couldn't name another player on offense for Georgia. He, everyone knew on 3rd down, he was getting the ball, and still nobody stopped him. And did it when he came back after having tightrope surgery.
Carl says, Jeff, Nathan has Matt Leiter's wife on speed dial.
Jeff, I know you said there was McConkey was there, and McConkey's a pretty good wide receiver. So
McConkey's okay, but who got all the passes?
Yeah, well,
Brock Bowers.
Yeah, because Brock Bowers is a running back / tight end / wide receiver.
Right, but also he was triple teamed on every play and made every play for 2 national championship teams.
I'm praying for Roma Doomsday. So I'm praying.
But yeah, I hear you, but I I don't see a place for him. They signed Mike Williams. They have Garrett Wilson.
Mike Williams only there for 1 year, and Odunze is the perfect fit for them. He's the perfect second guy that after Mike, and I don't trust Mike Williams. And knowing the Jets and the Jets' luck, Garrett Wilson in game number 1 goes down for the season, and they need the other guy. I think Odunze is the perfect counter guy that you can run with. I'm going Rome Odunze. That's who I want. I've heard through the grapevine the Jets trying to move up to the 5th pick is because they want Rome Odunze. That's what I've heard. So
yeah, there's a lot of people that love Rome Odunze. I totally get it. But you couldn't, like, as far as on-field performance, I get that that's not how people draft. They draft in, 40s and three cone drills and like that kind of stuff and all the nonsense. But you couldn't possibly name me another player that had a bigger impact in college football for the past 3 years than Brock Bowers.
I'm not taking shots at Brock Bowers. I didn't say
that you were, but I would rather, if you look at the track record, 3 years of destroying the SEC and making your little stepbrother versus 1 year of good Rome Odunze.
I'm going Rome Odunze. I'm going with the wide receiver that can change everything for the Jets on the outside. You have Garrett Wilson, you have him, you have Mike Williams, you have Lazard. I mean, you have weapons all over that field. You could do so many things. Aaron Rodgers is going to be licking his lips when the season starts. When you have all those weapons.
But I think we're saying the same thing, but just with a different player. Because
I guess so,
because I think Brock Bowers is like a lot like Jimmy Graham. He's a tight end. He's a receiver. He's going to be a game record. He's Aaron Hernandez minus the murders, right? Like he's too big for defensive backs, and he's far too fast for linebackers.
And everybody, Keith, you keep saying that Aaron Rodgers wants Bowers. I disagree. I think Odunze is the guy. I don't know if you guys know this. He's been there like 2 times, and Aaron Rodgers is one of those guys that likes those really, tough wide receivers. Jordy Nelson, a tough wide receiver. You go up and down the wide receivers that he's had in the past.
That's a different position, though. That's a slot receiver versus an outside guy. And I could also make the argument Aaron Rodgers loves his tight ends. How often did he throw to Bobby Tunyon? All the time. How often did he throw to Mercedes Lewis? All the time.
The 36-year-old Mercedes Lewis.
Oh, yeah, but he wasn't then.
He loves his wide receivers, and Odunze is a guy that's going to be up. He's going to go up for the ball just like Devontae Adams. You have guys like Garrett Wilson as a great route runner, and then you have Odunze who's powerful, big, long, and he'll go out there and get the ball. Mike Williams is only going to be there 1 year. You don't know how much you trust that knee of his. Odunze's a young kid. He's injury prone, and he's a guy that's going to go out there and give you everything. That's the guy I want. I want the guy that's going to go and he's not going to stop until he hits his best numbers. I want a guy that knows that he wants to be the best, and that's the guy. I think Odunze is the best wide receiver in this class. So
I love Odunze, but I'm sorry, Jeff. I love Odunze, but I think the biggest
champions that was the best.
So
go
Jeff,
ahead now, Fish.
I think the thing with Bowers is he makes the offense a lot more versatile than Odunze does because you already have Wilson outside. I think what you're going to be able to do, a lot more like you named some tight ends that Rodgers had, but you didn't name Jermichael Finley. And Jermichael Finley lined up in the backfield
hated Aaron Rodgers, by the way.
Well, you can hate him all you want. Is how he was implemented was kind of like more of like a fullback H-back type where he did a little bit more flat route stuff, allowed you to move the formation. It's really makes you able to do more offensively from a technical standpoint. I think Rodgers knows that, and I think he's been missing that. It's been too vanilla.
I'm going to bet
a guy like that mixes it up.
I'm going to bet you guys if Odunze and Bowers are sitting there pretty at 10, the Jets are going to pick Odunze. I'm telling you.
You could very well be right, but I think they should take Bowers. That's why I have it. That's what I think that they should.
I'll be happy with Odunze. I'll be very excited with Odunze.
But you'll be upset if it's Brock Bowers?
No, I don't. I know the Jets. And if the Jets go and get this great tight end at number 10, he's going to fail. And I'm going to be sitting there saying, why did we take the tight end when we can get the top end wide receiver? I want to do it.
You could have just as much of a failure with Odunze. He has been hurt. Fish, have you ever seen a tight end in the SEC catch screen passes and run 80 yards for touchdowns in the SEC?
He's different. I agree with you, Jeff. I think he really, when you think about what he's doing, he's a slot receiver who can block like a tight end, and he can line up in the backfield. That's such a great thing to have. And if you could also throw the ball to him behind the line of scrimmage and get over 5 yards, yak after the catch. I mean, what else do you really need from a playmaker? He's really, obviously you want the outside guy, but like I said, I think the Jets have that covered. I think this is, and Rodgers isn't win now. He could give a shit about next year. I know he says he's playing till 45. I don't believe it.
Buddy, Brock Bowers is so good. He fooled 32 NFL teams into thinking Stetson Bennett could possibly play quarterback.
Good point.
All right, we'll see. We'll definitely see what
Speaking
happens.
of, what world should Stetson Bennett be in the NFL? That dude should be back in the hollow tree baking cookies with the other Keeblers minding his business.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Let me ask you, Jeff. Let me ask you this real quick. What's your ceiling on Chop Robinson?
Could you stop with this Chop Robinson? He's not going to the Cowboys. He's not.
Whoever you take's going to suck. That's what's going to happen, Nathan.
But he's not going to the Cowboys. Stop with this.
He could. You never know. You never know how it can fall. But look, we've dealt with Nippon before. We know Nippon fixates on one player and one player only, and it falls above. Remember last year how he drafted 3 players in the same first round? Do you remember that?
Jeff, were you on a couple of weeks ago when he said, "Oh, how are the Cowboys going to trade up for Marvin Harrison?"
Yeah, everyone wants to trade up for Marvin Harrison. I would like a date with Anna De Armas.
Oh my God.
You think that's happening anytime soon?
Oh God.
Oh my God. I like the name Chop Robinson, by the way. I like it.
Yeah.
But think about this. Here's the other part of that. If you're, got candy cane dreams here, Nippon, it's Christmas for you, right? Think about the number of picks that you would have to trade to go from, are they 24?
24.
Where are they?
24.
They're at 24, and you want to go up to 4 to get them. So you're going to trade your next 5 years of draft picks because you're in love with Marvin Harrison?
CeeDee Lamb will be forcing his way out when he doesn't get the ball.
That will definitely sell every Cowboy fan that they're ready to win now.
That means Jerry Jones is all in.
Let's look at it this way.
Yeah.
It's been rumored that's been out there. This is not me making rumors. This is not like a Josh Silverberg thing. This has been widely reported. For the Minnesota Vikings to go from 11 to 3 to where the Patriots are, it would be a swap and picks, 11, also 23, I think they own.
Yes.
Right? Is that right?
23.
Next year's first, a second, and the left tackle there. What's the
Brian O'Neill or Darisaw?
Christian Darisaw. I almost just said Brickishaw Ferguson. That's what it would cost to go from 11 to 3. So now, in the squirrel brain, go, oh my God, I got to go up 11 more spots. Right? You're going from 24 to 4. That's crazy.
It's never going to happen.
I keep straight as realistic. The Cowboys, no.
That's never going to happen. That's a peak trade.
And if you want a Jerry Jones move, right? Here's the Jerry Jones move, because I think he does have dementia, right? He clearly looks like the villain that's unmasked at the end of every Scooby-Doo, right?
Oh, God.
Keon Coleman is I wouldn't put it past CeeDee Lamb to say, take my cousin and we'll all play together. You're laughing. That could be a Jerry Jones thing.
I do think that too. I think Keon Coleman, it could very much, if you want to keep CeeDee Lamb there, it'll make CeeDee Lamb very happy. I know they're cousins, and I've heard that I could see the Cowboys going with him. Yeah.
I realize it's not the same situation because it's not a first-round draft pick, but look at the midget running back they drafted, Vaughn, out of Kansas State last year. They drafted him just because his dad's a linebackers coach or something.
Hey, what?
I can tell you this, Nith. You might have Jamal Adams. He might be heading over there soon.
Hey, bring Jamal Adams to home. Bring him home. Bring him home.
You can have him.
You can have him. Enjoy them.
I'm just looking forward to the day Dak Prescott buries that team when he gets $60 million a year. Buries them in debt. It's salary cap hell.
Keith said Vikings are going to make a trade with the Chargers. That's also definitely possible. Says Nathan sources Matt Leinert's wife. And he says those is going to include the rights to stop pocket Danny White.
You know, I've heard now twice that Neighbors is going to the Chargers from Neighbors.
Vikings.
From Neighbors? Yeah.
The Broncos.
Yeah, I think the Colts are going to move up, and I think the Vikings are going to move up.
Don't put it past Buffalo to move up.
I don't think. Here's my prediction: in the top 10, nobody is moving up in the top 10. Nobody. That's my prediction. I don't think anybody. All the stories coming out, I don't think anybody's crazy enough. I don't think Minnesota's moving up from 11 to 3. They'd be nuts. Like Jeff said, I would not do that.
I didn't say it was nuts.
I'm saying
desperate people that like things that they pay. I'm just saying that's like the rumored. That's the rumored package. Now go back to 24. What do you have to add in there?
I think that
I think, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Nathan. I think it just makes a lot of sense that JJ McCarthy, I still think will be sitting there at number 11. I don't think the Jets are trading out of that pick. I don't think Chicago's trading out of that pick. I think everybody's going to stay where they are, and they're going to make their pick.
A lot of teams. Hey, Atlanta could trade back. Atlanta's got no business being at 8.
Yeah,
true. You know, I just don't see the Vikings coming out of this draft without one of the top quarterbacks after they let Cousins go. You know, they could have easily paid him. You know, I really think they set themselves on it, and I think they're going to be the ones that pony up. If anyone does, it's them. They're the ones that have the right assets for it.
I have them trading up from 11 to 3 to get Drake May, and then I have JJ McCarthy going to the Patriots.
Patriots are not trading out of that pick. Washington is not trading out of that pick. I will put any.
The Patriots need a lot of stuff. Man.
I know, but I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you, it's Drake May. Drake May is going to the Patriots. I'm 100% sure on that. I'll book that.
I agree with you, but I don't think anything's set in stone.
No,
I think
nothing's
the
set in
Cardinals
stone.
could trade out. I think the Patriots could trade. The Chargers could definitely trade out. The Chargers need a ton of stuff.
Yeah, I understand that. A lot of teams.
Broncos.
There might be 6 teams that don't need a lot of stuff. 6 of them. That's it. Everybody else, you could go here, you could go there. Buffalo needs a ton of stuff. I mean, Buffalo lost their whole secondary. They have no wide receivers that you really could say, oh my God, he scares the hell. Curtis Samuel, give me a break. That guy's a gadget player.
And I just want to push back very gently on what Fish said. Right? This isn't a dig at you, Fish, because I think that you're correct about people trading up for quarterbacks and like whatever. But who's to determine what a top quarterback is? No one thought Patrick Mahomes was a top quarterback. Right? He got taken much later. He got taken in the 20s or 18.
No, he got taken at 10, but
it was 10. He wasn't thought of as the top guy. I agree. Right. You're right.
That was a pretty good quarterback class, by the way.
Was.
I mean,
right. But also for a guy like Sean Payton, right? What's a good quarterback to him? He took a guy in Drew Brees that the rest of the NFL said will never throw a football again, and made him a Hall of Famer.
It's interesting.
He says San Diego and Minnesota trade makes no sense.
According to my sources, Matt Leiner's wife said the Broncos are going to trade up to get Spencer Rattler.
You're asking somebody's wife,
dude.
But your sources can take a long walk off a short Baltimore bridge, right?
Oh God,
like,
that's not fun. Don't make fun of that. No, please don't say anything. No, that's not funny. That's not
funny.
The Baltimore Bridge thing is not funny. Come on, Jeff. Why do you have to go there?
I don't know this one. I'd love to know the inside story on this one.
About what? Oh, the Spencer Rattler thing?
No, the bridge.
Oh, the Baltimore Bridge? Oh, you didn't know the cargo ship. The
okay. Yeah. I don't know if the short bridge is now a fallen bridge.
It's not actually Delaware, just so you guys know.
It's not. It's Maryland.
It's Delaware. That's what they say. It's still Delaware.
It's not. If you looked at a map and knew anything, it's all Maryland. Delaware isn't for another 45 minutes north.
All right, my head hurts too much for geography
got
right now.
But yeah, but Spencer Rattler is going to the Broncos, according to Matt Leiner's wife.
Well, tell Matt Leiner's wife I'd love to see her naked.
Rattler and Zach Wilson on the Broncos.
Hey, there's a lot of quarterbacks that could be sneaky here, man. There's a ton of quarterbacks. No one's talking about Jordan Travis. Jordan Travis could be a second rounder. You know, like he'll be coming back from it. Like if he doesn't get hurt, is he a first rounder?
I think so.
I don't know.
So, I mean, that injury's going to heal. Why not take him in the second round? You know, Michael Pratt will be there. Devin Leary could be a decent guy late. There's a bunch of dudes in this draft that you could get late. Spencer Rattler, I know Errol's going to have a heart attack. But
The guy late I'd want is Tua's brother.
Oh, from Maryland, right? From Maryland?
Yeah. If I was going to take a flyer on someone in the 6th round, it'd probably be him.
How do you say his name?
I don't want to.
How do you say his name?
Talia Tagovailoa.
Yeah.
I mean, but think about
Who's
what
brother?
you're saying. It's a 6th round draft pick. And in that 6th round, you'd be getting a guy that everyone had pegged as the number 1 overall draft pick going into his sophomore year, right? Like everyone was like, this kid's too great.
Oh.
Wasn't Christian Hackenberg also thought of that way after his freshman year?
Stop with the quarterback. Stop.
Yeah,
Let me
I hate that. I hate when people do that. Like I respect you, Fish, but I do hate when people do that.
It's a fair comparison.
Situations. Like, was it fair that no one blocks for Josh Rosen?
Yeah.
Christian Hackenberg had no one block. You get put in a shit position. How is anyone supposed to succeed in those spots?
Carl says do an article or piece on the pickleball finals.
Who do you guys think would be this year's Mr. Irrelevant?
Mr. Irrelevant? I'm going to say Speedy. That's what I think. Speedy will be Mr. Irrelevant.
The smallest draft pick in NFL history.
No, you're bigger than Juice Vaughn.
I'm not bigger than Deuce Vaughn.
5'5".
You're bigger than Juice Vaughn. Look up Deuce Vaughn said. Deuce Vaughn might be 5'6".
No, I might be taller than Deuce Vaughn.
Why
But
do you scream in the mic? I'm going to lower your mic. You're killing my ear.
Deuce Vaughn is going to be a stud for the Cowboys. Watch.
You know, I want to go
yeah,
back
I'm
to the
25 pounds less
quarterback.
than Deuce Vaughn. So.
Let's go back to the quarterback thing though. Wasn't Geno Smith a bust, and then people let him hang around, and all of a sudden he became a look, not a great quarterback, but a pretty good starting quarterback. I don't think Christian Hackenberg was given like a fair shake. I don't think a lot of quarterbacks were given a fair shake in this league.
What did they say? A broadside of a barn he couldn't hit? I mean,
no, he just hit a reporter.
I mean, seriously. I know a lot of Jets reporters, and they all told me that kid could not throw if his life depended on it.
Even Zach Wilson didn't hit a reporter with a football.
When Sam Darnold was drafted, I heard that he was light years better than him, and Sam wasn't that good.
Right, but a lot of that's confidence though. Look at what happened with Hall of Fame second baseman Chuck Knobloch. All of a sudden, couldn't throw to first base. Like, come on, dude. Like, you gotta give a guy some confidence, and you gotta go in there and do that. That's on coaches, man. You know, like Christian Hackenberg. You don't just end up at Penn State on because you have no talent, right?
Yeah. I mean, there again. I'm not gonna sit here and say that Christian Hackenberg couldn't develop into a good player. I just think that I think
they went to him too early and then didn't give him the proper running start he needed to get his career going. He should have sat for a while.
I think Mike McCagnon is an idiot. That's what I think. But that's just my opinion. Anyway,
I feel bad for guys like Geno Smith is an example. He got to hang around for Ryan Fitzpatrick. You know, like he sat for a long. You should love that reference, Nathan. Harvard quarterback.
No, that doesn't border New Jersey. It doesn't count.
But before
I don't know. I feel bad for people that get stuck in shit situations.
Before we end this, I just want to say tomorrow I'm doing a NFL draft party with Otis Anderson live at the Ribs, Tom's River Hub in Tom's River, New Jersey. So whoever's in that area, please come by. Me and him are doing a segment at 6:30 p.m. Eastern live from the place before the draft. So
how many? And who do you have? And who do you have the Cowboys taking at number 1?
Oh my god! I had them taking Fish,
Cowboys take it number 2.
Fish and Speedy, and then Errol, and then Jeff, and then
Wow,
Carl.
I'm the third pick of the draft. Jesus.
They have all the picks, though, right?
They have all the picks.
The
Yeah.
Cowboys take 3rd.
EJ Perry.
You guys are idiots. All right. Jeff, thank you for calling, bud.
Always a pleasure, boys. Fun. It's always a fun. I'm so excited for this draft, aren't you?
Yeah, jumping for joy.
Let's go. I can't wait. This is gonna be exciting. I cannot wait.
Every year it's exciting for you. And every year I get sick to my stomach. And by the way, Jeff is right. It is Baltimore Key Bridge. You're right about that. Yep. All right. How wonderful. It has been good. Speedy. What's that smell? What's that stench?
I don't smell anything.
You don't smell it? I'm sure it's not your breath.
I don't smell anything.
I thought it was. I smell it. It's a stinky smell.
Okay. I believe you.
Where's Sean Smith, by the way? He always bails out. Huh?
We had a fundraiser.
But well, you see what happened with Sean is he was wiping his own rear end and he got caught between the ass cheek, and he had to go to an event and have his girlfriend surgically remove it. So. I mean,
pretty gruesome even for joking.
He's got a ton of girlfriends. There's no doubt about that.
One of them's going to be drafted 5th overall in the Cowboys in Niffin's mock draft.
I have I get what? I have more ladies than him. So.
And they're going to all be drafted to the Cowboys too.
Everybody's got like a famous saying, and the Niffin's famous saying, and it always is where the ladies at. Lots of ladies. And Speedy, what's yours? No.
I don't know.
No.
I don't care.
No.
That's a saying. It's a word.
That's a saying with you because you.
It's a word.
You drag it. No.
No. I don't care.
No. Do that. Do that one time.
I need a reaction for it. Niffin, get some random mock draft scenario going where I would do that.
No. What? No, I don't care.
No. Yeah, something that would trigger that.
Here you go. The Giants take Bo Nix at 6.
Oh, God. Oh.
Okay,
how about this?
Blow my ears out the way you scream.
Thanks, Phil. You provided it.
That was easy.
I've got a headache from this show because this guy's been screaming the whole friggin' show. I think sometimes I wonder if he has that mic surgically in his mouth when he speaks. I mean, seriously, step back for a second and speak like this. Don't go like a friggin' pirate. Jesus.
At the need of the reaction.
Yeah, well, you gave me one, and you gave me a headache while you're at it. I'm gonna wind up passing out from your bad breath. Anyways. Oh, man, what a wonderful show. Thank you to RJ Ochoa, blogging the boys editor-in-chief. Oh, also, thank you to NFL draft guide Connor Livesay for joining us as well. Fantastic. They were great. Thank you to Jeff for joining us in our mock draft. We'll see how everybody falls. We'll see where everything falls. Thank you to Nif for being the lady man. And Fish, as always, as the executive producer, you do such great work. And by the way, why don't you plop up that wonderful graphic one more time? Speedy is the Moses King of himself.
Predicting Spencer Rattler to the Jets.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. But
Rattler to the Broncos.
Let my people go.
Nope, if his sources says he's going to the Broncos, we have to believe it.
It is Passover. By the way, happy Passover for all
Thank
the
you.
people out there.
Yeah, happy Passover. Yep.
Happy Passover. I actually went to a Seder last night. That's what I was doing last night. It was nice. Yep. So it was fun. Great food, by the way. So, yeah. Have you ever been to a Seder, Speedy?
No.
Have you ever?
I crushed it last night cooking for everybody. Made a brisket, chicken soup, took the chicken, made a barbecue chicken out of it. It was money. Notice how I also got Zach Wilson's number for Spencer Rattler.
Speedy, have you ever had a duck's ass?
No.
You never had a duck's ass?
No.
You never eaten duck ass? No. Do you ever want to try it?
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm not going to do it because of you, though.
It's a delicacy.
Okay.
Delicacy.
I'm not doing it because of you, and I'm not doing it because of you either, Nick.
You know how you do
Before
it.
you get any idea.
Now you grab the duck's ass, right?
I don't care.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. How do you grab it?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Oh, well, you have to use both hands. You
Care.
gotta grab it like a
I
sandwich.
don't care.
Like a sandwich.
I don't.
How do you hold the sandwich? Show the fans. How
I
you
don't have a sandwich in front of me. I'm
But
gonna
pretend you have a sandwich in your hand.
demonstrate an invisible
Yes,
sandwich.
yes, an invisible sandwich. Show us. There you go. Wait, that looks like a hot dog.
Is it a recorder?
I only need one hand to grab a hot dog.
Sandwich like this.
I only grab one hand with a hot dog.
You know,
Footlong.
what is that, like a sausage McMuffin? Yeah, give us.
I would only need one hand
you
for that
gotta-
too.
You gotta hold it like this. It's gotta be
Well,
equal.
You must have thought it was a hero sandwich. That's what I think you were going
Yes,
for.
thank you, Fish. Fish, good job.
Thank you.
What? You're a winner. Fish is the big winner of the day.
Well, he was holding it like it was a hero, not a regular sandwich.
Ding, ding,
Otherwise,
ding.
it made no sense.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. What?
Fish wins.
Fish is swimming. You don't like duck ass.
Okay.
You don't like duck ass. I'm just asking you. Do you like duck ass?
I don't know.
How about asses? Do you like asses? Do you like asses?
Why would I like asses?
I'm just asking.
Oh
do
my
you?
god.
I like asses.
Good for you.
It's got to be a woman's ass.
Yep. Yep.
I
Good
think
for you. You could go.
I think.
You could go visit Matt Leinert's wife with Nathan.
Well, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. You know, you guys know Jake Berger from the White Sox?
No.
Yes.
Sure.
I'm connected with
He's
his
with
wife,
Miami
too.
now, but yeah.
I'm connected with his wife too on
I
Twitter.
have absolutely no idea who Jake Burger is, but I do like burgers. Speedy?
They actually had I think the Marlins actually named a burger after him when they traded him over.
Yeah.
Oh, they did?
You
Oh,
know-
yeah, they did.
Do you know that Jacob DeGrom has a sandwich named after him?
Yeah, I could
At the Seaport Diner.
DeGrommer-Mater?
Seaport Deli, sorry.
What is it called? DeGrommer-Mater?
I don't know what it's called, but I know he has a sandwich. So does Matt Harvey, believe it or not. He still has one.
Carl says Nathan texting Otis Anderson's directions with a prickly pickle right now.
Oh, Speedy, you like pickles.
Yeah, I do.
What's your favorite pickle? Do you
I
like
don't know.
Do you like the sweet pickle? Do you like the
No, not the sweet. I like
You like-
the tart more.
You like it dry?
Sour.
You don't like the dry pickles?
Thank you, Fish. Sour. Dry is a texture, not a flavor.
You like what kind of texture do you like?
It doesn't have to be like
Hard, soft.
in between.
I think Nathan likes it long and thick.
Oh my god.
You like it thick.
Oh, my-
Carl says your name drops are increasingly cringy, Nathan.
No,
Wait, what?
Your name drops are increasingly cringy, I guess.
What name drops? Oh,
Referencing
yeah.
Jake Berger and Otis Anderson and all the
Otis
other-
Anderson. Put some respect on Otis Anderson, everyone.
Oh man, somebody needs to, show Speedy a thing or two. You know, right, Speedy?
I have no idea. I don't care.
You don't care. You afraid of ghosts? No. You're not afraid of ghosts? Have you ever seen a ghost before?
No.
You've never seen it's not that's why you're not afraid of ghosts, because you've never seen one.
I would embrace it though.
You would embrace
I would
ghost.
embrace the supernatural. Yeah. I think
Oh,
it
you just
exists.
hey, look, there's a ghost sitting right next to me. Maybe I should talk to him. Is that what you would
I
do?
didn't say talk.
You do it.
I can't just watch it. Like I
You're
can't
gonna
just
just stand there and
go-
watch a
like-
ghost.
I can't be mesmerized by discovering the supernatural thing. I can't just be in
You're
awe.
the only crazy son of a bitch that would probably do that.
That is not true at all.
We should
You know
There's
people-
There's enough crazy like ghost cults out there.
Mm.
I'm sure that plenty of them would.
I think Speedy likes the dry rub too. I do. You like the
Dry rub? No, dry rub's a meat type. It is good.
You like the meat type.
Well,
What
yeah.
is dry rub?
Well, no, it's a less saucier version of like different types of red meat. So it could be like Fish was saying brisket. It could be steak. It could be wings, but it's not sauce.
Have
It's
you
dry
ever-
rub. It's a different variety.
Have you ever tried dry humping? Have you ever tried that? You've never tried to do that? That's kind of like a dry rub.
It's a different dry rub.
It's a different dry rub.
Different dry rub.
It's dry humping. You know, you could do it to your dog. You could
No,
try
he'll
that.
probably do it to me. Don't.
No, I'm not talking about dry humping. You've never tried dry humping before?
No.
I mean, you should try it. I think it's good for you.
All right, you can go do it to Matt Leinert's wife.
Well, I would do that to Matt Leiner's wife, but I don't know
Yeah.
if Matt would like that. But dry humping, I think, would be good for you.
All right, you go dry hump this.
I'm not.
I think it's so good. You go do it.
You hear this? Nathan wants, Matt. Like he always mentions Matt
Okay.
Leiner's wife.
All right, so we encourage him.
Would you let Matt
Encourage him.
Would you let
Move to Nathan. Next, Nathan.
Huh?
He's going to encourage you now.
Oh, so all right. Let's get out of here because we have another show tomorrow and we've gone on almost 4.5 hours. I'm about to, die while it's lasting. I mean, it's a long show. I love it, Speedy. I don't know about you, but you're a little out there tonight, right?
I guess.
I guess.
By the way, this show is better than the Pat McAfee show.
Well, thank you. So, Nathan, that's very sweet of you. Now you just got to bend over and let Speedy have a little ride.
No, come on, man.
Not happening.
No, it's fair.
Not happening.
It's fair.
Not happening.
All right, you could have some women watch
I
you.
What, Speedy, should I
need
hook
witnesses. What is with you and witnesses?
Speedy,
Someone has to videotape me. Someone has to record me.
Speedy, should I hook you up with Matt Leiner's wife?
No.
I think that's a good idea, actually.
No.
I would be.
I'm not involved with a cheating scandal with Matt Leiner's wife.
Well, it's not a scandal if she's allowing.
I don't care.
I'm just saying, no. She's allowing.
I don't care.
Well, tell Matt. Tell Matt that you don't care.
All right. Well, Nathan could do it.
All right.
Yes, sources.
Yes, sources.
Carl says, Nathan, he wants you to call in after the Cowboys pick.
All right, let's go. Anyways, thank you to all the fans. Keep listening to us.
Tomorrow. Oh, by the way, when I do the
yes, we all know that.
Speedy, send me the link because my plan is to go live on this from
He
there.
will. Yep, he will.
So I
But
can
we
bring
gotta go.
Otis on.
We gotta
Otis
go.
will-
I mean, I gotta wake up.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe I won't wake up after this show. It's a heart attack. By the way, Fish, I want to apologize. Tell your wife I'm sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, tell her that, if I'm right about my top 10, Speedy is actually going to go out on my birthday naked.
No,
so
I'm not.
it could be really,
I am not going out naked.
You did say that.
No, I didn't.
Who said it then?
Niffin's fifth tier sources.
What?
Anyways, thank you to the fans. We'll see you tomorrow at 7:00 for our draft party. It's going to be fun, as we will see who is right. Is it Jeff? Is it Speedy? Is it me? It's definitely not Niffin. Or is it Fish?
Wait, what do you mean? Come on.
I'm just kidding. Talk to you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio